Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un gran día. ¡Qué fin de semana! Altos históricos en Bitcoin. Solana está en camino a altos históricos. Estamos viendo a Tesla reventar el día de hoy, abriendo 8% arriba. Coinbase 13% arriba. Muchos de los setups que mandamos, honestamente, sobre todo el de Coinbase, estamos muy orgullosos estamos muy contentos que ustedes estén imprimiendo con nosotros. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, pero primero, antes de empezar con este Casino del Tío Salo, tenemos que platicar rápidamente de por dónde va a venir tal vez la sorpresa. Tuvimos una excelente plática el día de ayer en este canal con Bruno. Bruno es, bueno, lo conocieron todos ustedes ayer, pero Bruno es el genio que está detrás de todos los sitios web que el tío Salo intenta hacer o está haciendo o crea o ha creado, etcétera. Él nos hizo la página de emprendedores, etcétera. Y él vive en Argentina y estábamos platicando exactamente cuál fue su experiencia en vivir lo que Milei hizo cuando entró al gobierno. Y yo creo que es un poco parecido a lo que estamos viendo nosotros y lo que estamos a punto de vivir en este lado del mundo. Y les voy a decir por qué. El secreto de todo esto, personalmente, creo que está en esta cosita que se llama el dólar, damas y caballeros. El dólar está volviéndose fuerte en lo que nos habían dicho que iban a bajar intereses. Y los bonos están subiendo su rendimiento. Eso quiere decir que te están pagando más, que los bonos valen menos. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Y recuerden que esta semana tenemos resultados de PPI y CPI, por lo que esperen volatilidad en el mercado. Felicidades a los que disfrutamos de la volatilidad en el mercado, como de que no. Pero en este momento esto es lo que todos deberíamos de estar viendo. Vean, muy divertido, altos históricos, todo eso. Claro que sí, vamos a continuar todo eso. Pero aquí va a haber un trade que vaya a partirle el culo a absolutamente todos. Y no solamente es un trade, es algo que tiene que ver con su vida diaria. Y esto es el dólar fortaleciéndose. Una vez que el dólar llegue a trepar los 105, 725, este nivel va probablemente a ir a buscar el 108, 708 y de ahí continuar hacia arriba. Ahora, ¿por qué se está volviendo fuerte el dólar? Esta es la pregunta que todos nos deberíamos de hacer. Y quiero que entiendan que hay una correlación aquí con el oro. Hemos visto al oro caer tal cual. Le dije a Peter Schiff, estaba diciendo que el oro ya había detenido su corrección. Cuando llegó acá le dije, papi, te vas a los 2,550 mínimo, que va a ser esta zona. ¿Por qué está corrigiendo el oro? Porque el dólar vale más. Eso es en teoría un poco lo que estamos viendo, la primera dinámica. Y normalmente cuando el dólar vale más, todos los activos caen de riesgo, pero en este momento no, porque lo que estamos haciendo es literalmente, y esto es lo que habíamos platicado, aquí hay algo que miente, aquí hay algo que estamos ignorando absolutamente y por completo. Y eso es, ¿qué pasa si todo lo que nos han dicho hasta este momento es mentira? ¿Qué pasa si lo que nos han vendido de que van a bajar tipos, de que Donald Trump va a imprimir una cantidad ilimitada de dinero y que va a bajar los tipos a cero o a negativo? ¿Qué tal si eso es mentira? ¿Qué tal si ponemos un poco de atención a lo que está diciendo Elon Musk que quiere hacer, lo que también está diciendo Trump? Esto aquí es donde me vuela la cabeza que nadie, y canales de economía que me fascinan y que disfruto muchísimo, ninguno de ellos está mencionando esto. Es por lo que probablemente vaya a ser lo que va a pasar. A menos de que yo esté completamente perdido y esto no vaya a ser. Si este caso no se da, bueno, interesante, pero hemos visto evidencia de que esto está en juego. ¿Dónde estamos viendo esa evidencia? Si volteamos a ver el sector de cárceles, por ejemplo, y me parece que ayer les subí un gráfico de esto a X, por si me siguen en X, déjenme se los pongo enfrente. Este gráfico es de cárceles. Ahora, un güey en X me comentó, qué bonito tener un señor de 50 años que crea que el gobierno de verdad va a hacer algo, ¿no? De lo que dicen. No te quedes corto, carnal, tengo 60 años, pero no nada más eso. El dinero nos está probando que sí lo van a hacer. Este putazo para arriba de inversión en cárceles no vino de Juan García y Rubén 44 en el chat, que han subido el precio de este tipo de activos como son las cárceles. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Cuando vemos que las cárceles acompañadas con la política que acaba de pasar hasta en California, donde están volviendo el crimen ilegal, entiendes que algo acaba de cambiar en el fundamento de cómo opera Estados Unidos, porque el crimen fue legal por ¿cuánto tiempo? Y yo sé que a mucha gente no le cabe esto en la cabeza, pero es cierto, era completamente legal. Digo, tenías límites, no te podías robar más de $950 al día de la misma tienda, era el límite grande, pero acaban de detener todo eso. También están cambiando las leyes de vagabundez y todo esto. Entonces, va a haber una limpia grande. Y esto es un poco lo que habíamos dicho antes. Para empezar, quiero decirle a toda la gente, ¿quieres saber si te lavaron la cabeza? Si votaste por el partido azul, por Kamala Harris, y dijiste, hay mucha gente que está haciendo esto, y por cierto, la contradicción es lo que te dice todo, porque cuando nos lavan la cabeza tenemos contradicciones en la cabeza que no entendemos y que no podemos expandir una vez que nos preguntan. Y esta es una de ellas, de las más sencillas. ¿Cómo es que a todo el mundo que votó por Kamala, que estaba votando por los derechos de todos, por el bienestar de todos y no por la economía, porque era en realidad una retórica que tenía, ¿no? No, ustedes van a votar por la economía en vez de por derechos civiles. O sea, ¿qué clase de animales son? Ahora esas personas son las que están muy preocupadas por la inflación que podría causar las tarifas de Trump. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que las tarifas de Trump no vayan a causar inflación, pero entonces, ¿por qué te preocupa esa inflación que todavía no llega cuando tenemos la de aquí, enfrente de ti, destruyéndote la vida? Pero ese está bien, porque estás dispuesto a dar todos tus derechos. O sea, entiendan las contradicciones que existen en esto. Entonces, importante para saber dónde estamos parados y lo que nos están vendiendo, porque la televisión no es nada más que propaganda, damas y caballeros, que lo sepamos, que sea ya punto claro, y todos, honestamente, deberíamos de cancelar todas nuestras suscripciones a canales normales. Yo solamente tengo deportes, es lo único que veo en la tele. Pero bueno, y también los deportes son una gran pérdida de tiempo, pero bueno, cada quien tiene el tiempo que quiere y puede hacer lo que se le antoje. Ahora, ¿dónde viene el follón para todo el mundo? Después de platicar con Bruno, mi amigo de Argentina, nos damos cuenta de que en realidad hay una jugada que va a afectar a todo el mundo y poner a Estados Unidos en un diferente paradigma. Y eso sería, si literalmente reducen el gasto público, que es el plan de Elon Musk, voy a ir a recortar todo el exceso de gasto público, vamos a intentar no crear un déficit anual y solamente vivir dentro de lo que nos alcanza para comprar. No estoy diciendo que va a ser una reducción, una crisis brutal y que todo se vaya a ir al nepe. No, 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 porque es un poco diferente a Argentina. No tenemos el problema tan en las venas como ellos lo tienen, pero tenemos el problema. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que han estado haciendo todos los países para defenderse de este dólar devaluado a través de todo este tiempo? Han estado comprando oro. Oro, oro, oro. ¿Por qué? Porque el oro no lo están devaluando. El oro mantiene su valor a través del tiempo. Pero ¿qué pasa si el dólar toma fuerza, se va a esos niveles de para arriba que estamos diciendo? En realidad viene Elon Trump, recortan el gasto público, recortan las ayuditas, recortan todas estas cosas. ¿Qué es lo que pasaría? Lo que veríamos sería al dólar incrementar en valor potentemente. El dólar incrementa en valor porque hay menos dólares. El tío que le está jugando, pero crack de cracks, Warren Buffett. Y esto viene de la mano de lo que yo les había dicho hace mucho tiempo, pero yo no sabía cómo íbamos a poder llegar a este paradigma. Y eso era, va a haber cierto punto donde el cash valga muchísimo más, todo este cash que se dieron, porque lo que estamos viendo es la transición de riqueza más potente que hemos visto en toda la historia. Empezó en el 2008 con esa impresión que dio Obama a los bancos para que se pudieran salvar. Después de ahí todo el QE hasta llegar al 2020, que fue donde lo completamente aceleraron. ¿Y qué fue lo que hicieron? Permitieron que empresas gigantescas pudieran endeudarse a 0%, adquirir otras empresas, crecer, eliminar tener márgenes de cash saludables y ellos seguir operando. Ahora, ¿qué pasa en esta situación? Toda esta gente que ha recibido ayudas como Intel, como Nvidia, han recibido todo nuestro dinero. Eso ha devaluado nuestro dinero, nos lo han demostrado en forma de inflación. Y ahora lo que han hecho en los últimos 2 años es todo el mundo se ha endeudado. Si todo el mundo está endeudado, si todo el mundo está usando la tarjeta de crédito, si todo el mundo está sacando un coche para comprar, dices, bueno, tengo esto, estoy haciendo tanto dinero y me alcanza para estos pagos. El problema más grande que va a llegar a todos nosotros, si esto se llega a dar, es todos los que tengamos algo de deuda, esa deuda va a valer mucho más en un corto plazo de lo que vale hoy. ¿Y a qué me refiero? Antes, O sea, el día de hoy, hacer $2,000, ponte tú al mes, digamos, es lo que haces al mes, $2,000 al mes. Es normal y con eso te alcanza para cubrir tus cosas. Si el dólar se revaloriza y todo sube, como estamos diciendo, para ti poder llegar a tener esos $2,000 te va a costar mucho más trabajo. Y aquí es donde todo el mundo que está atrapado en deuda, de cualquier forma, tarjeta de crédito, con lo que sea, va a comerse una gigantesca, porque el poder, piénsenlo, ¿qué fue lo que nos dio toda la inflación? El costo del dinero barato de a madre. ¿Qué pasa cuando pasa lo contrario? El costo del dinero es carísimo. Entonces veríamos que la Reserva Federal no continuaría bajando tipos. Eso sería un gran indicador. Y la siguiente sería simplemente ver al dólar continuar crecer. Esto destruiría al oro, esto destruiría a los bancos centrales de todo el mundo que se han estado enfocando en comprar oro por no sé cuánto tiempo. Esto destruiría a toda la gente que no tiene nada y esto le convendría a gente como Warren Buffett, como Mark Zuckerberg, como Jeff Bezos, que han estado vendiendo acciones porque su cash va a valer una fortuna comparado con antes. Esto es bueno para la economía de Estados Unidos, por supuesto, a largo plazo, tal vez no a corto plazo, pero esto es lo que se está jugando en este momento. El único cisne negro que podría pegar, que todos podemos ver, pero que nadie está poniendo atención. Solamente lo quiero poner ahí. Ahora, a todos los que estamos imprimiendo dinero en el casino del tío Salo, les dejé aquí abajo el enlace de Elite Trading Academy. Recuerden, el Discord es absolutamente gratis para que todos ustedes participen. Ahí también les mandamos señales de trading de corto plazo, pero en nuestro sitio tenemos el curso de Cero a Trader, que por cierto, gracias por todo el feedback que nos han mandado. Me encanta que les guste. Es el mejor producto que se vende en Elite Trading Academy y la intención siempre ha sido la misma. Es poder enseñarles como nos hubiera gustado que alguien nos hubiera enseñado, donde puedes encontrar toda la información en un solo lugar, súper fácil de digerir, paso a paso. Y no lo he promocionado en ningún lado, honestamente, no lo he puesto en Insta, no lo he puesto en nada. Y la razón por qué estamos arreglando el sitio para que sea más accesible para todo el mundo y lo puedan usar mejor, porque está bastante complejo encontrar cosas ahorita, pero ahí lo tenemos. Y para todos ustedes que están recibiendo estos trade signals también, felicidades, porque la de Coinbase sola, espero que haya pagado por todas tus suscripciones y demás por 1 año y 2 años o 3 años. Ya las otras, buenísimo. Así que, sin más ni más, Farhan, Alex están aquí conmigo. Recuerden, vamos a analizar todos sus precios. Mándenos en el chat de Elite Trading Academy. Lo vamos a ver. Si se acaban esos chats, vamos a regresar aquí al chat del canal y vamos a empezar a analizar absolutamente todo el mercado con ustedes. Se va a poner bueno. Día de casino, día interesante. My boys.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm fucking pumped. I had a great conversation yesterday with Bruno. I'm sure you guys missed it because you don't speak Espanol. But we were talking about, we were talking about that relationship between the U.S. and Europe and Argentina in case we really go in that direction, which I thought it was really interesting because they had Javier Milei come in and literally cut all government spending. They went through a harsh-ass recession. They went into an incredibly large monetary adjustment. And after that, like the paradigm of how money worked in that country completely changed because before, literally right before that, people were making a lot of money working for people that worked in the US, for example. So if you were from Argentina and you won and you earned in dollars, dude, you were fucking killing it. But when Milei came in and cut all that spending, inflation absolutely went down. The strength of their peso went up versus the dollar. So now the people that were earning in dollars were fucked. Yeah. And it happened like overnight. And those were the people that were like, dude, I'm covered. I'm good to go. And now they're fucked. And in a way, if we get a Donald Trump and an Elon Musk team that really do what they're saying that they're going to do. And by the way, have you guys seen economy channels or financial channels talking about this? Because I haven't seen anyone talking about the real possibility that these motherfuckers are going to cut spending and that they're going to cut the deficit. And if that happens, we're going to go through this. And also, that would take gold down because the value of gold stays in a certain level against the currency, right? So if the currency becomes strong, the value of gold will go down. That will fuck over all of the other countries that bought all this gold all this time around. So that would serve that purpose. That would also serve the purpose for Warren Buffett staying in cash, holding all that delicious cash, because now his cash is going to be worth a fucking fortune. Fortune. And that's the trade right there. So if that happens, everyone that's in debt is going to be miserable. And they've literally put us all on that debt supply, right? Like everyone's looking for, whether it's my credit card, whether it's a car payment, whether it's my mortgage, or even the little payments to buy a computer or whatever it is, they're putting us through it right now. And that could lead to a terrible result, because what happens at that moment is, let's say that you're paying $1,000 for your car a month, and you get those $1,000, like you have your salary and all that stuff. When this happens and the dollar is worth a lot more, there's going to be a lot less dollars in the system to be chased. Therefore, getting a dollar will be harder, way harder than it is now. So anyone that's in debt is going to have a really hard time keeping up with those payments for a while, if not forever. But the people that already are cash rich, dude, those dudes are going to make a fortune. And the gold trade could be right there, which it served as a hedge for all of this. And now I can get out, go into dollars at a really high price, watch gold go down, and enjoy the economy. So that's a scenario that we're looking at. I think it's interesting.
That's a lot of really good points. I didn't actually think of many of that. But the one reason why I don't think it's very likely that they're actually going to reduce costs is because, one, there's it's not just the president, the Congress has signed off on it, and they're all bought off motherfuckers. And two is that the largest deficit increase that we've seen in modern history was under Trump.
Yeah. Well, on the flip side, you could argue that was mainly like dictated by the pandemic.
That's like, this is where all that iffy shit like plays in. But for now, you know what? We're gonna enjoy our Bitcoins, we're gonna enjoy our Ethereums, our Salamis, and let's get to it. The first one this morning is Brian Martinez asking for, guess what? Bitcoin, because motherfuckers,
would have known.
All time.
Who could have guessed?
Highs. We're at all-time highs. Yeah, who would have said $80,000 was really incoming?
Yeah, who would have known, right?
Not me.
Yeah.
Look at us.
No.
Look at us. Who would have guessed,
guys?
Not me.
Nah, happy for everyone on the Discord, dude. Like, you know, my favorite thing about what we're doing is we're basically paying for everyone to use our service.
Yeah.
Which is great.
So you motherfuckers better not charge that shit back.
That's right. That's right. Who wants to share the screen first?
I'll go first.
Let's go into the Bitcoin. You're going to enjoy the Bitcoin. It's the best cryptocurrency. We're going to mine it. We're going to make it. We're going to mint it. We're going to produce it.
We're going to print it. We're going to have more Bitcoins than anyone you ever know. And believe me, I know a lot of people with Bitcoins.
Oh, I know a lot of people with Bitcoins. All right, sir, we're ready.
All right, just making sure I shared my screen. So I'm going to start with the monthly. The monthly right now, the main eye we have to look at for the monthly close is going to be over this median. Right now, this I'm on the perps. Let me switch to the index. All right. So actually, it's a little bit different. So as long as we're holding over this bottom 38.2 area, this median is going to become a natural magnet for price action. And right now, we have our momentum flipping back to the upside, while volatility is pointed down. And volatility is at very extreme, getting to very extreme lows. It's at 19.5%. Once it drops below 15%, that's going to be considered extreme lows. And the last time that we flipped up on HPDR momentum was right over here, back in January of 2024. When we went up, we went from the 40s all the way up to our previous all-time highs at $73,000. The time before that, where we flipped up on the monthly momentum, was at $25,000 in August of 2023 before our rally to the 40s. And the time before that was right over here at $16,270 before we went up to $25,000. So we're getting that same signal right now where we came all the way down here, just about to enter the bearish control zone, rejected it, started flipping back up on momentum. And that momentum upwards and volatility downward setup gives you a target of the median, which also is the same setup as being over the 38.2%. And that right now is at $96,444. If you get any close over this median, though, then the next magnet for price action becomes this 38.2%. This number is going to change right now after this next monthly open. And that's why the HPDR bands is not the best for like very, very high time frames, because after every close, the high time frames, the higher they are, the more time it takes to play out. And then these ranges change over every single monthly open, or open for whatever time frame that is. But as of right now, it's at $158,250. Switch it to quarterly. The quarterly right now is giving the same setup. We're at the bouncing off the bottom 38.2%. So it becomes a magnet for price actions as median. And right now, this median is sitting at $113,000. And that's going to coincide, I believe, with one of the numbers on CME. Come on, there we go. Yeah. So on CME, we have a little bit of a different setup, like we just mentioned on spot, where if you close above the median, then you have the probability of going to the top 38.2%. That becomes a magnet. We have several closures over the median on CME right now on the quarterly. So that gives us a 61.8% chance of hitting the top 38.2%. And as of right now, that number is $110,800. Do you guys remember the number we had from spot? 113 for our median. Right next to our same number for CME. And as of right now, we're expanding from extreme lows on volatility on spot price on the quarterly. Same on CME. We also have the same setup almost on spot price for the 2-week. We're above the median right now. The last time we were above the median, or the last time we closed above the median, was back in the Hamas setup. That's the last time we closed above the median on the 2-week. And if we close above, the median is currently at $72,300. That gives us a statistical probability of the 38.2 to the 50%. And since volatility is so low, what's more likely is the 50%. But 38.2 sits at 94,300. 50% is at 97,700. This is just my personal opinion. I have no data to back this up. What I think what is likely to happen is that we go somewhere around this $95,000 area, and we get a very, very aggressive rejection from there. Because I don't think this is going to go straight up to $100,000. It seems way too easy to me. But that's just my opinion. That's just something I'm just throwing out there. Very possibly it doesn't happen. I'm just making it up.
I'm actually down with that analysis. Like I said, every time they do a target on any price whatsoever, it's like a great bait to getting more and more people in at the top.
And I sent you guys a tweet from this guy named Kobe. He's like one of the most, basically the biggest person there is on crypto Twitter. He was one of the OG investors in Bitcoin way back in 2010. Guy's literally literally a billionaire. And he's called he doesn't usually give calls, but whenever he does, he has a 100% hit rate. So he says between 80,000 and 100,000 is going to be the difficult run. And then between 100 and 250 is going to be easy. And it kind of does make sense, though, because the psychological number for the longest time has been 100K. Once that's overcome, we should see a very, very rapid expansion from there, in my opinion.
Wow.
What do you guys think?
I mean, with the 2-week brewing,
it seems crazy.
Like, before I was kind of on the camp that I don't think we'll see 100K this cycle. And I'm still always going to be cautious about that, just because if you've been here long enough, if you know, and that's kind of just been like a major price for Bitcoin throughout the years. But, considering we do have the 2-week and it's close to firing off, and Bitcoin is currently right now at like $82,000, you really do have to wonder if, if that does start firing off at let's say 83 to 84K, then Bitcoin could easily go past 100,000.
Also, one other way to interpret his tweet, though, is that when he said from 80 to 100 is going to be the difficult run, what if we don't even hit 100 this cycle, and the next one we get to 100 and then just shoots to 250? That's also a possibility.
I mean, keep in mind 100K right now currently is 21% away, so it's definitely possible at this point.
But now that it looks possible, that's the bait, right? That's how they get you in. They're like, Alex, look, you thought we were not going to go, but look, price is at 90 grand, dude. Come on, get in here. And then you get in and it's like, fuck you all the way down. To me, I'm also giving that scenario way more weight than any other, just because it's such a fucking
that we don't hit 100K.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have the scenario too, where we've seen kind of the 5-day play out, not to the full extent, but almost there. And then the weekly also fired. And then what if, we start going to like 84 to 85s, or maybe 83 to 84, let's say. And then, we start rolling over, causing the 2-week to actually fire off to the downside. Way, 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 way less likely. But, that still is the scenario with the big setup like that looming.
Yeah. And that would easily take us down to like 68, 69.
Easily.
That's a Hamas setup, son.
And that would also be
upside down.
That would be a Bitcoin setup too. Very dirty, like extremely dirty, where people front running the 2-week setup before it fires off kind of get like screwed. No diddy.
It's kind of like what we're waiting on Rivian. Like they have that zero volatility, long term, where volatility is about to expand. A big, massive move is brewing, but there's no direction yet on that move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like exactly the 2-week is just like that daily, but like on steroids. That's how I look at it. So it is interesting to see. I am cautious though. And that's not just simply because I'm not in a trade either. I'm just cautious because most at tops, it usually looks the most bullish. It's not going to look extremely bearish at a top. But then also that was kind of the big trap in October when shorts just kept scaling in, thinking there's no way it can keep going higher, and then just kept going higher with minimal pullbacks. Leading to even just like on that downward to 49,000. It's pretty very slow, like watching paint dry. Made it extremely hard for shorts. So
I'll say this: if we go directly into the 90, 94,000 area, like no pullbacks whatsoever, I'd say that'd be it. Like I think that would be the extension of that move, and then we would go back down. And the reason why is the movement right now, it's so aggressive, it's not allowing anyone to build a setup so you can enter as a long, and all the setups are being liquidated.
I agree.
I would be more convinced at that point we'd get a blow off top done. I don't think it would come in. I think then we'd blow past. That would be it. Probably hit 115, 120, and then just top there. Really, it could also be very, very fast.
Yeah. That would remind me of the 2017 top, right?
Yeah, where it just shot up to 19,500,
and then just kaboomed instantly.
Yeah, then from 19,005 it went to like $3,000.
Yeah. Such a fucking piece of shit Bitcoin move, but it is what it is. All right, I'm sorry.
All right, so on the weekly right now, we have several closes over the median, and at this point, our magnet for price action becomes this top 38.2%, which I strongly believe we're going to get some type of reaction here, like at the very least, a rejection and some consolidation, if not like an actual deeper pullback. And right now, that number sits at $84,400. And if we switch to CME, I believe we have a similar number. No, we don't. So usually, like whenever we tap this area, we have the top 38.2. We get a rejection, like we did right here. We kind of tapped it front line a little bit, and we got a huge wick to the downside. Even though we had continuation up, we still got a reaction over here, which I believe will happen. And then from here, if we continue to go straight up and we don't fill the CME gap, I think we'll tap here and then come back down to fill that CME gap. That number sits at currently $77,000, which everybody is from what I'm seeing on crypto Twitter and from multiple other trading discords, is people are talking about that CME gap has to fill. Sure, most CME gaps usually fill, but they don't fill immediately. Instantly. It can take a couple of days to fill out. It can take a couple of weeks to fill out. There's been CME gaps that have been open for almost a year before they got filled.
Yeah.
So this could easily go up towards this 84.4, and then from there reject and go towards filling up that CME gap. So let's see. All right, the 5-day is currently over the 50% right now, with our HPDR momentum breaking up into the bullish control zone and volatility flipping up with this as well. And we're currently only at 57% volatility. So that, and we're but just about to tap this 61.8%. So with that setup, it usually and that number is also at $84,400. From there, I expect some type of reaction and rejection, come back down to this 50%, somewhere around like 79,000. Maybe this 5 EMA will rise up. Well, it definitely is going to rise up after the next 5-day open, but maybe it'll be somewhere around that 77,000 area where the CME gap is. Tap that and then close above the 50% is what I'm thinking is going to happen. and then that will take us towards the 78.6. And right now the 78.6 sits at $99,424. This number is going to change though. It's going to go down a bit, like you saw right here where it went down. It went down from 103,000 down to 96,000. So what I'm thinking is going to happen is this is going to come down somewhere around 92 to 95,000. And that's going to be where our next local top is going to be, and we get some long form consolidation or a pullback before we actually go to the 100s. See CME. CME is also just about to hit the 61.8%. On CME, it's 64,300. And if we get a close over that, currently we already have the setup where we close over the 78.6, which takes us to the top 161.8%. And that would be after we get the CME gap fill up towards the 78.6%, which is on CME. It's a more easy to see number. Like on spot, we'd have to account for it dropping. On CME, it's at $92,000, and it lines right up with our 78.6% HPDR range. And what I would personally really love to see is us tap that $92,000 to $95,000 number and get like a 30% pullback down to our 60. Our previous all-time highs around 69 to 73. And then from there to well over 100, like 110, 115. On the 2-day, we're close to closing over this 61.8%. We have 8 hours, 53 minutes to go. If we close over that, that will take us towards the 78.6, which right now is at 89,400. See what we got on CME. CME is about to close over the 78.6. It's at 83,800, which lines up with 84, which should be a little bit higher, to go to 84.4 and then reject it and then wick below. That would have us, when we close below the 78.6, it would take us to the 61.8. And that would fill the CME gap as well. And then from there, you would have a move towards this 88.3, which is at 88,762. Daily is getting to very extremes on momentum. We're at like 86.5%. And volatility is also in the high 80s, 86%. So we have a little bit more to go, maybe one more spike before momentum and volatility are topped out. And then from there, we would expect that consolidation. And that would also line up with us going slightly over the 88.3, somewhere around that 84.4 number in this area. And then from there, rejecting and filling up the CME gap. Because it's very unlikely that we go straight from here to the 95%. Let's check out the momentum chart. Monthly is entering very extreme levels on volatility. We're at 17%. This next monthly open very likely takes us to below 15%. And then from there, we can expect volatility expansion. And that would also line up with us having that move from going down to retest our previous all-time highs for around 70K. And then from there, going to over 100. And we're going to flip up on monthly momentum as long as we're closing over $73,000. We're currently about $9,000 over that. And we're bouncing off of the edge of the bullish critical zone. So whenever we bounce off the edge of the critical zone is where we get another extreme spike up. And that's usually what our blow off top is.
Oh, really? Hang on. And that's on what type of you were doing it on what time frame?
The monthly, on the stochastic momentum.
So would you say blow off tops happen like that signal is more for like higher time frames, or that would apply on right?
Because you can only really use the higher time frames for macro direction.
Got it. Okay.
So like you see right here on our 65K top, we flipped up within the bullish critical zone. And then after that, we got our extreme pullback with long form consolidation before another move up, another flip up on momentum at the top, blow off top.
Got it. Oh, nice.
We got it right here too in the 2017 rally. Flip up within the bullish critical zone, blow off top, and then pull back consolidation.
Hey, you're not that far.
So we're just currently flipping back up at the critical zone. This is where we should see our blow off top. If relationship holds true for the last 3 times it happened. And it takes 3 to make a trend. So
that's right.
On CME,
also a great threesome.
Don't let Building hear that.
Oh, trust me. She's not here.
On CME, monthly momentum is going to be up as long as price is over $71,650. And we're same setup where we're flipping up within the critical zone. So same on CME where we should be It's obviously going to be the same because it's both Bitcoin, but we should be seeing our blow off top soon. And by soon, I mean within the next like 3 to 4 months, because this is a monthly chart. A 2 week is that setup from before, where we had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of 0% volatility, which is the only other time we've ever had that was on the Hamas setup of last year.
Mhm.
And we're going to flip up, maintaining the bullish control zone as long as we close above 61,550. We're about $21,000 over that right now, so pretty safe to say we're going to close over that.
Might be safe.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say quite safe. I know a lot of safe things, and this is one of the safest things I'll ever.
It is one of the safest things you've ever seen. It's so safe, so beautiful, so safe. Just like our border.
safest border in the world. Did you hear that Trump said he wants to, on day one, he's going to sign an executive order to end birthright citizenship?
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, he's saying a lot of things. Yeah, I know. Let's see what he does and what he doesn't.
So momentum is going to end into the critical zone. Last time we've entered the critical zone was the Hamas setup on the 2 week. The time before that was when we went from $16,000 to $25,000. On the 2 week on CME, we're already getting the confirmation of that move where we dropped below 15%. Now we're expanding and we're at 16.67%. So on CME, you can consider this 2 week setup to already be firing off. And we're rejecting the bullish control zone. We're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as price is over $60,200. So if you were to take from here where we started expanding, 35%. That brings us somewhere around $94,000.
Oh, look at that.
Last time we had this setup on CME was the Hamas setup. And funny enough, it was from the same exact area and momentum, maintaining the bullish control zone. Very interesting.
Oh, that's nuts. So it adds even more layers to the Hamas setup. By the way, the Hamas setup will make it to every single trading book in the world.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be studied.
Yeah.
Exactly. So last time this setup gave us 103% to the upside.
Calm down. Calm down.
Imagine a circle.
Just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Sir, calm down.
George is taking over my body at the moment.
Literally.
Did you guys see Peter Brandt's $230,000 target?
Oh yeah, I saw that. That lines up with Peter Brandt. He's like this legendary technical analyst.
230?
Mm-hmm.
That would also be another like super Bitcoin thing to do, to just like really pump up there like that and then go back down to like 70.
Like that's the blow up top. It goes for $250,000.
That would be fucking nuts.
Yeah.
How much does a Big Mac cost if Bitcoin is at $250,000?
Like at least $10,000. But hey, you got your Bitcoin, so it's fine.
So if you apply that same 103% move that we got from the Hamas setup, that brings you up to a very beautiful number. Wow. $169,810.
Damn.
Let's go back to the monthly and switch to Tether. Tether is giving us the exact opposite setup. We're about to enter extreme lows on volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 4.55%. So if we were to take that setup and put it 35% to the downside on Tether, that brings us to about just below 3%, at like 2.9%. That's pretty significant. Last time we were that low on Tether was during the Hamas setup. 2 week is about to break down. If we lose this low, very likely we're going to come down towards this 200, get a little bit of bounce there. But I don't think this bounce is going to be very short-lived because we're coming from very extreme lows on volatility, and we're rejecting the bullish controls on momentum, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 6.06%. That's currently a lot farther up from price than here. That's what takes us to that likely move just below 3%. Weekly is about to break down, about to lose this meme line. We're expanding on volatility already. We're at 42%. So this volatility is more than confirmed. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 5.34%. Weekly already is on spot is expanding. We're at 50% on volatility, and momentum is breaking into the critical zone. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 72,550. So volatility started expanding from this point. Where is it? Right there, after this little green candle, doji, and we take volatility expansion there. That brings us to just about $93,000, very close to that $94,000 number. That's why I'm thinking somewhere between 92 and 95 is going to be the spot that we find our next medium term to / long term consolidation or pullback. 5 days are also firing off, went below 15%. We're at 65% now, entering the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $80,400. So
by the way, this is a new all-time high live on this stream.
Oh shit, is it? Oh yeah, it is $83,000.
Yeah,
nice. Congratulations, fellas. One Chinese Bitcoin for $83,000 US.
Crazy.
I need to be as high as Bitcoin.
This was 67. Okay. I think the only way to get as high as Bitcoin is to hop on that fentanyl.
Oh, well, that's what half America's doing. They're getting as high as Bitcoin.
Yo.
Either that or that shit that the kids are on these days, that galaxy gas.
That is so dangerous.
I would have been ashamed to say this before, but you guys already know I'm retarded. I tried that in Dubai.
How was that?
Because I was riding around with these guys who I met at Crown's fight, and then we went to Formula One, and we were in a Urus, so they were passing it around, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm not going to say no." So I took a hit of it, but at first it was kind of nice. After like 30 seconds, it was shit. I hated it.
Yeah, it gets terrible. I did it too when I was really young once, and that was enough for me to be like, nope. Because also, by the way, this is like the shit that they use to clean computers, like the keyboards. So it's not like you're getting some fancy anything. I just walked into a house and my friends were just like pulling from something that they use every day for their computer. So I didn't think much of it, but dude, it fucked me up.
Yeah, because we couldn't get any weed in Dubai, so we hit up the dealer for some nitrous oxide. Shit's expensive too. We got a big ass canister for like $700.
That's fucking insane. You could have just go to Home Depot, homie.
I don't think it's that easy to get it in Dubai. It was a big ass canister. Like we had to like physically like lift that shit with 2 hands to pass it around. But and get this, even stupider is that the driver who was going over 100 miles per hour in a Lambo was taking hits too.
Oh my God. Stop it.
I'm surprised I survived that.
Yeah.
So if we take that 35% move to the upside on the 5-day setup, that brings us to, what do you know, $95,000.
Damn.
That's also gives me more confluence for that $92,000 to $95,000 local top. 2 days currently expanding on volatility, bouncing at the critical zone, pointed up as long as we're above 79.5. That should get us to somewhere around this 78.6 extension, and that one is at 88.9. So let's say $89,000. Daily is getting to very extremes on volatility, though. We're at 98%. We can get to 100% as Bitcoin usually does, and it can stay there for a good amount of time. But that does tell us just likely maybe one more spike up before we get a local top and some consolidation. And we are entering the critical zone. We're going to be pointed up above $79,850. CME is a little bit lower on volatility. We're currently at 87% on CME. So we see CME tells us that we can get that spike higher. And maybe we can get if we get a short-term top in the mid 84s, we can see from there towards 90 based off of the CME volatility. And we're going to be flipping up, maintaining the bullish control zone as long as we're above $72,250, which we're about $22,000 above right now. Pretty safe to say that's going to hold. I wonder if there's any divergence on Tether. There's none on Bitcoin already. I've already checked.
Do you guys buy DTS? DJT? Wait, what is it? Donald Trump Derangement Syndrome. TJS? Yeah, TJS.
Oh.
No, TDS. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's the new shitcoin?
Well, yeah, I 5x'd already. It's a shame that I only put $10 into it.
Wow.
Let me see what we got.
Could have at least put in a Chipotle at 25.
I know. God damn it. Alrighty. I'm sorry.
All right, so we're about to get volatility expansion on the quarterly on Tether for the first time since the bear market of 2022. But this time it's very likely to be on the opposite direction, because we're about to put in a third drive of bearish divergence on Tether on the quarterly. That would give us, we're already at the middle zone, so that gives us the bearish control zone. And right now that number is so low, it does not even tell us what that is. So just for the January high, we confirmed hidden bullish divergence whenever Bitcoin is going down and we hit that 48.95 or $48,000 number. And then from there, now we're about to put in bearish divergence. This last time we had bearish divergence confirmed on Tether was in July of 2020, whenever we went from, I believe, $7,000 all the way up to $65,000.
Whoa.
2 week is rejecting the bullish control zone. We're expanding from very extreme low levels on volatility, 12.7%. Should take us to the bearish control zone. Right now, bearish control zone is at 3.13%, which lines up with our monthly 200 SMA. And the jewel slipping over too. Come on, load. As you see right here, ding. It's flipping into this dark blue cell, and it's rejecting this pink, and it's making another lower high in a series of lower highs in the jewel. Weekly also expanding from very extreme levels in volatility, 42%. Double rejection of the bullish control zone takes us to the critical zone. This number is going to change a little bit, but as of right now, it's 1.5%. All right, and the daily is expanding from 2 periods of 0% volatility. Right now, we're at 94%. So that coincides with us getting one more move on Bitcoin, and then volatility will be topped out, and then we should expect a mean reversion from there. Which my opinion is, I don't have any data to back it up, but we'll top somewhere locally around like 84 to 86, and then from there we get a move down to fill the CME gap, 77, while this resets and volatility resets on Bitcoin, and then we can see that move from 77 towards like 92, 95. So the 4 hour real quick.
Nice. Is the CME gap on the daily?
I believe you can see it on the daily, yeah.
Okay.
And right now we're getting it to very, very extreme levels on the 4 hour on Tether dominance, on volatility, and we're about to flip over on the jewel, losing this dark blue cell and switching to white neutral. So on this next open, this probably switches to a light blue cyan. That would line up with our local top on Bitcoin, and then getting some long form consolidation. But on basically, there's no time frame that I can find on Bitcoin right now that looks bearish. The most bearish hopium I can give is a little bit of a pullback and some consolidation. That's the most bearish hopium I can find. On every other time frame, the high time frames volatility momentum setups are firing off, and they have statistical moves. Like the lower time frame ones have moves up to like 80, 88, 89, and then the higher time frame ones have moves up to like $95,000.
Hot fucking damn. Let's go, Bitcoin. Let's go, digital money that doesn't exist.
Fake money.
That's right. Let's go, Peter Schiff. By the way, the fucking way. Did you see Peter Schiff launched his own collection of ordinals on the Bitcoin blockchain? Yeah.
These guys are shameless.
And by the way, they're supposed to be gold, Peter Schiff's gold ordinals. And it's just an ordinal that says that it's gold, and he's like, this is going to be worth more than Bitcoin. There's only 15 of them. It's like, what are you doing? But in a way, he's genius, because here we are talking about it. So good.
Here's my snot napkin. There's only one of them in the world.
Yeah. Oh, I'm willing to pay a lot of money for that now.
bidding starts at $1 million.
I want to tell everyone about the class we're going to have on Thursday. Should we start at 30 minutes after like what we normally start here? Like basically we start here at my 6:30. Should we start it at 7? So let me just tell everybody. All right, before we go into yours, Alex, let me just tell everybody. Por cierto, para todo el mundo, para todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy, toda la gente que se mete en el chat, que están en los chats en vivo, esa suscripción, vamos a verlos el jueves a las 7 de la mañana, es 30 minutos después de lo que normalmente empezamos el casino, y nos vemos aquí por 4 horas para contestar cualquier pregunta que tengan de lo que sea, y vamos a hacer esto cada 2 semanas para que todo el mundo aprenda y se ponga a tope con esto de Elite Trading Academy. Si no han visto el curso, vean el curso, por favor, antes de entrar, porque eso debería de solucionar una gran cantidad de preguntas, y de ahí vamos a enfocarnos en cualquier cosa que veamos que no sea claro, lo vamos a ajustar, y también vamos a ajustar el curso. Así que ahí lo tienen. Alrighty, boys. Ready.
Nice. So, I mean, as Farhan mentioned, you know, Tether dominance got that breakdown. Like I said before, it was very choppy, but nevertheless, we still got the breakdown. And I was actually expecting some kind of bounce at that 4.69%. You know, Tether dominant bulls just kind of failed. We fell through that, sliced it like butter, and now we're heading back down. To me, you know, especially when looking at the HBDR too, we could get some kind of small little reaction here, but when you're viewing it on a daily, it kind of seems like we're going to probably go and test that 4% flat, just kind of based on how we're losing that 95%. And it'll be interesting to see these ranges actually move down, supporting, you know, just more of a deeper pullback on Tether dominance. But, you know, this breakdown now seems like it's in the process of it. We just kind of want to see where this daily closes and where these ranges move up, because we are kind of hitting the extremes. You know, we are breaking through it, but with volatility now at 94.4%, Tether dominance at 4.44%, you know, I'm still cautious on we're going to see at least some kind of mean reversion move on Bitcoin, that be, you know, maybe a move back down to low 70s. But when you're viewing this, you know, it's kind of like if this 2-day closes, which is closing today, you know, assuming these move down, it's just giving us a fresh breakdown on the 2-day. Any rallies up to that 4.69%, it's just going to be resistance. So I do think any move down on Bitcoin is going to be, you know, short-lived and slightly aggressive. When reviewing Bitcoin on the daily, when I'm viewing this, you know, I see volatility at 95.6% mixed in with Tether dominance volatility, basically capping it, telling me that, you know, maybe some volatility is welcomed here, or no, consolidation is welcomed here, considering volatility is just at the extremes. You know, with that tied in with the 95% zone right now currently being hit on Bitcoin at $83,793. To me, this is going to be kind of like the last zone that's like 84,000 to 83,800 level before we can actually test the 90s. You know, and for what we have now, that's kind of what I'm just going to go off of for today. I just want to watch the reaction around 82 to 83K. Obviously, since we've blasted past that 90%, you know, we have now a move to the 95, but we still want to just see where this kind of moves today. Because, you know, when we have only a 5% chance of continuation with volatility currently at the top from this nice daily move that played out, you know, a pullback to at least back to the daily 9 wouldn't surprise me, which is right at 76,400, if not all the way back down to the previous cycle high of this cycle, just the previous rejection high is what I should say, that we formed back in March. To me, backtesting that would make sense, but the higher we go, the less likely that becomes, simply just because of the way the EMA 9 is. It moves continuously with price. And currently it's currently at 76,500. So for us to actually get a retest of 73,600, it'll all actually hinge on the 4-hour. You know, it's funny to see kind of short stack in each and every time we get some kind of semi pullback on Bitcoin. While taking these HBDR bands off, if we go and view the EMA 9 on the 4-hour, you know, since we busted through it, each time we've hit it, it's become an opportunity. And that's why it's hard to call for lower, if not just consolidation, considering we really haven't put in anything that's bearish, and Bitcoin currently is making a new all-time high. But I'm still going to play the waiting game and just simply wait for my bids lower to get actually filled. I think that would be likely. On the 5-day too, we see here, if we throw the 5 on, because I think the 5 at this point, if we're going super bull mode, I think we'll catch some kind of support on the 5 first if any pullback does occur before the 9. And that just is the nature of like super strong markets. We're currently it's at 75,900. So, we're getting some confluence with the daily 9 and the 5-day EMA 5, currently right around that $76,000, $75,000 zone. I'm just simply going to be waiting and watching, for some kind of major pullback.
That would be a little bit like when we had Bitcoin in 2021 go to like from 56,000 to 61, and then he pulled back to like 55 again, and when everybody thought like it was a done deal and we were going higher, and everybody was like, what the fuck? Kind of like that kind of a moment would be where we at.
Bitcoin is extremely bullish, and a pullback scenario when these volatility setups start firing is nothing more than hopium for people like me wanting to get positioned and ride this higher. There's nothing right now telling me, other than the fact that we're at the 95% range on the HBDR, while also approaching this weekly resistance here. But as you guys can see, we're now a little above it. So it's really like only the hopium scenario I'm getting, which is, it would be just a simple back test of previous rejection high into support, maybe consolidating for the move up to the 100K. I patiently have been waiting for this, but as we saw on the daily, because this is something we've been waiting on the Discord as well. We view this on the daily now. We almost got our bids filled right here. Bitcoin strong though, and it front ran it, just by like a few $100s. And so if this 95%, actually, if we break above this, and these percentages start actually moving up with price, giving us more of a chance, I do think that 92 to 93K is on the table. But for now, I'm watching that 83,800 to reject around here, at least catch some kind of resistance. And then all eyes basically on the 4-hour. I mean, that's how I'm gauging if we're going to get more downside or not. As long as that 4 hour is holding the 9, you really shouldn't be too bearish on Bitcoin. And even if it loses the 9, that's not a death sentence for Bitcoin. That just tells me, okay, we're most likely going to see some kind of deeper pullback, maybe back to the 4-hour 21, if not to the 34. But when we're in this up only posturing, it can act almost like the CME gaps, like a trap. Where people are like, well, we've already made an all-time high. There's no way it can go higher. Longs are scaling in, funding super positive. But I took note of that in October. When that move started, and funding was pretty ridiculous, and longs were totally like paying insane funding fees, but we didn't get those insane flush outs that usually Bitcoin does. And that's just the nature of the volatility setups. This is something we talked about when the 5-day was brewing here. When this kind of starts firing off, we don't get major deep pullbacks. So, in summary, with how everything's looking, all I can really watch is the daily. I'd really want Bitcoin to start rejecting around here, rejecting and just giving us maybe an opportunity to either bid the daily 9. If not, we wick to that 74,000 to 73,800. There, to me, the logical place to open a trade. It's the extremity low. We're now doing like an SR flip in real time, something we really haven't done yet, especially when we get a fresh weekly close above it. That's something that I would like to see, or wanted to see, this new weekly open come down actually aggressively. Yeah, exactly. It's just a hopium scenario. So now is not the time to get positioned though. Even if Bitcoin is going to break up and go to 100K, we always get pullbacks. The question is just timing, especially with what we know with this 2-week brewing. Once this does break past 15%, which it's not confirmed yet, it's not wise to front run things if you're not positioned. It's just better to be patient. Just sit on your hands. The patient trade is sometimes the best trade. Because what you don't want to be doing is longing when we're approaching major resistance on the HBDR, 95%, while volatility is at extremes here. Yes, we can obviously go back past 83,800, but when we're at this zone with volatility right here, with 2-day Tether dominance now hitting support, I'm more on the side that you should just watch at least for maybe a bounce back up on Tether dominance to 4.68%, and then maybe actually a nice little flush out on Bitcoin. But yeah, that's it. I'm agreeing with Farn. I think Bitcoin can. Ideally for me, I wanted to reject right around this zone. He has around that 84,000 level. I don't think things will go up only. And I do think we should be watching then to see if Bitcoin does get a sizable pullback. I'm going to be watching to see the alts that hold strong, because then that's usually an indication of relative strength compared to like Bitcoin going down. And then I'm still expecting alts to perform well once Bitcoin dominance kind of breaks this 2-day uptrend that it's just very steadily been in, with consistent higher highs and higher lows. Now looking like it's grinding out another higher low. Currently right here at that 58.59%. All eyes on that 59.6%. That to me is going to look like a bearish retest with the 2-day median right there, that 2-day EMA 9. There's lots of resistance there, which has implications for alts, in my opinion, because what we've been watching for on ETH BTC kind of happened, not as clean with this deviation, but quick SFP. Now we're actually back testing that 5-day EMA 9 and 5-day median. And to me, I don't see why we wouldn't go up and test the 50% right at 0.0.
By the way, we're already at 84,200.
Yeah. So like, yeah. And when we're viewing Tether dominance, a pullback scenario too, like this looks like in the midst of a breakdown. There's nothing but air, especially if we don't even have the HPDR for me until 3.79%. I was really expecting some kind of bounce here, but we didn't get that. That's okay. It just shows the nature and the strength of Bitcoin. Also, we're going to have to see where this 2-month closes, because, Tether dominance has never closed under its 2-month EMA 30 forever. Granted, it's never really flirted with it a lot. There's not a lot of history. It's just populated in 2020. But, for what we do have, it has acted as nice support. If we start, and this is closing in a month and 21 days, if we start losing this, it's going to be a major sign to me that, this structure here is very invalidated. There's something wrong with Tether dominance, which is good news for us. That means Bitcoin is going to probably bust up and actually fulfill the 100K prophecy. But when we're getting a massive candle on the quarterly looking like this, it's just telling me, yeah, this is very fresh in the breakdown. That's why any pullback scenario is just hopium, because we're so bullish it hurts actually. And it's insane to me to see the 2-week brewing a setup with monthly volatility. Also something to know, at the lowest it's been in a while here. If we go and view it on CME, it's not just starting to base, so this starts to flip up with the 2-week actually giving us a setup. And yeah, I will be more keen to think that Bitcoin can easily go and test that 50% on the monthly right at 104,000. But when the median too, we're now reclaiming the monthly median in a long time. We're going to get some kind of pullback. It's just more a timing thing. And that's why, on the Discord, we really haven't been giving shorts out, because it's not the time to short. For me, it's not the time to long Bitcoin either. And that's why it's just better to wait. And that's just it. You can either aggressively trade the 4-hour, but as long as, you're in validation, then I guess you can capitalize on the volatility. But overall, that's all I see on Bitcoin. Not much. We're just making all-time highs. Extremely bullish. It's nice to see that these volatility setups are playing out. Don't sleep on the 2-week, because as you guys see with the weekly and the 5-day, once that 2-week fires off, that's the big one. That's the actual Hamas setup that we actually still haven't seen fired off yet. Very close though. And then once that fires off, I do think we're going to be seeing things that we haven't seen ever before. So
yes, sir. Yes, indeed. For you, Alex Rivian, and I'll get into this one.
Cool.
Oh, by the way, look at these beautiful lines. It's unbelievable that price came in and just fucking sat right here.
You know where our current local top is at this moment? 84,381. 84.4, anyone?
Oh, wow. I am going to try to do this. Let's see what happens. I'm definitely going to try it. Fuck it,
boys.
I'm going to short.
I mean, statistically, you know, with volatility at 96%, we're at the 95% zone. Unless this moves up,
we just hit the weekly top 38 too.
you should see some kind of pullback. It's just how deep.
Yeah, and just on a short pullback, not like I'm going to short this all the way to $2,000, like just a short pullback. I think we can easily go back to this area right here.
I'm thinking about shorting this too.
Yeah. So there you have it. Okay, let me just tell everybody. Bueno, Bitcoin está en máximos históricos, $84,000 por Bitcoin. Qué absoluta locura, y lo estamos viendo en un gráfico semanal. Estas son líneas memes que me encantan. Podemos ver cómo ha reaccionado el precio bastante bien en contra de ellas o a su favor. Podemos ver cómo tuvimos este rechazo de la línea meme, la ruptura, y luego se saltó toda esta zona para llegar acá a recargarse después de dar su siguiente movimiento. Una cosa que quiero aclararle a todo el mundo que está viendo esto es, puedes aprender trading, puedes aprender qué significa qué, cuáles son los términos, cómo funcionan las cosas, y puedes empezar a encontrar relaciones. Mientras más sofisticado se vuelve tu metodología, más cosas vas a poder agregar a tu análisis. Y uno de estos es el setup de Hamas que nosotros tenemos, que nos fascina platicar de, es justamente esto, donde para nosotros en nuestro sistema el tener volatilidad nula y después tener expansión arriba de 15% en una dirección, pueden ver el movimiento que da. Este es el tipo de cosas que hemos estado esperando y que estamos diciendo. La del setup de Hamas, que es el fuerte, es el de las 2 semanas. Este todavía ni siquiera se da. Y ahora, la expansión de la volatilidad, normalmente la volatilidad es esta parte abajo, para que lo sepan ustedes, lo puedan ver de cerca. Esto es volatilidad nula. Cuando lo ven en rojo es volatilidad extrema. Cuando tienes volatilidad nula y después tienes expansión de la misma, es la línea azul. La línea blanca es la media. Cuando tienes expansión de la volatilidad y supera el 15% y continúa el movimiento, si el movimiento de arriba, si el movimiento del precio va para arriba, va a continuar empujando para arriba. Si el movimiento va para abajo, el movimiento va para abajo y la expansión de volatilidad se da, eso quiere decir que el movimiento para abajo es lo que va a ser empujado. Entonces, este setup en el de 2 semanas, que todavía no ha llegado a pegar, pero está muy cerca, está en 12.7% la volatilidad. De nuevo, queremos que supere los 15 en esta dirección. Nos diría que vamos para arriba. La última vez que vimos este tipo de volatilidad con el setup pegando fue el setup de Hamas, que fue el de octubre, lo que sea del año pasado, el 2023, octubre 7 del 2027, de 23, ¡wow! Ya me salté al futuro. Ese setup dio exactamente este movimiento que estamos viendo. Aquí pueden ver donde la volatilidad cruzó el 15%. Lo único que voy a hacer es poner una línea de estas para que vean, si hubieras tomado este setup, ¿no? Esperarte a que la volatilidad se nula, supere estos, digamos que entraste en la peor situación en la parte de arriba de esta vela. De ahí al tope, hiciste un 80% de tu dinero. Este tipo de movidas es las que nos gustan a nosotros. Si ahorita dijéramos, se va a dar el setup de Hamas y vean dónde está justamente el precio en este momento, lo que diríamos es, bueno, hay probabilidad de ver un 80% a la alza. ¿A dónde nos llevaría eso? Y ahora tomen esto por lo que es, ¿no? Simplemente un setup, porque los números van a ser ridículos. ¿Qué pedo? ¿Dónde está el 80% de este movimiento? Sería $150,000 por Bitcoin. Para que entiendan, esas son las cosas que van a poder, para todos ustedes que están aprendiendo apenas, van a poder empezar a construir este tipo de análisis y hacerlo más y más complejo, pero sigue siendo sencillo a fin de cuentas, porque estamos viendo, creaste nuevos altos históricos, consolidaste, te vas a crear un nuevo alto histórico, estás creando este alto histórico. Cuando normalmente el precio va para arriba y con este tipo de fuerza, lo que buscas es entradas en oportunidades en tu promedio de las 9. El promedio de las 9 está en 68,300. No hay nada que nos diga, de acuerdo a los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum que usan Farhan y Alex, el HPDR, que nos diga que esto va a poder regresar hasta acá. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que la zona de interés fuerte para el precio será alrededor de acá, en el rango de los 73 a los $75,000. Eso sería, pero un regalo del cielo, si es que llegamos a volver a retroceder ahí antes de continuar, si es que no se ha roto la tendencia, obviamente. Pero en este tipo de ocasiones quieres poner el promedio de las 5 también y quieres ver por qué. Porque el promedio de las 5 ya empieza a crearte diferentes convergencias. Lo tenemos en 75,000. Cuando volteamos a ver el de las 2 semanas, en que popule, no está ahí. En la diaria, ¿dónde está? En la diaria, el promedio de las 9 está en 76,000. Por lo que esta zona, tal vez, y acá pueden ver justamente esto, esta zona, y acá voy a poner una de estas, probablemente sea donde tengas una oportunidad de entrar en Bitcoin y treparte. Porque lo que menos quieres hacer en este tipo de mercados es agarrar, abrir una posición en lo que todo está subiendo y está súper extendido. Porque igual y este es un tope local que toma un mes poder tomarlo para arriba. Y eso quiere decir que vas a estar bajo el agua por un mes en tu trade. Entonces, importante notar eso. En el trade de 2 semanas, se los decimos, acá la volatilidad todavía está jugando para darnos este trade, otra señal estilo jamás. Está a nada, pero todavía no se da. Lo que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades es que probablemente por el movimiento tan grande y que se está, ahora sí que se está cansando, y les voy a enseñar cómo se está cansando. Pueden ver que la volatilidad en la diaria viene de nula, dio la expansión con el movimiento hacia arriba y ahora está a punto de tocar máximos. Esto quiere decir que este movimiento hacia arriba está probablemente cansado en la diaria. Vamos a ver en la de 12 horas. En la de 12 horas la volatilidad se empieza ya a dar la vuelta para abajo. En la de 8 horas, denle 30 minutos a esto para que se cargue. Solamente tengo el internet más rápido de esta casa, ¿no? Pendejo soy. Ok, también estamos en 93%, lo que puede decir que tal vez hay un poco más de movimiento acá. 4 horas, estamos topando. Entonces, estamos muy cerca del tope de este movimiento agresivo, de esta expansión de precio junto con apoyado por volatilidad. Eso es lo que nos dice acá nuestra divina tabla. ¿Qué podemos esperar? Lo que nosotros estamos viendo es este escenario. Y de nuevo, solamente son escenarios. Tenemos, lo único que usamos, para que sepan, para poder decir qué es lo que va a pasar, es probabilidades. Basado en lo que ha pasado antes, decimos, ok, cada vez que, digamos, el precio cerró encima de los 68, ¿qué pasó? No, de una expansión hasta tanto, y entonces empiezas a tomar todos estos datos y recopilarlos en tu análisis. Lo que nosotros pensamos, de acuerdo a nuestro análisis, es que muy probablemente Bitcoin en esta zona, y ahorita estábamos hablando de hacerle un corto, en esta zona se vaya a cansar un poco y venga a consolidar, ya sea acá, para después continuar hacia arriba. También podría darse que venga hasta acá, la zona donde tenemos nuestros promedios, y empiece a jugar por acá adentro de esto y luego se salga una vez más. O en un escenario pésimo, que esto se vaya ya al pito y ahí quedó, ¿no? Lo que nosotros pensamos, de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de momentum y a dónde ha ido al precio y comparado en situaciones pasadas con la expansión de la volatilidad en todos estos setups, en diferentes temporalidades, creemos que hay un movimiento claro. Una vez que superemos los 84,400 a los 92 a 95,000 dólares. Y ahí, para nosotros, muy probablemente vaya a haber una reversión, ya sea muy fuerte a la baja y eso sea el final del mercado, o una corrección antes de continuar para arriba fuertemente. Eso es totalmente basado en básicamente comparar lo que ha pasado en el pasado. No sabemos si va a pasar de verdad o no. Estamos siempre pendientes y estamos, ya saben, en el Discord les pasamos todas estas cosas. Estamos al pendiente de dónde va a estar la oportunidad. En este momento, Bitcoin no tiene una oportunidad clara. La oportunidad clara fue este short que acabamos de decir. Vamos a ver qué tanto da. Y de nuevo, está haciendo un corto, no lo está haciendo para irte a los 20,000 dólares. Está haciendo un corto para llevarte un margen de qué te gusta. Haces un corto con 10x de leverage y te metes 3% en la bajada a 81,000 dólares. Si tienes 20, o sea, si tienes un 10x, hiciste 30%. Si tienes un 20x, hiciste 60%. Así de fácil. No estamos buscando una corrección de mercado en este momento. Todo se ve muy bien, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether, la caída tan fuerte que está teniendo de este canal alcista en el 4.4%. Recuerden que Tether tiene una relación negativa, bueno, inversa a Bitcoin. Mientras más sube esto, más baja Bitcoin. Mientras más baja esto, más sube Bitcoin y también cripto. Y estamos viendo que Tether está en el 4.44% peleándose y va probablemente a buscar esta zona y eso nos pondría justamente en los objetivos que decimos, basado en que también en Tether puedes ver en la semanal cómo la volatilidad está expandiendo al mismo tiempo que el precio está cayendo. Esto es, de nuevo, algo que apoya a este movimiento y te dice que va a continuar y todavía tiene todo este camino en la diaria, en la semanal para continuar. En la diaria probablemente estamos en extremos, estamos muy cerca de extremos. ¿Por qué? Porque está cansado el movimiento en todo cripto. El movimiento de Bitcoin, el movimiento de Tether también. La dominancia de Bitcoin nos parece estar haciendo vamos a ver si esto fue un bajo más alto o si va a haber un rechazo acá. Si hay un rechazo, sería en la zona de los 59-65%, y de ahí muy probablemente vayamos a buscar esto, y este sería el tope de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Pero si rompes a la alza y de nuevo vuelves a superar el 60.57%, va para arriba. Ahora, este movimiento en este momento diario todavía tiene bastante la volatilidad apoyándolo y todavía tiene camino para correr. En la semanal vienes de volatilidad nula con expansión de la misma. Y puedes ver que estaba empujando para arriba, pero se dio la vuelta y ahora se está torciendo y se quiere venir para abajo. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que la volatilidad con esta caída está expandiendo, está en 47%, pero no lo está haciendo agresivamente. Entonces, la dominancia de Bitcoin sigue siendo un what if. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Pero mínimo por ahora nos sigue dando major bull market vibes en este momento, todo el mercado de cripto. Así que para todos ustedes, héroes, aprovéchenlo y espero que estén posicionados. Si no están posicionados, paciencia, aunque aquí hay una posibilidad de un short que, por cierto, nos puede llevar al culo. Yo pondría mi stop loss. Are you guys going to send the short idea on the Discord?
I'm not doing that because it's one of those very, very
ones. Yeah, I agree. Sí, no vamos a mandar este short en el Discord porque es de algo que es completamente en contra de todo lo que deberías de hacer. Pero para todos ustedes que lo quieran tomar, es hacer short acá y poner invalidación en los 84,600, 700, depende cuánto aguantes. Arriba de eso va a continuar y te va probablemente a joder. No sabemos qué tanto, esa es la cosa. Cuando estás descubriendo nuevos altos, no sabes hasta dónde va a empujar ese precio. Así que atención acá, no crean que esto tiene que voltearse para abajo, también puede irse para arriba. Simplemente estás usando un extremo en nuestros indicadores para medir esto. All righty, sir. We're ready for some Tesla.
All right, that's good.
And I believe I deleted Tesla from here because someone asked for another fucking goddamn analysis of something else. The lives of those American pilots. Have you ever seen Independence Day?
Nope, I'm culturally ignorant.
For real? You've never seen Independence Day?
Nope.
That's insane. I'm so old. Like, to me, those movies are like something that everybody that I grew up with saw.
Okay. Well, I haven't. There's been a lot of those type of movies that I haven't seen though. So
yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Well, there's one scene. If you ever watch Independence Day by any chance, I want you to remember this. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on screen for you to see it. There's a general that's fighting with the president, and he's talking about the lives of all the American pilots. And the guy looks at the camera. He's kind of bald, but he's got like 3 hairs that go like this. He goes, "You're telling me you're willing to risk the lives of all of those American pilots?" Just like that. He just goes absolutely bananas in 2 lines and then goes back to normal. It's one of the funniest things, if you're watching it, that you'll understand. But if not, I understand it falls flat on its face. Let's go, sir.
I mean, I just saw Scarface for the first time, so.
Oh, that's why you just saw it. Okay. I understand. Now.
So the monthly on Tesla is HPDR momentum is entering the bullish control zone and going up. It's at 72.2%. Volatility is also at 72.2% and expanding. And then the pink is just about to cross over the yellow, and then the cyan is about to enter into the bullish control zone. So that is a pretty powerful jewel setup. It could get a little bit better if the cyan was a little bit closer to this crossover right here, but nonetheless, it is still a very powerful setup to the upside. And on the HPDR bands, we're about to close over the 61.8%. So since we have volatility expansion and we still have about another 20-ish% to go before volatility is tapped out, I think we could go tap this 78.6%, maybe go a little bit higher and that would coincide with us like going over our previous all-time highs, making a new all-time high. And then I would look for some type of consolidation at that point, because then our volatility is going to have reached well into the 90s, maybe even the 100% area. So I'd be looking at this meme line to hold as our next, like basically turn this from resistance into support, an SR flip, and then go from base off of this meme line and go towards this 88.3%, which right now is at in the low $600 area. Quarterly currently is getting shifting upwards on momentum. Volatility is still kind of flat at 36%, and we are bouncing off of the quarterly median at the moment, and we've been all the way down towards the 50%. The breakout zone right here on the quarterly is going to be 38.2, which is currently at $364.77. So if this monthly setup plays out and we go up towards this mean line, and then even if we reject there, we're still very likely going to be over this top 38.2 on the quarterly. Come on. There we go. I like to say the reason why the HPDR takes so long to show up is like there's a million little caretakers in the background doing all the calculations. So we're at the top 30. That would take us over this top 38.2%. And if we get a close over that, volatility is going to start expanding from below 50% at 36%. That's very easily going to take us towards this 50% on the HPDR bands. That's currently just below $850, $846. So if we're getting it more than 2x on Tesla, it's $1 trillion currently. It's going to be what, $2.5 trillion? That's the setup is saying. What is Nvidia going to be worth at that point? The jewel is starting to flip around on the quarterly. It shifted into the dark blue cell in April of 2022 during the bear market, and then it broke out of the bullish control zone. And then in April of 24, it started flipping white into this neutral. And based off of this quarterly candle, this is almost certainly going to flip into that cyan light blue color on the next open. And that's also probably going to take us into the bullish control zone as well. The last time we entered the bullish control zone on Tesla was in July of 2020, before we went literally up only. I believe it did more than 1,000% back then. Oh, 2,600%. I'm sorry. I was a little bearish there. Two-week HPDR momentum is also pointed up in the 84% area. Volatility is in the same area. That tells us we could probably get one more spike up before our oscillators and momentum is at extreme levels. That would take us probably somewhere above this top meme line and towards this 95%, which is basically at our previous all-time highs. Weekly is opening up on a gap. We're entering pretty high levels, still 76%, but momentum is kind of going sideways right here. Volatility is also going sideways. Not really getting much from that. Possibly we could get a pullback to fill this gap, maybe down to the 61.8, which is currently at 325. 5-day though, it's still pointed to the upside, but volatility is still pointed up, and we're about to get a close over the 78.6, which is 352.11. If we get that, then volatility should be able to take us towards this top 95%, which is currently at previous all-time highs. 2 days getting to very, very extreme areas though. We're already above the 97.5, and we're getting to 99% on our volatility, 99% on momentum. So that is telling us that possibly we can get up to this 100%, but I wouldn't really count on it. I wouldn't like probabilities are heavily against your favor for that. That's at $408.80. That's not something that I would risk playing, but it's very, very possible that it could go up and hit that before it tops out. Because that's where it topped out last time, I believe. Nope, last time it topped out at the 97.5. Interesting. I don't see it ever going to the 100. Very, very interesting. So that gives one more point against it going up here. And this area being the local top for now.
So it's never been even where it's at right now?
It's never been above there. No, and it never hit the 100%. Daily as well, we're well over the 97.5%. Volatility and momentum are at extreme levels at 99.1%. I guess we could see extreme levels for certain couple of closures before we can hit that 100%. It just would be a change of what behavior from what we had before. God damn, that monthly candle's insane. This is the single largest monthly candle we've ever had. Let's do from top to bottom. 46%.
Not bad. My boy Ross Gerber, who's a real professional who takes care of people's money, announced that he was selling all of his Tesla position at the price when the price was $140. Real fucking genius.
That's basically the bottom.
Yeah, dude. It's fucking retard. And that's what he does for a living.
Oh, what a fucking moron.
And he goes on TV too. It's actually a joke, dude. Like Kathy Wood. Elon again was today retweeting Kathy Wood. Like, why is anyone listening to Kathy Wood?
Who knows? I guess she's good at collecting fees for fun.
That's it. It's fucking nuts.
But so far, this is the single largest monthly candle I've ever seen on Tesla. The only comparable one is right here. This one was 43%. We're currently at 46%. Switch to the quarterly. Probably also the largest quarterly candle ever in Tesla history. We're flipping up on volatility. Volatility came down to like 50%. Now it's flipping up. It's above the moving average, currently at 56.9%. And our momentum is projecting getting into the bearish control zone. It's going to flip up as long as we're above $284.69. Beautiful. Let's say $285. We are currently a good amount above that. So most likely this momentum is going to flip up. The last time momentum flipped up was in July of 2020. What do you know? And we already measured it. It was a 2,600% move the last time momentum flipped back up. When this flips up, it's going to take us into the bullish control zone, and that should be a pretty similar move to that. I mean, my bad. Not a pretty similar move in terms of 2,600%, but I would cut an zero off of that and say somewhere around the 200% might be more reasonable. And that would go along with that top 38.2% on the quarterly. Monthly is pointed up as long as we're above $208, and we're gonna enter the critical zone, and we're still pretty low on volatility, only 68.8%. So we could probably go a lot higher from here. Let me draw one of these little things. I'll do this one first. Yeah, so the first area I would look at, and which doesn't make sense, is around $397, right around that 400 psychological number. I think it'll probably go a little bit higher to tap these previous all-time highs. And then I would look for it to base right around here, right around that $390 to $400 area. And then the next logical target is going to be 550s. Two-week also expanding, 78.9%. And we're going to enter the critical zone just like the monthly. And that number is to stay above is $271 and let's say $272. As long as we close above that, we will enter the critical zone. Last time we've entered the critical zone was right before we went from like low 200s all the way up to like high 200s. We got a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2 week as well. And it's pretty powerful silver cross considering the 9, the 21, and the 55 are all bunched up together. When's the last time we got a silver cross on the 2 week? Back in 2020. We can't call it the Hamas setup, but it's, I guess, the closest comparable thing.
in Tesla stock. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Weekly volatility is expanding from less than 15%, very low levels. And momentum is going to flip up as long as we're above $278.84. And we're also going to enter the critical zone. Let's see. Then the weekly has been had a silver cross. Here's the last time we entered the critical zone. When we moved up this green candle, about 78.5%. Not too bad. Although what would not surprise me though is if we were to get somewhat of a fake out right here, come back down and tap this meme line, and because we just closed above it and we have no back test, and fill the CME this gap right here on the Nasdaq. There we go. 5-day also came down to extreme levels below 15%. Now it's expanding 59%. Momentum is going to flip up as long as we're above $303.50. And just like on the 5-day as well, like the weekly, we're going to enter the critical zone. Last time we entered critical zone, I believe this is the same area. We moved up about 83%. 2-day is nearing pretty extreme levels on volatility. We're at like 90%, 90.5%. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $330, let's say $330.50. So the second that this flips down is when I would say that we've probably hit our short-term local top, and we could probably have some consolidation or pullback before we see newer highs. And the daily, I believe, is already at extremes. Yeah, daily is at 97% on volatility. So we could see, and what stocks usually like to do, Bitcoin doesn't like to do it that much, is a double top. Where on volatility, we'll see volatility tap out at 100%. It'll pull back a little bit, and then it'll hit 100% again, and that'll be your local top. On Bitcoin, it likes to do it like 3 or 4 times before it gives you your actual local top. But on stocks, usually likes to stick to 2. So we're getting to 100%. We're going to flip up on momentum on daily. Our pivot is currently let's say $295. So I could see us kind of locally topping here once this hits 100%. Come back down, tap this meme line, fill this gap, and then go up again and while this contracts a little bit, and then hit 100% again for a second 100% top out, and then I could see us making like a long-term consolidation. And that second spike, I think, would be somewhere around our current all-time highs. 4 hours already at 100% on volatility. So this is where I would look for that second like contraction for a little bit, and then second tap of 100% to the upside, and then we would get that long-term pullback or long-form pullback or consolidation. Where's the pivot? And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above. Well, we're just like a ball sack here above it, $349.15. So if this were to flip down, this is your first indication that we're already locally topped and we're about to have our pullback and consolidation. $349.60. We're kind of below that now. $346.90. All right, so the very, very high time frames are extremely bullish. I'm seeing targets that are significantly higher than here. Our previous all-time highs, and I have $550 after that. But our lower time frames are looking more corrective, and the 4 hour is kind of dancing on the edge right now. Like if it right at the number to flip it down. If it flips down, then I'm thinking that we're going to tap that red meme line, and we're going to fill the gap that we just opened up on, and then we can continue towards our current all-time highs.
So the opportunity would be on that pullback.
Yeah, right around that gap.
Yeah, around the 328 zone, 320 zone right here.
Yeah,
makes sense. Man, this is fucking just going up parabolic, son. Good for Elon. It's like almost he's going to be the president and he's going to benefit everything that he's doing.
He put in what, like 110 or $150 million into the election, and he made like $40 billion since then.
Like in it, yeah. Not bad. That's a pretty good return. Talk about a shit coin.
Yeah.
Vale. A petición de Abu estamos viendo Tesla. También vamos a ver Rivian acabando esto. Para mucha gente está preguntando si se les fue el tren de Tesla. Por ahora, digo, el tren se te va, pero solamente de hacer de comprar parte acá abajo. Si hiciste dinero cuando compramos aquí abajo y está por acá, puedes volver a entrar simplemente viendo todos los setups que estamos viendo. Vamos a empezar por la mensual rápidamente. para poder darles. Vean esta, les digo, esta siempre ha sido mi gráfica favorita. Definitivamente vamos a los 3.85, lo pueden ver ahí. La pregunta es, ¿vamos a llegar a los 3.85 rápido o van a ser la cansada? Vamos a poner rápido nuestra volatilidad para ver cómo el movimiento está acompañado de una expansión de volatilidad de la zona de 42% y ahorita está en 69%, lo que nos dice que en temporalidades altas todavía tiene camino para correr. Lo que veremos más expansión favorece a que va a haber más alza. Eso es en la mensual. Vamos rápidamente a ver la de 2 semanas, donde ves cómo también volatilidad está expandiendo desde el 43% y ahorita está en 80.95%. Para que lo puedan ver, está acá arriba. El precio de Tesla está a $353. Esta es una vela semanal, de 2 semanas, perdón, de un tranquilo 45%. Así que potente. Si compraste el breakout, te fue muy bien y el retesteo de la 9, excelente. Pero pueden ver que todavía el movimiento continúa. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más y pueden ver que la volatilidad está en casi 70%, que está por encima de esto, y va a ir a buscar el objetivo de los 83%. A Tesla no le encanta tanto estar hasta arriba en volatilidad, por lo que más o menos topea en este rango entre 91 y 88 y 85%, básicamente. Por acá. Sigue expandiendo. En lo que está expandiendo, pues, continúa Tesla por acá, el precio continúa en la semanal, pero en la diaria podemos ver que estamos en extremos, por lo que nos está diciendo que probablemente vaya a haber una corrección. ¿Una corrección para qué? Para consolidar rápidamente y después seguir con el movimiento a donde tiene que ir. Estamos viendo en objetivos a largo y corto mediano plazo muy alcistas en Tesla. No los quiero ni decir, definitivamente alto histórico, que es esta zona, es algo que básicamente nosotros vemos como una garantía. Hasta ahora no hay garantías, no existen, pero vean nada más el comportamiento, pueden ver cómo rompimos esta tendencia bajista que lleva desde el 2021, expulsamos con fuerza y ahorita andamos por acá. ¿Qué es lo que vas a buscar si quieres entrar? Me estás preguntando, mi queridísimo Abu. Tu entrada va a ser más o menos por esta zona. Vas a querer hacer entre este nivel y este nivel. Es tu zona de oportunidad potente. Por acá, hasta acá o hasta acá. Lo que esperamos es que te vaya a dar un pullback simplemente por lo agotado que está. Podría ser hasta la zona de los 322 y de ahí continuar. Recuerden, el setup que estamos viendo en Tesla es muy parecido al de Bitcoin de Hamas. Está expandiendo volatilidad junto con el precio y además todos los números. Piensen en esto. Esto ha sido una consolidación de 4 años. Imagínense la fuerza que va a tener. Piénsenlo como en Bitcoin. En Bitcoin consolidas por 3 años y luego ve el putazo que da, o 2 años. Esto lleva 3 años consolidando. Y pueden ver el empujonzote que está dando. Esto es el principio. Estamos viendo una vez más una fase expansiva como la que vimos aquí atrás, donde el precio de Tesla se fue de los $23 hasta los 416. Y ahorita estamos viendo más o menos exactamente el mismo tipo de patrón. Así que tu oportunidad sería un retroceso a esta zona. Si vienes a la zona de los 300, sería una oportunidad de oro, pero la oportunidad feriada va a ser o esta o esta. Esta sería impresionante. Así que ténganlo en mente si están pensando en entrar en Tesla. Y de cortos, ni se les ocurra tampoco, porque como en Bitcoin, que me hubiera absolutamente violado analmente, está en $85,000. Bitcoin's at $85,000, by the way. $85,000.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm watching.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's that. Now, Rivian.
And Rivian looks ready to bust up, in my opinion.
I think so too.
Action.
And especially, can I say something before you jump in?
Of course.
They just expanded credits to everyone that wants to buy a car. Like literally car dealerships are getting notices from their bank, and the bank is saying, interest rate is whatever the fuck is the interest rate. But now, if you send me people that have horrendous credit, I'll approve them. Like send them all to me right now. So they're fulfilling all these contracts right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching Rivian. This volatility, keep in mind, let's go back here when we had this one, when we had basically one session of zero volatility. this led to a nice breakdown on Rivian after basically rejected the daily EMA 100. From that point, that gave us a nice move all the way to we'll just take it to the wick low, almost 30%. And so now, if you guys can see, we have multiple sessions of zero volatility, but we're expanding now. I've been talking about this heavily on the Discord. For me, the long trigger was when that daily 9 got reclaimed, and then we wanted to see the entry here. I was, sick, so I wasn't watching it as closely as I should have been, but it's still nevertheless in the midst of giving a long trigger. We know two things. We know volatility is at extreme lows, and with Tesla, looking as good as it does, while everything else is looking great, Rivian probably does get a nice pump. We also know that the EMA 34 on the daily is a pretty big spot of resistance. And so, okay, if we are going to move up from here, what I'd want to see on this daily close is us actually to go, if we go to the 4-hour, us to make a move to this EMA 100 on the 4-hour. I'd expect this to find some rejection here. And then all eyes essentially on that daily EMA 34. Assuming we actually reclaim it, I then want, just like how this candle opened up on a back test and actually held the 9, I'd want the same thing where we open up, retest the 21, maybe on a wick basis, but overall hold that EMA 34. To me, that'll be confirmation of a nice move back up to the zone, an area we've been talking about now for a while. As long as that $10 region holds on Rivian, we see here, if we take it on a 2-day, lots of chop, but essentially it lost it and then quickly got reclaimed. And so in my book, it's choppy, but it's still overall held. And that's why I always like, for experienced traders, I always say it can help to at least trade if you know what you're doing on like a lower time frame. Because on this reclaim, that's kind of where I would have been watching really carefully, because this would have been like an SFP in my book. But nevertheless, when I'm reviewing Rivian, it's looking like it's about to expand. We're getting that breakout now. All eyes on this high here at $11.12. We break that, we're probably going to then go up to maybe that $11.20, right, matching that EMA 100 on the 4-hour, right? And then when we're forming now possibly a new high in this range, to me, it's the 4 hours forming an uptrend. And so that pullback scenario where we reject the EMA 100 for me would give bulls the next higher low on the 4-hour. And I do think we'll have to see where that daily closes, because we reject the 4-hour EMA 100, but essentially still hold above like $11. Then what could happen is it could be gearing up for maybe it closes and then opens up, tests the 34, maybe it goes down to the 21. These will move up. And then there we actually get the move to $12.30. It's kind of what I'll be watching, and I'll give the long trigger on the Academy. I personally wouldn't be longing here, just considering we know the relationship with that 4-hour EMA 100. In regards to this breakdown, that kind of was holding my short bias, and it rejected it, telling me that strong resistance. And so it makes a lot of sense to me. Rallying up to that, getting some kind of rejection at first, maybe short stack into there. We form some kind of higher low on a pullback to that daily EMA 34. There we can take entry potentially, since we know volatility is expanding. And then, or if you want to be more conservative, if we get like multiple closures above that 4-hour EMA 100, then I think that'll be enough to at least know where you're wrong. If we start losing this EMA 100 for a target back up to the zone, I would be conservative and target around that $12.30. But where the daily, if we go and throw on the HBDR and where the SMA 200 is and the EMA 100, we're getting a lot of confluence in that $12.30 mixed in with that 90% zone on the HBDR. Something to mention too, and why I think this is probably going to start going up, is the fact that the weekly, yes, we are at resistance on the weekly 9, something also to be cautious about, considering we're approaching that on the 4-hour as well, resistance that I talked about. But, with this weekly median here, price was pretty heavily under it this whole way down. It reminds me of kind of like what we saw here, where on this week median, on this big move down, we kept rejecting it solidly. And it wasn't until, at this point when we started to get actual closures back above the median, we tested it, and then we started to move up. What we see here is, we were stayed pretty heavily below it. We got above it, we retested it, Now we're going to get the expansion up. For me, confirmed once that weekly 9 gets reclaimed. Once the weekly 9 gets reclaimed, I do think that, you know, everything's kind of flipping in Bull's favor. They did what we talked about. They held this $10 region for multiple weeks, consolidated, reset the volatility, not even on the daily, but also on the 2-day, giving us, you know, a volatility setup here stronger than what we saw when we talked about this breakdown here that occurred that gave us a 30% move. And so bulls are taking control here, and we're becoming more evident of that since they just freshly reclaimed that daily 9 and tested it. So now we're at the last stance here. We want to see the 4-hour reclaim the EMA 100. We want to see the daily then reclaim the EMA 34, and then testing the 34. Something that was resistance right here, and then even we go onto this rejection, it rejected right there as well, caught rejection there. Into support. And so you would just then watch for something like this to occur for just a test up to this period, this zone here. You know, and even if we just bid to 34, let's assume it moves up a little bit, we catch a long, back to the zone, it's still a nice 13, almost basically 13% move. You know, but with what we know with volatility, I don't know if it's going to stop there, but that'll just be my first area of like, maybe trimming some profits, making my stops, you know, more break even, or just lowering risk tolerance. We start reclaiming that daily EMA 100 mixed in with that estimate 200. Then to me, this will just confirm what we're seeing on like the weekly, where, you know, we really could start seeing an aggressive move up from Rivian. The decision maker will be here. If we start reclaiming that, you know, we've been steadily under it this whole way down. You know, we know, you know, when we reclaim that EMA 100, it goes to the SMA 200. Once we reclaim that, we get our slingshot up kind of in a bull market posturing. It's nice for us considering, you know, they're kind of right by each other, telling me that this is going to be strong resistance. We do get rallies into there, but flipping that will just solidify the strength of bulls. So it is something to really watch closely, considering Rivian is giving us 2 volatility setups, 1 firing off on the daily, and then the 2-day still brewing, which, you know, is nice. So there's still hopium. There's still, you know, this is still very fresh. And when I'm viewing like the 5-day, you know, it very well could be like once this 5-day 9, like once the 9 on, especially on the weekly, I'll just say that again. Once the weekly 9 gets reclaimed, that'll be my confirmation that, you know, we're probably going to bust on through and go to $12.30 to maybe $12.60. And there's just 2 points for bulls where you can easily find that. Watch the daily EMA 34, or if you trade lower time frames, the 4-hour EMA 100, you'll want to hold if it gets reclaimed. If it doesn't, then you'll run the risk of us deviating, and then that could lead into a bigger move down, you know, and then all eyes back on $10 to $10.20. But until then, I do think we easily can reject the 4-hour, come down, form some kind of higher low, and then just make another higher high, keeping, you know, the higher low structure of like the uptrend that the 4-hour is trying to make, assuming we break that high here. So it's very cool to see that Rivian Bull stepped in. They did exactly what we talked about on stream, which is consolidate right at that $10 region, enough to actually move the volatility down in their favor. Now that they're shifting it and they're reclaiming that daily EMA 9, we have to be more on long watch, considering that all the stars are aligning for bulls. The final tick for me is that weekly 9 getting reclaimed. If it does get reclaimed, you'll just want it to hold. So then you'd expect any back test into there to hold on a closing basis, and for more upside. I do think we've talked about this. Rivian can go up, you know, just on that 1 day of zero volatility, it went down 30%. You know, now we have multiple sessions. Is about to just do like a 40% move up. I have no idea, but it looks that way.
We saw what Tesla did. Rivian should be able to do that and then some, because when Rivian runs, fucking shit runs. You have days of like 16%. It's fucking glorious. And just looking at all the setups is making me really excited. I just honestly, while you were talking, I bought some. So starting this bullshit. Let's get it.
Especially with the daily firing off now, it's like, that's why I'm like, let's reclaim the daily 34. Let's backtest it really fast. Let's get the Academy long right there. Find a quick stop loss, and let's target that $12 to $13 and easy. 12 to 15% trade that, like you mentioned, Rivian could do in one day if it really starts to move. So
let us fucking go. Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Vale, pues vamos a ver Rivian rápidamente y sin nada. Quiero que vean una cosa que tiene en común con Tesla, básicamente. Lo están viendo en la diaria. Déjenme lo pongo en la de 2 semanas para que sea un poco más evidente. Lo voy a acercar por acá. Un segundo. Básicamente venimos de un poco de lo que habían visto de Tesla del 2021 con un bajadón. Todavía venimos de más abajo, de más arriba para abajo, pero esta es la estructura que ha estado formando desde entonces. Hemos intentado romper esta línea, no hemos podido. Hicimos un SFP acá, que es un breakout falso. Acá tuvimos otro y ahora estamos en la parte de abajo del canal rebotando. ¿Por qué se ve bien Rivian? Una cosa que todos ustedes tienen que saber en este momento es que la semana pasada Estados Unidos, todos los bancos empezaron a hablarle a las agencias de coches y les dijeron, güey, los intereses son los intereses, tienes que pagar lo que va a costar, pero mándame a gente que tenga mal crédito. Voy a probar a todo el mundo y a su mamá. Entonces, en este momento acaban de abrir el grifo para lo de los coches, no sé por qué, pero si Tesla está haciendo lo que está haciendo y estamos viendo todas las señales de Rivian, atentos a toda la gente que está en los Trading Alerts de Elite Trading Academy. Por supuesto que les va a caer pero se los voy a poner de una vez para que lo veamos. Aquí estamos, damas y caballeros. Ok, estamos aquí. Este es un periodo de 2 semanas en la tabla y podemos ver que aquí no hay ningún setup. Básicamente, estamos cotizando en 11,07. Hemos visto el bajo histórico de Rivian son 8.32 y estamos creando un bajo más alto, lo que nos da esperanza a básicamente estar acá, tal vez rebotar y romper a la alza. Eso es lo que estamos viendo ahorita. ¿Qué nos validaría esto o qué nos está dando la idea de que esto va a ser válido? Bueno, en lo que estamos yendo de lado, el precio está subiendo en la temporalidad semanal, pero cuando nos acercamos más y podemos ver la diaria, aquí es donde se hace el amor con este gráfico, señores. En el diario venimos de un periodo, este es un setup como el de jamás y se está reventando justo aquí. Encima, en la diaria, estamos por encima del 15%, volatilidad está expandiendo y lo único que tenemos que asegurarnos en este momento con Rivian es que este vaya a ser el movimiento correcto y que no se vaya a dar la vuelta y haya sido como expansión de volatilidad. Mentira y bolas, güey, para abajo. Que vamos a mandar obviamente la señal de cuál va a ser tu invalidación del trade, pero estamos viendo esta área de los 10.81 donde probablemente se vuelva oportunidad. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos buscando como confirmación? Romper este alto en 11.13. Justamente venimos y lo topamos, lo puedes ver acá. Y Rivian trae ganas, pero fuertes, de venir a trepar. Ahora, no nos sorprendería si Rivian hace esto, esto y esto, seguiría siendo un alto más bajo y seguiría dando continuación a esto. Pero por cómo estamos viendo la volatilidad expander, al mismo tiempo que estás viendo al precio subir, eso nos dice que a corto plazo esto probablemente ya está empezando a dar el famoso pop. Vamos a ver la de 2 días. Carga más. Periodos de no volatilidad también en la de 2 días. Está en 0. Todavía no nos da el Prascaprus, pero pueden ver este velazo que se acaba de trepar y la volatilidad aún muy por debajo de ese 15%. Discúlpenme. Acabo de darme cuenta que estoy pintando. Ya saben que me faltan habilidades en todo en este mundo. Entonces, volatilidad está muy por abajo, está a punto de darse este otro mega cero que se parece al de jamás. Este cero fue el que nos tiró. Entonces tuvimos 1, 2, 3 periodos de nula volatilidad y una vez que expandió, nos tiró ¿cuánto? Nos tiró 30%. Entonces, le vas a agregar 1, 2, 3, 2 más periodos de nula volatilidad. Y ahora expandiendo, digamos que nos va a llevar al mismo 30% de donde estamos. Eso te pone en 14.37. Y si eso te pone en 14.37, este pollo empieza a oler rico y a cocinarse como debe. En temporalidad corta, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Queremos simplemente buscar esta validación porque acuérdense que en corto plazo, temporalidad más corta, es básicamente jugarle más al futuro. Lo que queremos es completamente tomar este nivel de los 11.22, que también nos confirma que superamos este alto, ya superamos este, y ahora vamos a ir a buscar esta zona que es exactamente la misma en los 11.23, y de ahí a los 11.86. ¿Qué tan rápido se van a dar estos movimientos? Obviamente nadie sabe, pero como puedes ver, la volatilidad está expandiendo en la de 4 horas, en lo que el precio va para arriba. Tiene cara de que, y aparte de venir de este periodo de nula volatilidad en todo este tiempo, dio un fake out y ahora sí vino a recargarse y a expander. Este fue un SP y ahora lo pueden ver trepar al cielo y al más allá, damas y caballeros. Una absoluta puta locura. Personalmente creo que esto podría ser ahora sí que el setup que hemos estado buscando. Voy a compartir con ustedes que personalmente acabo de empezar mis compras en Rivian. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Obviamente tengo mis invalidaciones, pero por ahora, déjenme asegurarme que haya entrado. Sí, a huevo. Vale. Y por ahora, aquí estamos. Ahora a buscar, agregar a esta posición, a poner la choncha y a disfrutar si es que se da el escenario que estamos esperando. Vale, pues. Esto es Rivian para todos ustedes. Nos vamos con los Solamis. Como de que no, los Solamis en Lead Trading Academy. Todo el mundo ama Solana. ¿Cómo no? Si amaste Solana en 17, como tu tío Salo, vas a amar Solana en los 220. Eso sí, una absoluta tragedia que tristemente no pude comprar Solana a los $8 y me tuve que esperar hasta los 17. Ya todo el mundo se burló de mí en Twitter porque yo decía que iba a bajar $1, a centavos tal vez. Y entiendo, toda esa gente ahora está comprándose yates, mansiones, Ferraris. Si tan solo hubiera agarrado el movimiento de 8 a 220 y poner todo mi dinero como todo el mundo le hizo, pero no lo hice. Tristemente fue en los 17, así que espero que aprendan de mis tragedias. Sir, we're ready.
Solana.
Salamis.
De Solana.
The Solana manlets. Time to shine for the Solana manlets. People stopped calling it that. I'm very sad. It used to be the whole thing in 2023. We used to call them the Solana manlets.
Man, remember what was his name? Crypto Banner. What's his name?
Ren?
No, the fat one. BitBoy. Remember he was like the Solitarian of Sol or something? Remember that?
Oh yeah, and they're like, all right, it's over for Solana.
And yeah. Good
All right, so do we have enough data for the quarterly? No, not really. All right, so the monthly currently is getting an expansion after testing the 9 EMA. We're currently just about to tap the median. The median is at $222.03. If we get a close over that, our next statistical target is pretty insane. We'd have a 61.8% chance of going to the 38.2%. That puts us at almost $550, basically $547. Currently, volatility is at extreme lows and momentum is pointed up. This setup usually gives you a target of the median, which we're just about to hit at $222. Currently, our high, we've already hit it. Our high is $222. So we've basically fit the conditions of this setup with momentum up and volatility down. But if we close over the median at 222 for the month, then volatility will start flipping back up and momentum will go further to the upside, which gives us that move to that $550 number. Sounds crazy, I know. Sounds very insane. The jewel is starting to flip back around within the bullish control zone, and it's about to flip back up. And next time, it's after it switches to cyan light blue, it's going to enter the critical zone. That would also coincide with us getting a move to $500. 2 week is already well over the median, and we're about to close over, pretty close to closing over it. It's at sitting $240. Probably won't close over it this week, the 38.2%, but the next week it's a good chance that we are above it. And what also coincides with that is that next week to close above it is that the jewel is starting to flip back around, and it's maintaining the middle zone, and it's flipping cyan light blue. So next open is very likely should be within the bullish control zone, and then from there, probably one more week before we can close over that 38.2. If we do close over it, because volatility is so low, that would take us to the 61.8, and right now that's at $400, right next to our previous all-time highs. Weekly is currently already over the 38 too. That is at $215.53. If we close over that, because our volatility is still pretty low at 40%, it's very likely we come up to somewhere around the 61.8. That's like 286, right below 300. Five days, momentum is entering into the bullish control zone. Last time that happened was over here back in March of 2024. Was that our current all-time highs? Yep, right before our current all-time highs. No, that wasn't our current. Yeah, current cycle highs, not all-time highs. My bad. Five days currently about to brush up against 61.8%. This is the area that we would look at for opportunity zone for a rejection, because if it gets over the 61.8%, then you get a pretty expensive move to the upside. Right now, we've topped at the 61.8%, or basically right around it on our March cycle highs whenever Bitcoin is at $72,000. So if we get a close over that, that would take us to the 88.3. That's at 364. Today is currently above the 50%, also getting close to the 61.8. Just where it topped out last time at the 61.8. So that gives us more of a confluence that this might be a local top, and this would be the opportunity zone if you were looking to short this. I don't know why you would, considering it's going up only, but if you wanted to short it, this would be the zone.
Well, we're fucking retarded, dude. I just did that and got stumped out.
Oh shit! Right
That's
now,
why. Yeah.
the 2-day momentum is entering the bullish control zone. We're at 50%, so we can go a bit more before it tops out. Actually, quite a bit more. Volatility is at 57% too, so that can also go up quite a bit more. Jewel starting to flip back around within the bullish control zone, and on this next open, it's likely to turn cyan light blue, and then the open after that probably will enter the critical zone. Daily is getting to pretty extreme levels, 91% on volatility and momentum. So we're pretty close to a local top. I can see us going to around the 95% or the 97%, right around like 235 to 260. And I would expect that to be the local top based off of the daily momentum and volatility. 4 hours of momentum and volatility are already starting to turn down. That gives us a statistical target of the median. And right now the median is at $212.08. That would also be a tap of D9 EMA as well. Momentum. Monthly momentum is pointed heavily to the upside as long as we're above $167, and we're going to enter the critical zone too. Last time Sol entered the critical zone was in January of 2024, when it went from $96 to $210. So more than a 2x from there. And we're getting even lower levels on our volatility than we had back then. So statistics, like by the book, it should give us more of a aggressive move than we got back then. 2-week volatility is expanding already. Came down below 15%. Now it's at 23%. We're rejecting the bearish control zone, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $150.50. Last time we flipped up on the 2-week was back here when the price was at $41. And we went from $41 to $210. That's like a 5x.
Not bad.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say that's pretty okay. The okayest thing I've ever seen. Weekly came down to extreme lows on volatility. Same thing, expanding 41%. And we're entering the critical zone. With the next open, we should be in the critical zone. That's at $165.50 as the pivot. Last time we entered the critical zone was right over here, from around $100 to $210, 2x. The other time before that was from $50 to $130, another 2x. So if we were to apply that same logic, that would take us to like $440. 5-day volatility is expanding from 0%. We're at 53%. We're within the critical zone, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 208. 2-day volatility expansion, 65%. We're going to re-enter the critical zone after being kicked out of it, as long as price is above $200. That's usually the double tap, where you get kicked out one time, you re-enter it, you make an even more aggressive move than you made the last time, then it makes a short-term local top there. Solana on 2-day also has a silver cross right here. Where's it? Let's see if I can find an example. Yeah, like right here, where we ended up making a local top, came back down, flipped back up, tried to make another top, but it made a higher lower high. Then you got the real correction. And daily volatility is at very extreme levels at 94%, while we are in the critical zone, and momentum pivot is $204 and say 50 cents. 4 hours also at extreme levels, 93%. We're currently about to flip up and enter the critical zone as long as we're above 214.30. So right now it's looking like 4 hours very, very close on the edge to getting our consolidation and pullback, and the higher time frames are still pretty extremely bullish. So what I would look for is if we close below that number on the 4 hour, then we would get a little bit of consolidation while the oscillators reset the volatility mainly. And then from there, the higher time frames would take over. And I don't know, people may laugh, but I have on my HPDR set up somewhere around $500.
That is fucking absolutely bananas.
Wow.
Absolutely bananas. Alex, did you get the IMX thing?
Yeah.
All righty. Let's do that one, please. And Farhan, Meta for you.
Zuckerberg is now the third richest person in the world.
Wow.
He was already, no, he was the second. So who beat him? Bezos?
The bald, yeah, Bezos. I was thinking bald guy.
Bald guy, Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel.
I forgot Bezos' name for a second.
Ready for you, sir. Ahorita les doy el análisis de Solana. Tengo que ir rápido a darle comer a Tata.
Perfect.
All you, sir.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Feed the squirrel.
So let's go to the daily first. I've never heard of this IMX coin. We see here, one thing to note is that $1.07, $1.08 region is pretty crucial. There's something, there's a pattern here. Every time we SFP it on the daily and it gets reclaimed again, we tend to pump up, but then the rallies at least go to the daily EMA 100. And then from there, we find resistance. And so currently, if we throw the 55 on too, I'm curious if there's any crosses here. No, not on the daily at least. We reclaimed the daily 9 and held it as support, which is nice. So we're getting that first move to the 21 and the 34. So we're technically at somewhat of daily resistance. If the daily can actually reclaim that $1.33, call it $1.34 on a daily closure, I do think that can open up the probabilities of us going and testing the daily EMA 100. But something like I noted here, rallies up to that EMA 100 on the daily, usually result in some kind of rejection, especially when it's been held down under it for so long. And so I would be watching very cautiously at that $1.43 level as major resistance. We see here already too, the daily's kind of been front running it a little bit, very much so like what we did here, while the daily trend is still down. And so what bulls essentially want is us to actually break up, bust through this, break the last lower high that was made right around $1.45, and then actually hold this as support for a move back to $1.60. And then from there, reclaiming that, I do believe then we can start making a bigger case for a bigger move. But until then, I'll just be looking at almost like that EMA 100 is like a mid-range in this very big range we've been in for multiple days now, right at $1.44. Breaking that and reclaiming it takes us to the top of the range. And then, right, if we start breaking out of this, range that we've been in and holding up back above that, especially the daily SMA 200, it just solidifies that, bulls are stepping in. We're now getting that up trend curve, like posturing in the market, and then all eyes on these, what highs essentially. If we start breaking that, then that solidifies the higher high for me. Let's do it on a 5-day. I'm not sure there's a lot of data here, but for what we do see, the 5-day did reclaim that 5-day SMA 200. But again, you're not working with a lot of data considering this coin, just recently came out. But it just kind of solidifies we are at some resistance here. We keep rejecting that 5-day 21, and that's sitting at $1.41. So, right, if the daily starts reclaiming that EMA 100, it opens up for the 5-day actually reclaiming that 21, which has been a big point for IMX as a rejection. And you can just see it here. If we start reclaiming that 5-day 21, we basically can get a nice move back up to that $1.60. But if you like more, if you want to have more of an actionable day-to-day trade, then that's why it's easier to gauge it on the daily, because we can see, we want that to hold that EMA 100 if it starts reclaiming. That can open the chance for then a nice move to 160s. There we probably find a pullback, reform maybe another higher low to that actual higher high break. IMX is looking good. It's just still under resistance. So there's no actionable trade set up here other than just to watch that EMA 100. Because we know big moves happen once it gets reclaimed. This move doesn't seem like it was significant, but from reclaim up to the wick at least rejection, that was 26%. And then at this point here, once it did get reclaimed, that was still 12%. So we're dealing with big moves once that EMA 100 gets reclaimed, but also big rejections too. So that is just something to be mindful of. And considering we haven't tested that in a while, and volatility is, slightly resetting. There's not really any volatility setups we're getting. But, this is constructive price action. We're just under some EMA resistance, but it seems like at the precipice of breaking out, it just all hinges on that EMA 100 on the daily. I'm curious to see if the monthly, how the monthly is looking. And you can see here really evidently that this $1.07 level is pretty key for IMX. It's held for multiple months, and we're getting like a spring from it. While not even breaking this last monthly low that was formed in August, it just ties into there is structure being formed here. But when we're getting the cluster almost of the 21 and the 9 right around that meme line at 160, you just have to open up to the idea that this was the reclaim, this was the SFP, and it rallies up to this 160. To me, could be looked at as a bearish retest, and that just. I would already be cautious at that 160 for all the other points I've mentioned, that being a major resistance, and then it just solidifies too when they're clustering. If we start reclaiming this 160, getting back above that monthly 9, then to me, it solidifies that the trend is up. We're probably going to break out, and then all eyes on that $2 to $2.30 level. We just see here once we're under that monthly 9 and we bust up and reclaim it, that's kind of when the fun starts for IMX. While we're below it, though, you just have to watch this rallies into that, especially with this fresh SFP, almost like a bull trap here, trap the longs, and now we're rallying back up, possibly for that bearish retest. Just be really mindful of that resistance, which again just lines up with that SMA 200. So if how I would play this is I'd view this on a daily. I'd be mindful of that weekly and monthly resistance. And I'd be watching for that EMA 100 reclaim for the trigger to 160. There will be the decision maker if we're going to be in a bull market, if we're in bull market territory for IMX. And for that to happen, we need two things. We need that SMA 200 in the daily to hold and get reclaimed at 160. And then we also need to make a higher high and break that 169 high that we formed in October. If we can start doing that, then I then think it opens up the question if we're going to go and test $2.26. Let's see where we are at the HPDR on the daily.
Which, by the way, just so you know, IMX is a L2 on Ethereum, and it's supposed to be the L2 where everybody was going to build their video games to be Web3 video games, etc. So it had a lot of hype from the past, but that kind of dies down with all the metaverse narrative. But we don't know what's going to come out of crypto next, right? Could be meme coins or could continue. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is kind of the spot where bears want to press down. You're getting that EMA 100 lined up with the 95% mixed in with, this still just could be in lower high territory. The hopium though of the structure is the fact that we are in that higher low structure. It just all will hinge on actually breaking and getting that higher high. What we don't want is us to actually get a nice move up. I think this will happen. Test that EMA 100, never break this on the wick high, start rolling over, and then on the more higher time frames, it just starts looking like the downtrend just kind of still stayed, and then all eyes really back on that $1.14, if not $1.07. But I'm still on the camp that once that EMA 34 on the daily gets reclaimed, that's going to trigger that EMA 100 test, and then there will be the decision. If we start reclaiming that, then it opens up the likelihood of testing that 160, especially with Bitcoin's still consolidating while Bitcoin dominance is looking like it wants to go down slightly. Could give alts the bid they need, and then from there the 160 will just be if we're going to be in a bull market or not for IMX, which will still be a nice 19% move from there. But before there though, we just have major resistance, and that 160 don't forget lines up with that monthly 9 pretty nicely in that 21. So IMX is looking constructive. You see we're bouncing off the 50%, not really getting anything on volatility though, but it's looking like we at least can go back up and test that daily EMA 100 right at $1.43. There will be either a rejection zone or a bigger move up, more like a breakout if we start reclaiming that. So
yeah, this is quite an ugly ass chart. Like the top, let me share this. Like just on the daily, this is the biggest head and shoulders other than Solami's, right? Wow. I mean, this is from the past. This is 2023 all the way to 24. Has the move completely played out? Not at all, by the way.
I don't think so.
On this breakdown, if you measure, it must be fucking tremendous to the downside. Let's just go with something simple.
Is it negative?
I'm sure it's going to be, because he broke it down here, right? So yeah, you're -4.
Damn, they're going to pay us to hold this dog shit.
That's right. It's like having oil back in 2020. They'll pay you to have it. Okay. Thank you. And Alex, for you, nat gas.
Okay.
Caitlin Schneider is asking. Saludos, Caitlin. Caitlin. Ok, vamos a empezar rápidamente con IMX. Estoy compartiendo mi pantalla de IMX. IMX, para todos ustedes que no sepan, es una L2, es una cadena que está por encima de Ethereum, que hace todo mucho más rápido y barato, básicamente como un Matic, si lo quieren ver así. Y a lo que se enfoca es videojuegos. Todo el mundo que estaba construyendo videojuegos, todos, en la época del metaverso, las empresas grandes con las que me junté para platicar me dijeron que IMX iba a ser la plataforma que todos iban a usar y que iba a ser un golpazo. IMX nunca en realidad pudo volver a tomar sobre los altos históricos que logró, que eran como $7. Ajá. Pero mínimo regresó por ahí de los $5. Eso es bastante bueno en este ciclo, porque esto es el 2023 al 2024. Y IMX no se mueve en paralelo con el mercado normal. IMX fue como las que se tardó más en reventar. Solamente le estoy contando lo que pasó en el pasado para que lo puedan usar como gusten. No sé si va a llegar a los históricos otra vez, si Ethereum de verdad tiene chance para hacer algo así cuando existe Solana, etcétera. Pero vamos a darle el análisis que acaba de pasarnos el tío Alex para que lo puedan ver. Vamos a ponerlo en la diaria porque en la diaria nos enseña un poco de todo. Y en la diaria podemos ver algo bastante interesante, rápido para todos ustedes que están acá con nosotros. ¿Qué estamos viendo acá? Vale, pues venimos de estos máximos, venimos de estos altos, caímos, consolidamos, caímos, consolidamos, caímos, consolidamos. Lo que ha estado haciendo esto es crear altos, altos más altos, con bajos y bajos más altos. Pero hasta aquí, porque este cancela este y cancela este, porque es un alto más bajo, y este bajo cancela este, porque es un bajo más bajo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estaría esperando la gente, los buenos especuladores de bien degenerados como su tío Salo? Sencillo, a formar estructura. Estamos en medio de la nada, lo pueden ver acá. Pero ¿qué es lo que buscamos? Formar estructura. Queremos definitivamente romper esto en el 1.4444444. Queremos definitivamente reventar esto. De ahí nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser esta línea meme en los 1.593 y de ahí vas a tener que empezar a llevarte estos altos y no crear un SFP. Cada que hemos superado esta línea para arriba o esta línea para abajo, nos ha dado un SFP, un movimiento falso. Y lo pueden ver, le fascina a IMF joderle a todo el mundo la vida, pensando que ya la rompieron y salió el precio, pero nada, padre, tómela, torón. Cuando ponemos nuestros promedios, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Puedes ver que déjame quito el 5, porque el 5 en esto es irrelevante. Podemos ver cómo el promedio de las 55 nos está rechazando en este momento, pero estamos encima del promedio de las 34. Tenemos este cruce plateado que probablemente ya se dio. Vamos a ver si va a haber continuación, porque cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad, vemos que se está yendo de lado en lo que el precio está subiendo. Lo que nos podría indicar que esto podría ser un movimiento correctivo en esta temporalidad. ¿Qué es lo que buscas? Sencillo. Primer objetivo, tener un cierre encima del 1.378, que es básicamente esta vela en la de diario. No sé por qué estoy poniendo texto, discúlpenme. Esta vela de acá, que es justamente coincidente. No, hombre, felicidades, Alejandro, de verdad, qué bárbaro eres. Aquí queda perfecto para que lo puedan ver. Entonces tenemos este nivel ahorita. El siguiente nivel va a estar acá, que también coincide con este alto. Yo lo pondría una vez más, justamente acá, y lo vamos a llevar de lado. Este va a ser tu siguiente nivel en IMX. Y de aquí, tu siguiente nivel creo que es el bastante obvio con el promedio de las 200 que se encuentra aquí arriba y es esta línea meme. Lo que te gustaría ver es que el precio vaya para arriba, empiece a consolidar por acá y a buscar nuevos altos. Definitivamente lo que menos quieres ver es que el precio barra este mínimo que tienes acá. Si barres este mínimo, te daría más probabilidades de que vayas a la baja que a la alza. Pero por ahora, con esta expansión de precio y con el momentum que lleva, lo más sencillo es esperar a tener un cierre encima de esta línea meme, que es donde está el promedio de las 55 en 1.37. De ahí, esperar a ver cuánto van a bajar estos, ver si puedes retomar el 100. Y si te quieres poner en bull mode, decir, güey, IMX se va al cielo, vean esto. Es bastante sencillo en realidad. Vamos a quitar todos menos el 200. No has estado por encima del 200 y cuando el precio está por encima del 200 tiene este tipo de movimientos. Una vez que retomes, la última vez que retomó el 200, el precio a la alza fue acá y eso te dio un movimiento de 400%. Una vez que perdiste el 200, acá, que te dio el rechazo, perdiste un 57%, casi 60%, en realidad 60% para acá. Y a esta chingadera le gusta estar arriba o abajo contundentemente. Y si está abajo, fuerte para abajo. Y si está arriba, fuerte para arriba. Así que Bull Mode empieza con tu promedio de las 200 en IMX. Y esperaría eso. Y también pues a voltear a ver la volatilidad, a ver si cuando expande el precio, también expande la volatilidad. Alrighty. We're doing Meta, right?
Yes, sir.
Meta.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, of course. Mark Zuckerberg.
Let's forget about that thing, guys. Metaverse? What's that?
I think that, by the way, the metaverse now is going to be the AR world combination with the sunglasses. That's what's going to be everything. When we were doing the metaverse, because a friend of mine was completely obsessed with it, like with the metaverse. This is going to be the hit. This is going to be the thing. Google hired me to do a video for them on VR. And I said, if you can just combine AR and VR into like glasses, this is going to be it. My friend sends me pictures of Chinese sunglasses that already did that, which of course China is like way ahead of us because Xiaomi and all of those guys already have them. And I looked at it, I was like, this is it. So Marky's not creating something brand new, but he's going to do it right. I like that. And also just think about it. If you're driving in your car and your windshield was AR capable, you would be able to drive without looking anywhere else. And the road would literally just lit up wherever you need to go. It would tell you to make a left. It would show you like the name of the street. So that's technology that we really need. Maybe not the metaverse, but I think Mark Zuckerberg is developing the right tech right now for it. It's just a shame that the name is that. You're like, let me write down all the stuff that's irrelevant. All right, that's awesome. Let's go into the analysis.
All right, so we're going to start on the quarterly on this. We've been holding the 5 EMA ever since January of 2023. Usually, whenever this thing is in up-only mode, it likes to hold the 5 EMA. So as of this moment, we're still holding it. The 5 is at $500.08. As long as we're holding it, statistically, we still should be going up. Right now, our HPDR momentum is flipping down, but we're still within the bullish control zone while volatility is slipping down too. So that tells us if we do get somewhat of a pullback, it's going to be more corrective, and we should be looking for a higher low. The monthly, however, momentum is pointed freshly to the upside, and it's in the bullish control zone, and volatility is pointed up too. It's at 57%. So we still have a good amount more to go before volatility is topped out. We're currently above the opened above the top 38.2%, and we retested it and are bouncing off of it. And because our volatility is so low, we can easily go up towards the 78.6 to the 88.3. Right now, the 78.6 is about $663, and the 88.3 is $793. Usually, where does it like to top out? Usually, it goes to this time. It went to the 78.6, 78.6. 78.6, yeah, so it usually tops out at the 78.6, and that is at $663. See, 2 week currently is at the top 38.2%. We're currently kind of rejecting it a little bit. It's at $593.54. But this, as long as we're above the 5 EMA, that rejection doesn't really matter, and it's more likely on the next attempt at it, we're going to probably break it. And this thing does like to go to the 88.3, where it did it this time, it did it this time, and it basically did it this time. So right now the 88.3 sits at $770. Wow, that is almost 32% to the upside from here. Our momentum is starting to flip down. It's exited the bullish control zone, and volatility is going down as well. So that tells you that this is likely going to be a correction if we get a pullback. While the jewel is well within the bullish control zone, it's about to enter the critical zone. This could be potentially the pullback. It could be it if we close over this 38.2 at $605.26. That would be enough for me to say that this is the extent of the pullback we're going to get, and we're just back in up only mode. Weekly, though, is still below the median. Where we tested the median, we kind of rejected it, and now we opened below it. So as long as we're below the median, we have a probability of going down to retest this bottom 38.2. But since we're going to be so close to this 21 EMA, I'm guessing we're going to go there. It's more probable that we're going to go there too, because we're going to have lost the 9, and that is at about $540. 5-day is also rejecting the median after losing it, and that would give us a target of this 38.2, currently $559. Probably doesn't stop there. Probably goes down to the 21, also same $540. 2-day as well, losing the median. We've closed below it, retested it, rejected, retested it, rejected, and now we're getting a move down. Most likely comes down to somewhere around this 55. That is at, what do you know, $540. Daily momentum and volatility are starting to point up, and we're above the median now. So daily gives us less of an idea of a pullback, but we're still rejecting this 38.2. As long as we're below this 38.2, we have another probability of hitting the median, and who knows if it bounces at that point. The invalidation is closing above this 38.2 at $585.27. Then that would tell me this pullback is probably over, and we can continue to the upside in up-only mode. 4-hour momentum, however, is starting to flip down. Volatility is flipping down too. That gives us the probability of hitting the median, which is at $574. That would turn the daily to the downside as well, and then that would basically put into effect our $540 target. It's very interesting how momentum was contracting this whole way as we were going up. 3 periods of 100% extreme volatility to the upside. And now volatility it's still going down. It tried to expand a little bit, hit the moving average, while we're making new cycle highs. Interesting.
Have you seen that before on the chart?
Not really. This is very rare whenever we're going up so much and volatility is still contracting. So whenever volatility does start expanding, you should see even more of an aggressive move than you've seen already. Right now, we're flipping back up within the critical zone, and the pivot is $562.86, so say $564. As long as we're above that, momentum is going to flip back up within the bullish critical zone, and we should see a pretty nice size move from there. It might even get up to this 161.8 on this next move at $787. 2-week volatility is expanding from extreme lows, 12%. Momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $560, and it's within the critical zone. Last time we got into the critical zone was right over here, and we moved up. About 168%. Not too bad. That's it. It wouldn't even take 100% to get, or even 50% to get to 787. Weekly volatility is pretty low, 47%. Although we're pointed down as long as we're below $596. We're going to point down as long as we're close below $597. It's still currently pointed up. So we have 4 days and 4 hours for the bulls to flip this price above $596 to keep this to the upside. 5 day as well. I'm going to point down if we're below $594.50. But notably, volatility is contracting on that. So even if this does turn down, this is going to be a corrective move. 2 days at many periods of 0% volatility. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 days of 0% volatility. We're rejecting getting out of the neutral zone, staying within the bullish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we close above $581.20. We're like barely above that right now. But if we do close above that, that increases probabilities of, like we were saying on the other time frame chart, I believe it's a weekly, we're about to have a very, very aggressive move to the upside. And this would coincide with that, with 12 days of 0% volatility. And this would take us back within the bullish control zone as well. That should be, at the very least, I would say, probably like a 20 to 25% move based off of the volatility setup.
Holy shit. On the 2 day.
Yeah, and for a company this large, sheesh, hundreds of billions of dollars.
It's a blow off top, dude. It's because all of them are this bullish. Unless we're going to get mega inflation, this is a blow off top, which, by the way, could be both.
We're expanding on the daily from extreme lows on volatility below 5%. And we're currently rejecting the bearish control zone. Pivot, we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $559.50. And from this volatility low, we can easily move up a lot. 4 hours also expanding. From how much? 0%. That's funny. And the momentum is going to be pointed up, and we're going to be entering the critical zone as long as we're closing above. I hate how I have to zoom out to see the 4 hour pivot. Okay, so momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're closing above $567.50, and we will enter the critical zone. So it's looking like the higher time frames are still extremely bullish. The medium-term time frames are a little bit corrective, and the low-term time frames, like the extremely low ones, like the 4 hour, are kind of giving me an idea that the medium-term time frame correction might be over, and then the higher time frames can take over, and it's looking like this thing is probably going to go significantly higher.
Seems like an important point for the price to hold would be the 560 area, right?
Yeah.
Basically,
if we get a pullback, I would like to, like, we could tap 540, but I would like to see a close above that area.
Got it. Makes perfect fucking sense. 1 second. Let me just see. We got TNA. TNA. And look, I got Meta on this one. And I didn't check my chart back again, and the price actually is consolidating on top of that shit. So it's bullish. Very bullish, boys. Vale. Estamos viendo Meta en este momento y pueden ver la plataforma de Mark Zuckerberg. Habíamos colocado esta resistencia por acá que venimos a tocar una vez en septiembre antes de crear este máximo, este nuevo mínimo, y de ahí volvimos a trepar. Intentamos romper a la alza, pero no pudimos por cuánto tiempo. Intentamos desde marzo de este año, no pudimos. También intentamos en julio y no pudimos. Ni siquiera pudimos llegar a intentar en agosto. Y por fin en septiembre del 2024, Mark Zuckerberg lo logró y estamos justamente en ese nivel. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Temporalidades altas, por ejemplo, y vámonos a grandes, ¿no? Porque estamos en altos históricos. Puedes ver que vino, rompe el precio y se está apoyando ya usando. Esto es Flip SR. Es cuando nos escuchan decir eso, eso quiere decir que cambió de esto de ser resistencia a ser soporte. Entonces, ahora en vez de perjudicarnos, esta línea nos va a ayudar a mantener el precio por encima, mínimo esa es la teoría. En la trimestral pueden ver dónde está parado Meta, tiene pinta bastante alcista. Esto es lo contrario que pasó con Tesla, por ejemplo. Esto te daría... bueno, en realidad es lo mismo que pasó con Tesla. Esto sería el breakout que vieron en Tesla después de cuántos años de estar en esta línea. Esta línea la hemos tenido desde el 2018. No la pudimos sobrepasar en julio del 2021. Intentamos en enero del 2024 y de nuevo, esto acaba de pasar apenas el cuarto pasado. Vean cuántas velas lleva Meta verdes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Y estas son velas trimestrales. 8 por 3, 24. Son 24 meses, 2 años de solamente subir. Dude, Tesla has been up only for 2 years.
Holy shit. I guess
2 years.
But those guys on Twitter would have me believe it's been down for 2 years.
That's fucking unbelievable. Wow. Ok, Meta está en up only y lleva 2 años solamente haciendo esto. Voy a poner todos mis indicadores rápidamente. ¿Dónde vergas están? ¿Por qué no están apareciendo? Perdón. Es que apagué todos. Voy a retirarme ya pronto, ¿eh? No se preocupen. No se preocupen. Pueden ver que tuvimos un S&P aquí abajo del 21 y esto fue la oportunidad de compra del siglo para todos en los 116 antes de irse a hacer un 5X, una empresa de este tamaño. En temporalidades altas esto se ve muy alcista, pueden ver por justamente la distancia entre el 9 y el 21, sobre todo el 9 estando encima del 21, eso pinta bien. Vamos a ver, por ejemplo, si volatilidad nos da algo, estamos en extremos. En mínimo temporalidad alta, estamos entrando en extremos. Y de nuevo, puedes estar en extremos por un rato. Simplemente nunca habíamos estado en este tipo de extremo en la trimestral, en Meta. Vámonos a la mensual, tío, ¿cómo de que no? Como de que no, la mensual podemos ver, esto fue interesante, algo que nos dijo también Farhan, como venimos de este periodo de volatilidad extrema, vaya, vienes de este periodo, la volatilidad expande otra vez para arriba, se sobrecalienta y mantiene este movimiento para arriba y luego se va de lado en lo que continúa haciendo nuevos altos. Esto es raro. Aquí pongan un paréntesis, guárdenlo y digan, aquí esto está bastante extraño. Pero acercándonos un poco más simplemente a lo que estamos viendo, tenemos el cruce plateado por acá, lo que nos dice que cada que el precio toca la 9 es una zona de oportunidad. La última vez que lo hizo fue aquí en los 450 y eso hubiera sido una excelente oportunidad para cualquiera haber aprovechado y trepados al tren del dinero y ahí estaría el precio $100 más arriba, un 20-25% de esa zona. Vamos a ver la volatilidad. Volatilidad está haciendo, bueno, es lo que acabamos de ver, Alejandro, felicidades, discúlpenme. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que todo excelente por encima como se debe, bla, bla, bla. Y la volatilidad está yendo de lado, probablemente vaya a venir a esta zona, a rebotar y a continuar a la alza, pero se ve bastante bien el precio. Sobre todo, siempre y cuando estés por encima de esta zona, de los 554, Meta se ve, pero jugosa, jugosa, jugosa a la alza. Y es algo que creemos nosotros, que muy probablemente este nivel vaya a aguantar para Meta. Y esto vaya a ver, porque estamos viendo un poco de corrección y puede que la corrección en temporalidad a corto plazo haya sido esta y va a haber continuación, porque a larga temporalidad estamos teniendo objetivos en el HPDR de los 700, casi $800 en Meta. Entonces, con objetivos hacia la alza, sabiendo que en temporalidades media era un poco correctiva, viéndolo en temporalidad muy corta, por ejemplo, les voy a traer a la diaria, pueden ver cómo la expansión de la volatilidad empieza en lo que el precio está yéndose de lado. Entonces, una vez que se suelte, va a ser como gorda en tobogán, se va a poner loca la situación en este momento. Vamos a ver la de 2 días rápido. Y en la de 2 días te estás a punto de tener un setup de jamás. Este no fue un setup de jamás, solamente hubo 2 periodos de volatilidad en la de 2 días y luego la volatilidad expandió y lo que vimos en eso fue básicamente un casi 10%. Entonces, ¿no? Si haces las matemáticas chuecas del tío Salo y tienes un periodo de volatilidad mucho más grande, de cero volatilidad mucho más grande, ahora vas a tener que esperar a que expanda a la zona del 15%, que es difícil hacerlo perfecto, pero todo lo que yo hago queda así, brother. Entonces vamos a esperar a que la volatilidad en la de 2 días regrese acá y nos dé el setup perfecto, el setup de jamás para Facebook, que sería no un setup de jamás porque son judíos, Mark Zuckerberg, así que sería el setup opuesto. Sería el setup de Israel contra Líbano, ¿no? Ese sería más como explosivo para ellos. Discúlpenme. Después de horas de hacer esto me vuelvo algo loco. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando en Meta? Estamos esperando una corrección. Máxima oportunidad estaría en esta zona, por acá en los 568, por donde está el promedio de los 21, que es también un poco donde está el promedio de las 55. Es lo que creemos, pero puede que esto ya estés viendo el final de la corrección y el rebote a la alza y empezar a correr. Así que pongan mucha atención. No pierdan de vista esto. ¿Qué te dice que esto es más alcista? El poder eliminar los $602, que es el tope que tienen, básicamente. Lo voy a poner acá. Si puedes subir por encima de esto, ahí me empezaría a sentir bastante bien y probablemente comiences a consolidar por encima de ese nivel. Así que ahí lo tienen. Meta, consolidación fuerte después de una subida de solamente 2 años. Déjenme ver la de 6 meses. Nunca he visto la de 6 meses en Meta. Uf. Se ve potente la cosa. Se ve muy potente la cosa. Ahí lo tienen. Una de las empresas que más varo hace y más varo hará a futuro está acá. What's next, Alex? What are we doing? Nat gas.
Yeah, natural gas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So natural gas, it's looking constructive. We see, a few days ago we had this almost like a breakdown. It quickly got reclaimed, and then we held the daily EMA 100 and the daily 9, and now we're testing the top of the channel that we've had for natural gas for a while now. We know more times support gets tested, the weaker it gets. But also, we're in that gray zone of a chart where we go on more of a higher time frame, like a 5-day. We're making higher lows, but we're just no higher high confirmed yet. And that's why, for me, it's going to really be important to see where this chart hinges on the 5-day, in my opinion. If we can actually start reclaiming that 5-day EMA 100, mixed in with a reclaim of that $2.80 level, on natural gas, and I do think then we can see a major move up to like $3.70. For me, though, we're at that point where we really want to start being cautious that we're at the area where this could be the rejection point. Evident on the monthly, just a correlation with that monthly 21, which we're currently at right now, intertwined with just that meme channel we have, tells me that 270 to 269. It's going to be pretty strong resistance, and we're currently finding somewhat resistance, not a full-blown rejection, but it just ties into, if we start closing monthlies back above, especially above this meme channel here, we reclaim that 21, and then we'd look at what was massive resistance for natural gas for many months, flipped into massive support. and then just ties into, you know, more of a bigger move, possibly that 34, right? It's $3. You know, for me, it's hard to gauge the energies on like a daily and lower. But when I start looking at it more on like higher time frames, you know, natural gas still is, even though it's in the channel and it's still trying to make constructive price action in the sense of just the higher lows. This monthly 9, this quarterly 9, just is something we can't disregard. You know, I'm really not getting anything on any like time frames with the volatility. But when I see the quarterly 9 as rejected as it's been, timed around that, you know, $2.80 level, just like this level we've talked about, you know, it just tells me that we are approaching pretty big resistance for natural gas. But if we end up breaking back above, especially that 280, it just ties into what, you know, we're seeing here. Like once we break this, there's nothing but air from 370, and that'd be a pretty big move overall. And you know, we would be almost at the end of this channel here if it's going to be true. So it is interesting to see that. You know, and that is why we could be seeing, you know, the correlation with the EMA 100 nicely coming around that 280, and then, you know, gives us usually a free move to that SMA 200 on the weekly too. So we know it's a big level, and we haven't actually tested it since we lost it back in the beginning of 2023 in January. You know, that EMA 100 and that weekly SMA 200 usually caught the bottoms with natural gas when we would actually come down pretty hard. You know, that correlation was pretty evident in this chop zone. That was, you know, around 2020 to 2021. Before, you know, I reclaimed the SMA 200 on the weekly, and then we made a parabolic move up. So, you know, I don't think it's too much to play this, you know, especially if you're on spot. Whereas if you're bullish, you just want to see, you know, a breakout, a retest, kind of like what Nvidia did before it broke out, to an actual, you know, move up to that $3.70 level, an easy retest of the SMA 200. There will be a pretty big decision maker. If you're bearish, you just want to see another rejection here, you know, to an actual breakdown, giving us that lower, basically a lower low. Because even though we have the higher lows, we're in that tricky spot in the chart where you have higher lows, but you also, you know, have lower highs here too. That's why it's going to be really important for bears to, you know, kind of reject us in this spot, not break this wick high rejection that was left on September 30th, and actually roll us over. We'd probably go back down to that $2.10. You run the risk of breaking down here. And then I do think then we can get a nice move to that 165. Over time, of course, this is on a weekly. And that's why I think gauging, you know, energies, because I've been watching US oil too. And US oil is dumping pretty hard today. It's interesting to see natural gas, you know, still looking positive. It's just at the point where bears could really start stepping in here, especially with, you know, we know with the 2-day, it's closing today. So, you know, even if we're unable to break back above 270, or even 280, it doesn't seem like that's gonna be likely. Getting this nice green dildo on a closing basis is fun and cool, but usually then we go and throw back to the SMA 200 and the 9, especially when they're all, you know, collaborated right there. Opening up on this 2-day candle on natural gas down wouldn't surprise me. The idea would just be, you know, each time we throw it back to the SMA 200, it just doesn't hold. So then the idea is if natural gas is going to be bullish and we're actually going to break out, you know, you'd want it to come down, test this zone. You know, these moving averages are going to keep moving up together. And then there you'd want to see it hold, test the high again, break out, test, and then we move up from there. Just solidifying the higher low structure to another higher high, which we still have unconfirmed. If we start rolling over and we don't end up getting that bounce here and we start deviating actually this SMA 200, EMA 100, the 9, and we start losing that and going down and then rallying and rejecting it, then it's really going to start looking like, you know, bears are stepping in and we're getting that actual breakdown confirmed once we lose any daily closure under like $2.12. Then to me, it's all eyes over time on that $1.63 to maybe $1.80 level. That's why it's really important to watch natural gas closely on the 5-day, because it's kind of just going to lead the way, in my opinion. If we're going to reject or break out, actually, it just will really be dictated on the 5-day. And this is kind of what I've been saying when I'm viewing like energy, especially natural gas, it's just like the weekly, the 5-day, it looks the same. But you know, we see here we're busting up. We opened with a gap. We easily could test that EMA 100 in the weekly, just like each and every time we go up to it. Question just will be if we roll over and reject, because we're getting lots of resistance that I pointed out with the quarterly, the monthly, now the weekly, you know, and then if we end up rejecting, then, you know, we probably get that throwback scenario, view the 2-day, if we start losing that, you know, all the moving averages here, we're probably going to test down to that $2. And if we start losing that $2.12 on a closing basis, then yeah, all eyes on 163. So watch really closely. You want to see that 5-day reclaim to EMA 100. That'll be really key to me, that this is giving a long trigger. We're shifting structure. We're getting in that uptrend posturing, and a big move from that point could happen. You know, when we saw this 280 get reclaimed on natural gas on a weekly or 5-day, remember, you know, it rallied up, trapped a lot of longs, came down, retested it, and then the big move could happen. So, you know, oftentimes we want price to prove to us that it's support. We don't want like big moves. It goes down, it's holding, it deviates, rejects, you know, chops around. Like, we just want consistent 5-day closures above it. What with the 9 supporting it. We start losing that 5-day EMA 9, then it's more cautionary signs. But this is kind of the idea we want with natural gas that gave us that nice move up to $3.60. You know, which happened around 2020, 2021. So I don't know what would have to occur for such a big move for natural gas to happen. And I also don't know if it ties into what I see with oil, you know, just because we're on energy looking like it's about to, you know, do the same thing it did back in, you know, 2019, right around that 2020, 2021 natural gas rally when oil went down just based on volatility. So energy as a whole is looking interesting to me. I've been watching this channel closely. Taking it on a weekly or 5-day really will, I think, help with a lot of chop. If we start reclaiming this weekly EMA 100 while reclaiming 280, then yeah, all eyes on 380, which is a pretty massive move for energy at that point. It's like 35%, 30 to 35%, which would be pretty insane. So that's kind of the idea. That's at least what I see with natural gas. It just all hinges on more of the higher time frame close. Because then the idea is once the weekly reclaims that EMA 100, we rally up to 380, and then, you know, in like the next month or two, we get that quarterly close, and then that'll kind of solidify. Oh yeah, we just reclaimed that quarterly 9, and for the first time in a very long time. And then we probably open up the new quarter on like a move down, test it to support, and then move up higher.
Thank you, sir. Indeed. And we'll see what happens with oil too, because normally low oil is recession, but apparently there's no recession. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I have no idea like what the correlation is with like US oil going down, if it means natural gas is going to go up, but I still stand on I'm still waiting for like a 50% move on US oil down. I'm mega bearish on US oil. I think oil is going to nuke in the coming years.
I think so too. And I think most likely it'll be because of what we're seeing, that we're going to have like a harsh adjustment of some sort. And that just causes pain, and people don't use gas. That's the only thing that makes any sense, because the elections are over and there's no need to fix it anymore.
Yeah.
Or no wars.
Or
that would really help.
Pandemic. Shut down.
Yeah. That'd be great.
That'd be fun. I like the that was fun. Pandemic trading, pandemic staying at home, just like
I was gonna say, I live my life like now like that. So for me, it would be I would be unbothered. Like I wouldn't even notice there's a pandemic going on.
Yeah, same. That's funny.
Alrighty. I sent you Oklo for after. Vale, estamos viendo el gas natural, nat gas, como saben. Lo estamos viendo en la de 5 días porque es el gráfico que más le gustó a Alex, que cree que dice más. Estoy completamente de acuerdo. Déjeme rápidamente, solamente quito esto. Quiero que vean la estructura un poco de qué es lo que estamos viendo. Pico en el 2021, octubre del 2021. Después pico en junio del 2022 y agosto del 2022. ¿Qué pasó en estas fechas? Estas fechas fue cuando le quitamos el contrato a Rusia y lo cambiamos por el de Estados Unidos para darle a Europa todo ese delicioso gas más caro que necesita Europa, porque Europa, pues ya saben, se está dispuesta a sacrificar por hacer el bien común de todos. Entonces, esto fue el cambio de proveedor de gas para Estados Unidos y para Rusia. Entonces, cuando ves al gas subir, algo malo está pasando, ¿no? Porque simplemente pueden ver las fechas. Y eso es, sin duda alguna, noviembre del 2022, el final del mercado bajista. Y ahora hace un mercado alcista en lo que el gas ha estado cayendo y consolidando. ¿Puede que algo esté por cambiar? Tal vez. Vamos a ver. Pero recuerden que al gas le dicen el widowmaker, el que hace viudas, porque es muy predatorio el hijo de puta. Es literalmente el Bitcoin de las energías. Así que aquí tienen al gas, después de haber caído en esta, recuerden rápidamente para todos ustedes que siguen un poco de formaciones también, tienes la caída, la consolidación, esta es una bandera bajista y luego tienes otra caída y consolidación. Pero ahora la pregunta es, ¿esto está cambiando? ¿Hay algo que esté cambiando? ¿Y por qué nos lo preguntamos? Sencillo. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más al gráfico. Perfecto, voy a seguir dibujando como imbécil cada vez que pueda. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más al gráfico y vamos a ver rápidamente esto, porque aquí logramos formar un piso en la zona del 1.53. Si estuvieron en el canal del tío Salo, ustedes tocaron y agarraron este fondo. Felicidades a todos ustedes, como chingados de que no. Y probablemente vendiste por acá, porque eres un crack y felicidades. Pero esto es un fondo. Creas este alto, que es un alto más bajo que este, por lo que es malo. El precio cae, pero luego creas este bajo, que es bueno, y luego creas este bajo, que es todavía mejor, porque son bajos más altos. ¿Qué te toca? Bastante fácil. Si sabes y quieres estar en una tendencia alcista para el gas, lo que quieres es romper este alto, que está por ahí de los 2.818. Voy a poner mis promedios para que lo vean y también dense cuenta que junto con esta línea, ¿no?, que pueden ver acá, meme, viene el promedio de la 100, pero como si estuviera dibujando la misma línea. No lo pudimos tocar, intentamos, nos acercamos, pero no mucho. Acá chocamos contra él y muy probablemente ahorita, mínimo, vayamos a poder hacer esto por encima de él y continuar el movimiento. Personalmente, yo soy más alcista en esto, en mi punto de ver esto, pero mi confirmación de eso, la primera va a ser en los 2.826. Una vez que pase esta zona, voy a todavía ponerme con precaución a los $3. Pasados los $3, muy probablemente, y aquí estás ganándole, intentándole jugar a Alberta, para ganarle al 3.449, porque si le ganas al 3.449, tienes aire limpio hasta literalmente el 7, o digamos, ponte un poco más payaso, el 6-7, que sería un excelente movimiento. ¿Qué invalidaría esta idea? Lo que nos gusta y lo que está validando más esta idea es que el 9 está por encima del 21, lo pueden ver ahí. El 55 está aquí abajo y están a punto de dar la vuelta. Esto sería un cruce plateado también a la alza, que en la de 5 días, no sé cuántos de esos cruces plateados haya en esta tabla, pero aquí hay uno a la baja y pueden ver lo fuerte que fue, y de acá atrás a la alza y pueden ver lo fuerte que fue. Así que atención a este cruce. ¿Qué es lo que decimos? Si pierdes el mínimo para ser bajista, pierdes el 2.11, olvídate de todo lo que te acabo de decir y tenemos que volver a empezar el análisis y ver cómo se va a expandir. La volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, no está apoyando ningún movimiento en ninguna dirección, en ninguna temporalidad, por lo que está un poco callado todo esto. Lo pueden ver acá como simplemente está yéndose de lado en la de 5 días. Si los llevo a la semanal va a ser básicamente lo mismo. En la mensual, vamos a ver cómo se encuentra la mensual rápidamente en cuanto a volatilidad. Ok, ¿dónde está mi? Ahí está. Sí, venimos de este movimiento exhaustivo que fue la bajada y luego de ahí has estado corrigiendo, pero simplemente como la volatilidad, el precio también se fue de lado. Así que no hay como un claro cero en esto, pero lo que sí queremos es romper esta línea meme de por acá, poder romper estos altos en los 3.32, de ahí ir a buscar esta zona en los 3.270 y vámonos para arriba, para el cielo. Pero básicamente una vez que veas el breakout, en nuestra opinión, una vez que veas este breakout pasar, va a venir a recargarse acá y a continuar. La forma de comprar es cuando vengas a hacer el retesteo acá, no cuando estés en contra de la resistencia. Esto es simplemente adivinar. Y digo, a veces te sale, a veces no. Así que ahí lo tienen. El gas natural. Vamos a hacer, alguien había pedido en el chat. Farhan, which one are you doing?
TNA.
TNA. Oh, yeah. Okay. Is that a crypto?
It's a stock, I believe.
Okay, perfect. TNA, let's see.
Direction, small direction.
Cap Bull 3x shares. So that means it's a leverage ETF.
Let's see.
It's breaking out.
So the boomers are degenerates like us too with the leverage.
They do. They just like to do it in a more traditional way. Honey, I bought an ETF. Are you using leverage, John? No, honey, absolutely not. It's just one ETF that has 3 times the leverage in it, but you won't have to know that, sweetie. We lost all of our money.
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
So
damn, Coinbase, dude.
Yeah, Coinbase is going fucking crazy.
Told you guys that was the biggest opportunity, and you heard it here first in Elite Trading Academy. That was the biggest alpha trade out there.
It's like
it
80%
was so
up
behind
from our long signal.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful.
So on the quarterly, we have several closures over the median, and as of this moment, we've hit our statistical target, which is 38.2. I think we hit it. Our high is 56.77, so not quite. We just front ran a little bit by a couple of cents, but our momentum is still pointed to the upside, and volatility is starting to expand from very low levels. And volatility is only at 32%, so we can easily break this 38.2% and test somewhere around this 78.6, which is right around this breakdown area. And 78.6 is currently at $85. Significant move up from here. It's about 50% up from here.
That's it?
Oh yeah, that's it, right? Us crypto degenerates 50% ain't shit. Like, you can keep that 50% at home.
I'm not interested, thank you.
And this is 3x leverage too.
Damn. Oh yeah.
They're like, mom. Boomers are like, mom, can we have leverage? We have leverage at home, sweetie.
It's on that ETF.
So on the monthly, momentum is pointed up, entering the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up as well. They're getting pretty high though, 77%. Jewel is entering into the bullish control zone. We're looking for a close of the 78.6 to get a move to the 95% right around this breakdown point. And that would be somewhere around closing over $57.58 to get somewhere in the high 80s. 2 week is nice as God candle. We're currently over the 200 SMA. Well, momentum is pointed up, volatility is pointed up, both at 88%. So we could see one more spike up before both are topped out. And that would be somewhere around high 60s. Weekly is currently both pointed up, momentum and volatility at 76%. The jewel's entering into the bullish control zone. And I believe the pink is crossing. Yeah, pink is just freshly crossing over the yellow. So we should see a nice spike up from here based off of that to somewhere around that mid $60 number once again. Interesting. So the 5 day is currently closed over the 200 SMA, back tested it, and now we're using it as a spring. And currently volatility and momentum are at 81%. So we can still continue upwards from there for at least one more spike up. And that would coincide with, what do you know, mid $60 number.
Huh.
2 days currently at pretty high levels on momentum and volatility. We're at 92%, 93%. So we still have enough to see one more spike up. That would give me an opinion of a bias of somewhere around the 97.5, which is currently at $61. But I could see us going a little bit higher for those other time frames that told us mid 60s. But at the very least, I would target $61. Daily is entering very extreme levels on momentum and volatility. They're both at 99%, while the jewel is breaking into the bullish control zone, and the pink is just about to cross over the yellow. And we're already above 97.5. So this puts into a little bit of question if we can hit that mid $65 number or not. Go to the lower time frames. We have a huge gap right here too. 4 hours at expanding volatility once again. It started contracting a little bit, so this would be the second one. And we're currently basing off of 97.5. We have a gap right here, somewhere around like $45. So based off the 4 hour, though, I'm seeing consolidation could have been the pullback before we continue higher towards that $65 area. Let's check the momentum. Nice move up on Bitcoin.
Where is it?
84,850.
What a piece of shit. The corn. It's gonna blow the fuck up, isn't it?
I got stopped out of my short and then I flipped long.
I did too.
I'm day trading this shit on the 5 minute.
Good.
Yeah,
we need more DJs.
I've 3x the account in the past day and a half.
Good for you. Good job, sir.
Gambling on the 5 minute with 18x leverage. Let's start with the quarterly. The quarterly is currently working off of contracting volatility from 2 periods of 100%. We are currently at, and we're basing off the edge of the bearish critical zone. We're going to be pointed up as long as price is above $39.30. So that should be a pretty easy move towards the middle zone of the stochastic momentum. And then from there, if we don't get any rejection, then that should take us towards the bullish control zone. And that should be last time we entered the bullish control zone was right over here, right before we got this. How much of a percent move was this? From this candle, nope. About 199.66%, not too bad. Monthly currently is at 43% volatility. We're going to be monthly momentum is going to be pointed to the upside as long as we're above $46.60, and we're going to enter into the critical zone. Last time we entered the critical zone was right here. Before a 107% move to the upside. 2 week is already having volatility expansion from less than 5%. Momentum is going to be pointed up and rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone as long as price is above $41.85. And we're going to be entering the critical zone, and we're going to close over the 200 SMA, which should pretty easily get us a move up to somewhere around that first mid 60s, and then after that I would look at $90. Weekly is already closed over the 200. We have a little bit of a gap, and we're expanding volatility from very low levels. Currently, momentum is going to enter into the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $48.51. 5 days also expanding from extreme levels on volatility. Momentum is going to be up as long as we're above 46.80, and we're going to enter the critical zone. Usually whenever the 5 day enters the critical zone, we usually get a pretty nice move like we did over here. And we have a silver cross to the upside like we did over here too, which also gives us more confluence for that. 2 days expanding from extreme lows on volatility below 10%, and we're at 79% now. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 48.65%, and we will enter the critical zone. A lot of signals pointing to the upside right now. Daily is getting to pretty high levels on volatility. It's at 95%. The moving average still is pretty low though. It's at 73%, so that can catch up with it before we've topped out. And we're going to be entering the critical zone and pointed up as long as you're above $44.58. 4 hours pretty high as well, and the moving average is caught up to the BBWP oscillator at 96% volatility. and we're going to flip down as long as we close below $56.52. So the very low time frames are giving me an idea of a bounce, and the very high time frames are giving me an idea of a continuation to somewhere around low time frames are giving me correction vibes, and then the higher time frames are telling me continuation towards mid 60s, and then if we can close over that, then somewhere around $90.
It would make sense just looking at the chart. Absolutely. Fucking amazing. Hang on a second. Okay, we got Nvidia.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Family
Great charts
favorite.
today. Yeah, absolutely. Vale, pues, estamos viendo TNA. Esta es una empresa que se llama Direction Small Cap Bull 3X Shares. Esto quiere decir que muy probablemente esta es una madre que está apalancada, es uno de esos ETFs apalancados. Sí, y aparte dice, acá te pone la lista de los 5 mejor performing ETFs apalancados de julio, así que así es. Esto salió a mercado en diciembre del 2008. ¿Qué timing, tío? Y está justamente cotizando acá en los 56.48. Ha tenido un máximo histórico en los 114, por lo que solamente llegar a ese máximo histórico, otro 100% en tu precio, doblar tu lana. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? En altas temporalidades, por ejemplo, como la mensual, que es justamente lo que estás viendo, se ve bastante alcista si solamente volteas a ver el gráfico. En temporalidades altas es así. Lo que estamos viendo en más medias y cortas es sencillo. Que el movimiento está un poco cansado. Esta zona, pueden ver acá la línea roja, ¿no? Que también está justo en donde está el precio. Vean cuántas veces ha sido resistencia y también soporte. Y qué tantas veces importantes ha intercambiado o ha venido a buscar liquidez a esta zona. Y cada que pasa esta zona es bastante importante porque los movimientos son brutales a la alza, literalmente te pone hasta arriba, o a la baja son bastante grandes. Eso te pondría para acá. Tenemos que saber para dónde va en este momento. Pues sencillo, tíos. Porque estamos viendo en temporalidades altas, déjenme prendo esto, que venimos de un periodo de volatilidad extrema y ahora nos estamos yendo de lado en lo que está rompiendo. Si nos acercamos podemos ver cómo el movimiento está expandiendo junto con la volatilidad y aparte estamos por encima del promedio de las 200. Se ve acá bastante claro. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Sencillo. Yo creo que el mejor gráfico para estaba viendo el 3 o el 5. Espérenme. El 3. Lo que estamos buscando en este momento es, porque estás teniendo la expansión de volatilidad que viene de volatilidad nula y sobre todo de este movimiento por completo que solamente fue de lado. Ahora lo que estás buscando es, si eres alcista, es poder aguantar esta zona. En la línea de los 56.39 es una zona bastante importante para el precio y lo que estamos nosotros viendo en los gráficos es que probablemente vayas a consolidar por acá y solamente vaya a ser una corrección para después dar continuación a lo que estamos viendo en las temporalidades más altas. Eso es a lo que nosotros nos tiramos. Ahora, ¿qué pasa y cómo sabemos si nos equivocamos? Sencillo. Esto podría ser un nuevo alto, podría ser un SFP acá y luego tirarse para acá. Tu confirmación de esto a la caída es simplemente perder esta zona de los $45. Pero por ahora tiene toda la cara de que se va a ir a buscar los 65 y de ahí la zona de los $70-80 por acá. Pero paso a paso, lo primero que necesitamos es poder conquistar esta zona, básicamente, poder tener antes del siguiente para arriba. Lo que nos hace pensar bajista, si esto se voltea y de la nada va con fuerza para acá, pero en temporalidades extendidas nos está diciendo que esto, sugiriendo que probablemente vaya a aguantar la línea roja, que ya está por encima de, y estar por ahí rangueando, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen todos ustedes acá. Los 50 en la diaria, que justamente coincide con estos saltos, es algo que probablemente no quieras perder para que no sea un SFP. Y ya, básicamente, aguantar vara por acá. Que si llega a caer por acá, aguante ahí y continúe. Pero esas son tus zonas. A ver, ¿tienes más cerca abrir un long que abrir un corto? No, tienes en realidad las dos. De posibilidades, es simplemente cosa de que cómo lo vas a jugar, pero esto tiene cara alcista, bastante. TNA, what was next? Oklo, that's a good one.
I've never
Vean
seen it.
esta belleza. Yeah, you have. Yeah, we've done it before. It was just like we did it when we were here.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't share my screen.
Yeah.
That's on my chart. Okay, no worries. Nice. So I'm viewing it on a daily. I mean, this chart, I don't know what they do, but
It's Sam Altman's nuclear energy company.
Oh, okay, cool. So, I mean, bears are going to be looking at this. They're going to be looking at this rally up. They want this area to hold for the wick high rejection. Bulls are going to be watching for the daily 9 to hold. You know, this is a crucial spot at 22, call it $23, basically. If we end up losing that on a daily closure, very much so like what happened to here, I'm going to be watching for, you know, maybe another lower high to a dump here. We don't want this $23 to get lost. If it does get lost, it really opens up a test of the daily 21 right at $20 flat, close to $20 flat, possibly even wicking back to $18.80. That's why it's going to be very crucial for bulls to step in here, which they are. They are holding it. You know, we want to see where this 4-hour closes. As long as the daily though is above the 9, then you know we need to just watch that as a simple pullback to kind of just keeping the trend. You know, we see trend has been in this up posture. Bears are looking at this to really break down and actually break this wick low rejection here. This wick, basically this wick that got bought up in November 4th, they want that to get lost because then that'll shift this whole thing down. This is the lower high they were able to short. But I think bears front running that are, you know, should at least be waiting for the daily 90 get lost because we know, you know, once it gets to the extremes that it hit on the HBDR, you know, a pullback does make sense. But when you're getting a cluster here with the 9 plus that $23, it tells me that this is pretty strong support. And it just ties into, you know, as long as we're above $23 and the daily 9, you shouldn't be too bearish. You should actually be looking at that as an opportunity up until we lose that. Once we do end up losing it, then yeah, I do think, you know, we can easily go down to the 90%, currently at, you know, close to that $20.50, right around that daily 21, if not all the way back down to 8, you know, closer to $19. So it's at a very important zone. I'm curious to see kind of where this closes and if bulls can just hold it because, you know, we don't need to immediately slingshot from this and go to new highs, especially with what we see with volatility, you know, creeping down. Bull's best shot here is just, you know, instead of a full-on deviation or rejection, we come down, it holds, and then we just end up kind of consolidating here for the next leg up. That way it gives volatility a chance to actually reset, maybe goes to the 50%. A spot, you know, volatility on the daily likes to go to before expanding again. We really, let's see here. It's all really I'm getting on this chart. It just all hinges on that daily 9. You just don't really want to see 23 get lost on any time frame, especially with the reaction we see even on the 4-hour. You know, it lost it. We went to the 34, which is right around that $18. Quickly got reclaimed, shot up, unable to break this high. Now we're coming down, retesting this zone at 23 after breaking out. That's why it just solidifies that, you know, this could just easily be a retest in the lower time frames and a daily 9 tap, while shorts are kind of stacking in, looking at this to be possibly a lower high. But, you know, the trend is still your friend, and this is still up as long as this higher low still holds. That was formed on November 4th. Here's how the monthly looks too. It's a pretty strong monthly. Yeah, because, you know, the monthly wasn't able at all to close above 23, and it's been a pretty big spot. And we even tested it into support. You know, and when I see a monthly like this, there's 18 days. That's why I like viewing then a weekly. I will note volatility is, you know, at 100%. So it is kind of, it's looking more like it's at least could consolidate here, if not, you know, momentarily top out. But then, you know, the weekly kind of paints a different picture, even with extreme volatility. This is a pretty strong weekly, you know, reclaim, throw back to the $23. And it's just still holding. Yes, this has 4 days, but it just ties into everything we're saying, which is as long as that 23 is holding, you know, then the upside's more likely. We start losing it, then yeah, we definitely can go back down to closer to $18. You have to mentally note too, if you're trading this, we haven't really tested that weekly 9 in a long time. So it'll keep going up. And, bulls ideally want that to grind up more to meet price and just kind of solidify that $18 to $19 zone. I do think if we end up breaking down, but that weekly 9 starts coming right around support here, I'm going to be looking at that as a major opportunity because we're just getting good confidence that this zone should be kind of the last stand for bulls, and it can make for a nice trade, especially when we see the reaction from that weekly 9. We got a 99% weekly candle. That's actually insane. Didn't ever hit it here, front ran it here. We went up 12, almost 13%. So, until proven otherwise, I'm just going to be looking at that weekly as an opportunity, that weekly 9. And then I also wanted to show the quarterly, looks pretty insane. So, somewhat of consolidation or a pullback, is granted when something's up right now 200% on the quarterly. It's pretty insane. And that's it. I mean, let me view the lower time frames here. Maybe I can give something else. So we see here that hourly 9's been heavily pressing price down. We're right at the point where if we start losing that hourly 34, we're probably going to come back down and test $22.86. Since we've already hit it 2 times from this range here, there's a good chance we're going to break down. If we start breaking even an hourly closure back under it, we're probably going to go back down and test $21.41. So this hourly is actually going to be pretty important because if bulls can step in, reclaim this hourly 9, then on at least the hourly, it'll start bleeding into like the 4-hour, closing and holding above the 4-hour 9. And then ideally, then it'll just mean the daily closes and holds this zone, which just is looking like a simple back test. Leading into ideally the weekly closing, you can close like this. It'd be okay, it'd be fine somewhat. As long as we're just above $23. If we start closing weeklies back under 23, then we really have to be cautious at a bigger move down. But until then, it's looking good. The hourly is possibly putting in a nice candle even on the 2-hour. We're just held down. We tapped the 34, trapped a lot of shorts here on this fake breakdown. Came up, closed above the 21 here. A big area for this chart in the lower time frames. It likes to reject the 21 and also find nice support on it. And so now that's kind of what we're doing. We just want in the next 33 minutes, the hourly and the 2-hour to reclaim the 9. And then, that'll just inherently mean the 4-hour held it. And then maybe, we just keep consolidating. We don't need to just bust up, but as long as we bullishly consolidate above the 9, then this is just going to be looking exactly what bulls want for possibly that more higher time frame volatility to reset. Because it is at 99.43% here. And at the monthly, it's literally at 100%. So I'm curious here. Let me see. This is the most amount of sessions on a monthly where we've had 100% volatility, meaning volatility is capped out. You really can't expect too much other than consolidation if you're bullish. And if you're bearish, you want this formation, like I showed here, to kind of play out. You want us to break down. You want us to lose the 9 on the daily and the 2-day. And then testing that $18 will be kind of your big break. If we start losing that, then it can bleed into the weekly losing the 9, and then we can go down a lot lower. Even at going back and testing its weekly 21, which that would be at $13.71. Pretty, almost half it. What is that? Yeah, half the price now almost. So pretty big haircut on price. So that's why this will be pretty crucial. I'm not really working with a lot. We just know with what we do have, we're at a pretty crucial spot. We want to just see some consolidation. If you're bullish, bears just want to push this down now and lose this daily 9, and bulls want to hold it, which they are currently. So that's all I really have. It's looking good. You just can't expect too much more upside, in my opinion, when we're at the top of the HBDR. Granted, there's not that much data with this chart, but with volatility also telling us that we're literally at 100% for the longest period ever in the history of this chart. Last time, we started to contract, it did lead to, on the monthly at least, led to somewhat of, some downside here. We started to come down. But as you guys can see, we don't really come down that much. We don't really reset. That's why it's hard to gauge this chart. That's why I like just how the daily looks in terms of the kind of the level we're at. So that's all I can bring to the table with Oklo. I've never seen this. On my front, I think Farhan must have analyzed it last time, but
He did.
it's
Yeah.
okay. And this kind of price action can act as like a trap to shorts because they just get used to rejection, deviation, back down. But you know, it'll be really, really constructive if we come down, up, come down, hold this, and then just start, you know, moving up or even chopping. As long as we just hold that $23, I'm bullish on Oklo. So.
Well said and well done, sir. Thank you. And I got a good one for you. Enovix.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a stream if we didn't view Enovix.
That's right. Enovix, Rivian, Tesla, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Those are like the signature ones. And every now and then Dutch Bros.
Yeah.
Ok. Estamos viendo Oklo. Para todos los que no sepan qué es Oklo. Oklo es la compañía de energía nuclear con los pequeños reactores nucleares que tiene Sam Altman, donde empezó como un SPAC. Esto fue la expansión después de que fue anunciado que Sam Altman y estaba metiendo, bueno, que estaban invirtiendo en la empresa de Sam Altman. El precio llegó por acá a los $18, luego se cayó por completo hasta los 5 y ha dado una explosiva subida de 425% en literalmente días. Esto tomó, si lo pongo en la semanal para que tengan una idea, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 semanas y de ahí 7, 8, 9. O sea, literalmente en 2 meses y medio ha tenido este golpe tan potente que estamos viendo. Hay muy pocos datos. Eso es algo con lo que tenemos que empezar, porque literalmente si lo pongo en la trimestral, pueden ver qué es todo lo que tenemos. Tenemos literalmente el precio antes de que fuera un SPAC, el precio después de que fuera un SPAC, un retesteo de la 9 y luego lo tomó la 9 y pueden ver la expansión que dio en esta vela trimestral. Vamos a ver rápidamente la volatilidad. Claro que está, pero en máximos. No hay, ahora sí que, ¿cómo no, no? Cuando nos acercamos un poco más, podemos ver que también en la mensual ha estado en extremos todo el tiempo desde que básicamente lo anunciaron. Estuvo en extremos antes y estuvo en extremos acá. La volatilidad no baja. O sea, el punto más bajo que llegó a resetear está por ahí de los 69%. Nice, bastante bonito. Pero en este momento está en 100%, lo pueden ver acá. Cuando la volatilidad está en 100%, dirías, güey, está exhausto el movimiento, ya no tiene más cómo subir. Pero si hubieras pensado esto en esta vela, no hubieras visto esta vela que también llegó más arriba. Así que, y de cierta forma en esta, que después esta y esta. Entonces, de cierta forma, por la temporalidad del gráfico y lo nuevo que es, no hay tantos datos tan buenos en este momento que podamos sacar de ello más allá de ver simplemente el precio y cómo se está comportando. En mi opinión, el mejor gráfico de Oklo es el diario, honestamente. El semanal es bueno, tienes un cruce plateado, puedes ver que el 21 está muy por encima del 55 y del 100 y ahora están trepando fuerte arriba del 9. Entonces, el precio de Oklo en este momento está en 24.29. Nada mal comparado con los $5 en los que estaba hace 2 meses. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos buscando? Obviamente somos alcistas, rompiste todos tus máximos por acá, los que habías hecho en la historia, los rompiste con contundencia y ahora estás en esta zona de aquí arriba. Esta zona de aquí arriba, si lo ponemos en la diaria, justamente puedes darte cuenta que es la zona importante. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es justamente lo que queremos que, lo que estamos viendo en este momento es justamente la formación que se está dando. Tuviste este alto y ahora este alto más bajo. Entonces la gente instantáneamente se pone a decir, oh, doble techo, ya va para abajo. Sobre todo cuando tocó acá, ve cuánto cayó de $28 a $18. Es un movimiento gigantesco para este precio. Y de acá se fue de esos 18 a 27. Y de ahí volvió a caer. Entonces ya está jugando con los sentimientos de todos. Pero por más que hayas hecho un alto más bajo, también estás creando bajos más altos. En todos lados. Entonces, lo primero que quieres es no romper esta zona donde está también el promedio de la 9, si lo prendo, para que lo vean por ahí de los $22.99, $23. Para nosotros esta es la zona crítica. Si llegas a perder esto, atención, probablemente tu siguiente nivel vaya a estar acá en los 17, en los 19.94. Es justamente esta zona. Perdón. Pero llegas a perder esta zona, probablemente vas a barrer este mínimo y esto en verdad va para abajo una vez más. Eso se vería pésimo para el precio de Oklo. Si eres alcista, simplemente quieres estar por acá. Tu oportunidad de entrada es cada que viene a retestear la 9 y en nuestra opinión, simplemente ver cómo está creando altos más altos, altos más altos. Nuestra primera mordida sería, una vez más, el retesteo de la 9 en los $23. Y de ahí puedes ver qué es lo que hizo el precio, si se rompió para abajo, o si de verdad aguantó y si no. Pero Oclo se ve alcista de a madres, como si Sam Altman fuera a hacer $1 trillón. ¿Quién lo fuera a ver? ¿Quién lo hubiera visto venir? All right, Farhan, we're motherfucking ready for you, son.
All right. Let me share my screen.
Share your pantalla.
Is that what screen? How you say screen?
Pantalla.
Interesting. I'm over
I
here.
just pronounced it like gringos would. Pantalla. Pantalla.
Are gringos anybody who's not Mexican or just white people?
No, Americans. Any American is a gringo.
Damn, so
He's
I'm a
not
gringo?
white. Like you can be black, fucking brown, yellow, green. We don't give a fuck. We'll call all of you gringos because you're from the United States of America. In reality, I'm also a gringo now, not by birth, but I'm a gringo by passport.
So we're both gringos now.
That's right.
All right, so the quarterly, God, this thing is always amazes me when I look at it at the quarterly.
It's insane.
Just up only. We're over the 78.6% right now, while our momentum and volatility are declining. So this very likely could have been the extent of the consolidation and pullback if we close over this high, which is currently at $136.15. We're currently above it by a decent amount. Close above that, that should take us up to this 95%, which is at about $230. But I would not expect very much continuation from there based off of the probability. So we would only have 5% chance of closing above that. I would guess somewhere around there would probably be our next, like at the very least, local top before we get some consolidation and some actual long form consolidation and pullback, something like this. Monthly is currently at 61.8, while momentum is starting to flip back up and volatility is starting to flip back up. And we're only at 52%, so we have a good amount to go before it's topped out. So, and if we close over the 61.8, that should be enough to get us to somewhere around this 95%. It's 95% is right around that same $230 area we saw before. $230. How much would Nvidia be worth at that point? It's already 3.5 trillion.
Do double 6 trillion. We talked about it last time. It's ridiculous. Like it's absolutely ridiculous and unbelievable. I actually don't think that's possible so fast.
It's
like you're just gonna break the record.
It's a quarterly chart, so it should take like a year and a half to play out.
Yeah.
2 weeks, same thing. Currently at the 61.8. Momentum and volatility are up. Momentum is within the bullish control zone. Still have a good amount more to go on volatility. That should take us up to that 95 to 97.5. That's between $200 and $221. Weekly, currently momentum is flipping down with the volatility. We're still within the bullish control zone though, and it tells us that this is a corrective move with volatility flipping down. That should be statistically a move to the median, but as long as we're in the bullish control zone, I'd look for consolidation and the median to pull up and then tap it there. But if momentum breaks down out of the bullish control zone, then I would say that we're probably going to go down to where the median is right now, and that it would be at 128. So basically 130. 5-day currently is a little bit of a rejection of the 61.8 area. If we close like this, we'll probably come back down to retest this median, which also we have a setup right now on the median on the downwards momentum and downwards volatility. On the 5-day, median is at 130, 131. 2-day, we're already at the median, and we're below it currently. Median's at $146.70, while momentum and volatility are both pointed down. So that we've already fulfilled this setup of hitting the median. But if we close below it, then we're probably going to come back down towards this 21 EMA, which is at $134. Daily is looking a little local toppy. where we have this little top candle right here. We have momentum, but momentum is now pointed up on the daily, and volatility is now pointed up too, and momentum has entered into the bullish control zone. Interesting. So as long as we hold this 5 EMA, I would say that we're postured to the upside. We should continue to upwards towards this 88.3 at about $154. But if we lose this 5 EMA, then we're going to come back down towards probably first stop is going to be this 21 EMA and this 38.2 at around 139. And then if that doesn't hold, then the median at around 134. But more likely, because whenever you break back into the 38.2, the median usually is not what holds. It usually comes back down. As you see right here, it comes back down to the bottom 38.2. And that's at 129, 128.
That 130 keeps coming up.
Yep. 4 hour currently is bouncing off of the top 38.2 after putting in this little bit sort of a top candle right here. We're losing the 5 EMA currently, but on the 4 hour, it's not too bad to lose the 5 EMA. It's the 21 that you really want to watch. Like we lost it over here. I mean, the 55. We lost it over here. We came back to the 55. We bounced, and then we got another big spring up from there. Basically, ever since we reclaimed this 21, we've been going vertical. Right now, 4 hour momentum is starting to reset. It's going back below the bullish control zone, and volatility is resetting too. With that setup, you statistically would hit the median, which is right now is at $140. So what bulls would like to see, if we do hit the median right here, is first we'd have to lose this 38.2. Otherwise, the median is likely to come up and tap it. But if we lose the 38.2, then we would come back down towards this 140, and bulls would be looking for this to be a wick and for it to close above the 21. Just a momentum chart. If you look at it on the quarterly zoomed out, it's literally just a straight line up.
Yeah, it is the most ridiculous chart on earth. Absolutely.
Just for
aside
shits
from
and giggles. Yeah. let's disable the indicator for a better view. There's the stock price. I mean, yeah, the stock price. That's so fucking hilarious. See?
That's a great way of just looking at it without any noise.
Yeah, because the line chart only shows you the closures. It doesn't give you any of the wicks.
Mm-hmm.
On the quarterly right now, on the BPWP, we went to 100% volatility. Now we're contracting on there, while the moving average is still catching up. So while the moving average is still pointed up, we could still see another move to the upside, and then put in a second 100% on the volatility. As long as we're closing over $133.60, momentum is also going to be pointed to the upside. Monthly is also contracting on volatility, but we're flipping up from the edge of the bullish critical zone, and we're going to stay up as long as price is over 136.20. 2 week volatility is almost fully contracted now. It's at 26.9%. It likes to base out around somewhere around 12 to 15%, and we're going to flip back up, holding the bullish control zone, and we're going to enter the critical zone as long as we're above 123.50. Weekly is expanding from 20% volatility. We're currently at 52%. We're breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to stay up as long as we're over 144.80. 5 days also expanding, and momentum is going to be up above 140, say 141. 2 days contracting, extreme lows on volatility. We're currently at 8%, and we're going to bounce. Momentum is going to be up, and we're going to this momentum is going to close down in the next 2 hours and 46 minutes. If we close below 146.34, that would break us out of the critical zone and down to the bullish control zone. Interesting. Daily is expanding from like 9% volatility, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum above 138.70, also keeping the bullish control zone and breaking into the critical zone. 4 hours expanding for multiple periods of 0% volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 149.12. So the extremely high time frames are looking bullish as fuck, and like we're going to possibly or very likely go somewhere around $5 or $6 trillion, and the lower time frames are looking pretty corrective. We're about to consolidate or pull back for a little bit before the volatility indicators reset, and then we can continue to those higher targets.
God damn, Nvidia. Good for that Jensen Huang signing tits left and right. That's what you need to have a $6 trillion company. So I'll be out there signing tits, kissing kids, kissing babies, and getting ready.
Why do you think Apple got overtaken? You never seen Tim Cook signing any tits?
What a
my bad.
loser.
Tim Apple. That's his name.
There you go. There you go. That's what people know. We got BA next for you, sir.
Boeing?
I believe it's Boeing. Boeing Aviation or
Aerospace. I know this because I support the military-industrial complex.
Well, it was at a really good place to buy. I don't know if it's still there. We'll check it out right now, but damn, it was pretty fucking fresh. Why am I Rivian here when it was Nvidia? Am I that stupid? Yeah, I mean, I am, but wow, I legitimately read. I just wrote it down. Nvidia. Incredible.
I saw this one meme on Twitter that said, "I don't support either one of those two Middle Eastern countries that are perpetually at war. I support the military-industrial complex."
That's right. How sad. Ok. Tenemos aquí Nvidia, damas y caballeros, potente, porque estamos creando estos nuevos altos históricos casi llegó a los $150, dependiendo seguro en qué exchange lo hayan hecho. No sé si funciona como cripto, pero me imagino que en diferentes países sí. Pero básicamente 150 el tope, tenemos nuevos altos, estamos formando bajos más altos, etcétera. Yo creo que nadie se está perdiendo que Nvidia es una de las cosas más alcistas que existe. Es una empresa de $3.55 trillones. Eso quiere decir que es la empresa más grande del mundo. Y lo que estamos viendo en las tablas, en temporalidades altas, por ejemplo, trimestral, mensual, es que esto va a seguir subiendo. Y si la volteas a ver literalmente en estas temporalidades, puedes entender el por qué. No ha dejado de subir desde este punto. Y esto fue en octubre del 2021, tuvo la corrección como todas las demás. Pudiste haber comprado Nvidia por $12, pero te quedaste sentado en tu casa haciéndole el feo a tu esposa porque se quería cambiar de vuelta a Austin, a Los Ángeles, y tú de pendejo no. Entonces, ha tenido un pompazo y ha solamente estado en subida desde ese entonces y ha llegado 1,255% para arriba hasta el tope. Nada mal. Nada mal. Esto es bastante alcista, obviamente, la acción de todo lo que estás viendo. El promedio de las 9 está hasta los $86.51 en la trimestral y volatilidad viene reseteándose de extremos y empezando a darse la vuelta para abajo. Eso es en la trimestral. En la mensual podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. La volatilidad está empezando a reducirse en lo que el precio está en los 144, muy por encima de todos los promedios. No hay tanto por acá que analizar, pero acercándonos más empezamos a ver un poco de corrección en el precio, porque en temporalidades más bajas empezamos a ver una corrección. Esta corrección que estamos viendo en este momento con Nvidia es una consolidación, es lo que nosotros vemos. Lo que nosotros creemos es que Nvidia va a estar rangueando, muy probablemente venga por acá a intentar fingir que va a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo y por aquí, por la zona de los $135, $130, poder ver el rebote para poder continuar el movimiento. Pero para esto va a tomar bastante tiempo. Lo que estamos viendo es que Nvidia podría llegar a los $240 sin problema, $213, eso los pondría en $6 trillones, que es una locura, pero le tomaría básicamente por momentum y volatilidad en altas temporalidades, más o menos 1.5 años a 2 años en llegar a ello. Pero por ahora, tal cual como lo ha hecho todo este tiempo, no nos sorprendería si hace esto, y de ahí se va para el cielo. Lo que nosotros creemos es que esta zona va a ser una zona de consolidación y simplemente no queremos llevarnos entre las patas el 128. Si nos llevamos el 128, vamos a ir más abajo, pero hasta ese entonces no tienes de qué preocuparte. Yo creo que lo primero que tienes que tener en mente es que cada que tocas el 9 por el tipo de mercado en el que está, cada que toques la 9 va a ser una oportunidad de compra a la alza. El 9 está justamente en 138 en la de 3 días, pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más y vas a poder darte cuenta acá justamente de lo que estamos hablando. Wow. Que el precio va a venir a recargar, está en los 143, la 21 está en el 139. Entonces, aquí hay bastante confluencia que el precio probablemente venga a buscar esta zona. Recuerda, estas líneas memes están por acá porque funcionan, o sea, sí detienen al precio. Entonces, va a ser cosa de, ¿va a poder aguantar el precio esta vez? El soporte, personalmente pienso que sí. La razón por qué es esta. Vienes de este movimiento. Acá te caíste. Estos fueron escapes falsos a la alza. Luego caíste, subió. Muy probablemente lo que están viendo es este escape bajo a la alza y esto va a aguantar acá y va a continuar. No sabemos si va a ser así o no, pero mínimo no quieres perder esta zona de los 138, 135 dólares. Yo creo que por ahí es donde va a existir, es lo que vemos que va a haber oportunidad para que puedas agregar a tu posición o entrar en un long en Nvidia. Lo que lo invalida es abajo de los 130, perder el 55 en la temporalidad diaria. Una vez que pierdes esto, se pierde lo que estamos diciendo y el análisis que le estamos dando en este momento y Nvidia cambiaría su estructura. Pero por ahora se ve alcista de madre, un poco correctiva, poco de consolidación para poder continuar aún más su movimiento. Recuerden, este periodo de consolidación tomó desde junio del 2024 hasta básicamente noviembre del 2024. O sea, consolidaciones vienen por periodos extenuos y después el putazo para arriba, pero también si consideramos que esto fue consolidación, puede que este movimiento simplemente sea el retesteo por acá y ¡pum! A la alza. Pero ahí lo tienen. Nvidia se ve bastante, bastante bien. Alex, you got...
Enovix.
Enovix, of course. Of course. How can I forget Enovix?
Of course. So Enovix, I see two scenarios. Right now, we're on the daily. We're at an important spot where, you know, bulls kind of want to step in right here. They want to hold the EMA 34 and close above the 9. If they do that, then I can see a probable move at least back to fill this gap and also retest this major resistance it has right at $10.65 to $10.50. From there, I do think we're going to end up retesting eventually back this around $8.58. To me, it would seem likely to do that. Drawn like this, you know, we fill the gap, it would get bulls pretty horny again, and then we would smack it down quickly. The structure would still hold, and then there's where we could break out. Or if we end up losing that daily 9, we just end up not closing above it and also losing the 34. Then I do think then coming down and testing it directly would probably be more likely. But in both scenarios, I do see Enovix actually going up. And it is looking like it's, you know, just trying to grind out right here. Just like a bottom, especially with what it did on the weekly. We see it put in a beautiful weekly, you know, hammerhead. Oftentimes you see these at least local bottoms or, you know, near the endwards of a downtrend. It's welcoming to see that it was formed kind of at the spot you'd want it to, right at that crucial $8.54 level. We know with Enovix, at this point, big moves tend to happen or occur. You know, from that $8.50 level, we had a massive move down. I mean, from wick high all the way down. This was, you know, close to 40%. We got a nice bounce and a buyback on this candle, forming a hammerhead. Now we're testing the you know, weekly 34, but I do think we could easily go and test the, you know, closer to the EMA 21, if not to at least the EMA 9 on the weekly. And that's why I'm on more of the camp that, you know, if the daily does end up holding the 9, then we'll easily go up to this level. But I'm still looking for actual support here to get tested one more time, especially after it SFP'd. We just throw this away. It's just more visual. You know, we lost this major support quickly got reclaimed. It's just been front ran ever since, and we've been slowly moving up. That's why we grind up in this $8.50 zone, especially with what we know, like on the weekly, kind of where we're at with the chart. I'm going to look at that first as a major rejection area for Innovix first, before anything else. If we go to the monthly now, Innovix as well has resistance right on that, again, $10.50. This is at $10.33, the EMA 9, and it's currently rejecting that EMA 34 now. But we're still above $8.54. It's looking like bull stepped in here, and it's continued to hold. We came all the way back down, but on a monthly, it's not lost at $8.54, which is welcoming, which tells me this is still somewhat bullish consolidation. We just really want to start seeing that monthly 9 get actually reclaimed, held, and then expanded from in terms of price action. And then there we can actually start talking about testing $13, which will be a pretty massive zone for Innovix. It getting back above $13 means that it opens the door of filling this massive wick, but at least going and testing that $16 to $17 range, a pretty big move considering it's at $9.30 now. But it'll take time, and it's welcoming, just to see. It is trying to, grind out a bottom around here. It is holding support. It makes sense. We're getting some kind of resistance at the spot we're at. But I'd just be keen at the fact that, the weekly is looking good. I do think we can fill this gap on the daily. But I'm preferring to long if I'm getting positioned on Innovix right around that $8.50 level. Pretty massive level overall. And then I essentially, since I'm keeping the thesis that this is, going to be some kind of higher low, I'm just going to have my stop right at $8, and just probably $8.02. Entry right around $8.50. Only like a 45-cent difference with the stop loss, with the target right around, like $12 seems logical, assuming this EMA 100 on the daily gets reclaimed. But it's looking constructive to me. Innovix only loves to range, and it's been in a pretty aggressive downtrend. So when it's trying to form some structure here, we still have to respect the trend and understand it still is under resistance, but I'd much rather be prepared than not, especially when we know big moves tend to happen from that $8.50 zone. It's very welcoming to see, and especially when I saw that weekly, it kind of, it definitely catered my bias more to upside, and the fact that bulls are stepping in here, and we'd never even broke this wick low, so that is welcoming. While forming, at least some kind of semi-reversal candle on the weekly here. It'll just be really, in my opinion, it'll just all hinge right around that $12 zone. Popping back in that $12 zone, it means we can at least test the big 13. And then if we can get back above there, I do think then we can start talking about more of a parabolic move on Innovix, especially when we see volatility here is pretty low. I mean, there's only been a few other times in history, like in June and then also in January of 2024, where volatility was right around, that 24 to, all the way down to 17%. So we know it doesn't really go to extreme lows in its history. It does like to get some kind of bounce around here, and it is starting to curve up. So that is welcoming, especially with this, candle. But it just seems very choppy. That's why I'm taking more the conservative route and thinking, we easily can pump from here, reject around here, retest this $8.50 zone, and then actually move up before. So I'll just stand by that, and we'll just see how it looks, because on the lower time frames, it's starting to look okay. So we'll
it's
see.
crazy how similar it is to Rivian in a certain way, because the ranges are also very similar too, like the $12 to $13, like right where it's at.
Yeah, I was about to say, that it is pretty similar, and it is reminding me somewhat of how Rivian just kind of grinded out. Didn't do much, but still held the crucial level it needed to. Was ugly at sometimes, but still held it. And now we're seeing, it's starting to go up. Right through the quarterly, this is a pretty harsh wick high rejection it had. It is welcoming to see, even after going all the way down and hitting $8.05, we'll still manage to push it up. Now it's at $9.39. So we'll have to see, where this quarterly closes, because it'd be nice to see if it holds this $8.54, or even reclaims some moving average. I doubt in a month it can go back up to $12, but with this kind of crazy market, we'll have to see. But yeah, that's all I have for this. It's welcoming to see it's holding $8.54. We really just want to start seeing it reclaim at least its daily 9, which it could be today. And then if it starts doing that, then we need to start looking at that 34 and that 9 as support for possible move back up to $10.60. Reclaiming that then opens the doors up to $11.93. Where we have to look at maybe a rejection to retest of that EMA 100, and then from there maybe $13, if assuming the back test holds, if it starts reclaiming the major crucial moving average that it does like to make big moves from, and then when it comes back down it just fizzles out. It doesn't like to hold. So yeah, that's all I have with Innovix. It's just looking constructive. It's giving me bullish vibes though, more than bearish, especially on the week.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, very nice.
Might be Bitcoin is contaging everything with the bullishness. It's giving it to everyone.
Plus, I believe S&P is over 6,000 now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's the S&P 6,000 now. That's what they call. Well, right now it's underneath it, of course, 5,994. But yeah, it was. So it's the S&P 600. That's 6,000. That's what everyone's been calling it, and making hats and fucking dweebs. No, I'm just kidding. I actually thought it was the greatest idea ever. I was like, damn it.
ES is still over 6,000. The S&P futures. It's at
nice.
It's at 6,021. I like to use ES over SPX.
We get it, dude. You're so fucking fancy and you use the CME stuff. We get
because
it.
the SPX closes at what is it, like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that.
Something like that.
And the ES stays open.
Good for them. Good for the ES bullshit. Thank you, sir.
I forgot to note too. On the weekly too, we are testing the weekly median. That's at $9.37. So it could tie into like the daily does hold the 9, and we can actually push up to that $10.50 zone.
It certainly feels like retesting this will be the spring. Obviously, we don't know if this fucking bullshit's gonna, do one of these and then continue.
Right.
But it does certainly feel like it did come here to test it out, and it should start preparing this move towards the upside. Because look at where you are in this triangle.
It's true. I mean, it all really will hinge around that $10.50 zone. Just the cluster of moving
100.
averages plus the 50% right around there on the weekly. It's a little higher, around $11.89. But right around that weekly EMA 100 to like $10.50. I would expect some kind of, rejection there, but we'll just have to see, I guess. Because this market is kind of in crazy mode. And would I also be surprised if that weekly hammerhead just led to a major green dildo after? No, that would make sense. And we would expect that low to hold. That's why it makes for an easy long, because if that low is going to hold and the diagonal even stays true, even coming back down, testing it, what is it? Yeah, back to $8.54. Technically still wouldn't break the low of that candle. So
no.
And then
you
long that pullback, you have the stop there. It's like a 30 cent difference. The RR is there in the trade. That's logical to me. So that's kind of the idea.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vale, pues, les voy a enseñar Innovix desde acá para que vean lo potente que ha sido esta consolidación de precio en una tendencia bajista. Por supuesto, hemos creado nuevos bajos hasta acá, que fue en abril del 2024, y desde entonces, bajos más altos, señores, pero eso sí, altos más bajos, los han visto una y otra vez. ¿Vamos a poder romper esa tendencia? ¿Qué les parece si nos acercamos y podemos platicar de ello? ¿Cómo de que no? Tienen, Innovix está cotizando en 9.42, ha tenido un máximo histórico en los... Puta madre, ¿qué número es ese? Espérenme un segundo. En los 39.56, casi $40. Nada mal, un 4X tranquilo desde donde está en este momento. Vale, y además, después de que creamos este bajo más bajo, pudimos conectarlo justamente con esto y hemos visto que lo ha respetado perfectamente bien. El apex del triángulo, recuerden, normalmente cuando un precio consolida dentro de uno de estos triángulos, cuando llegas al apex, que es donde se cierra el triángulo, es normalmente por ahí cuando vas a tener el movimiento explosivo a la alza o a la baja. Así que pendientes porque se viene, este triángulo se cierra por ahí de enero, febrero del 2025. Puede pasar antes, puede pasar después. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Bueno, si somos alcistas en Enovix, lo primero que queremos hacer es poder retomar este nivel en la línea de los 9.57. Ahorita van a ver por qué. De ahí, tu línea más importante en Enovix es esta, en mi opinión, los 10.67. Porque una vez que lo superas, cada vez que lo superas, el precio expande durísimo al alza. Es más, lo hizo también acá. Y cuando baja, llega a buscar nuevos fondos o ha estado buscando nuevos fondos. Lo pueden ver por acá. Es como la parte, el S&P a la baja. Así que esta línea en los 10.67, en mi opinión, es bastante importante para todos. Además de que es donde tienes el promedio de las 21. En este momento, porque tienes este cruce plateado a la baja, Enovix puede venir a retestear el 9, el 21 y continuar para abajo. Eso sería una de las posibilidades. Pero para los que somos alcistas, cuando volteamos a ver a Enovix, decimos, güey, pero si viene y se recarga acá, una vez más, corrige hasta los 8.64 y después da ese rebote, que es normalmente lo que este tipo de cosas hacen, no perderíamos estructura, porque no creaste un nuevo mínimo. En este momento, y esto es por lo que puse esta línea, porque Alex me dijo, yo entraría en un trade si es que esto toca la línea doteada. En la línea doteada, abro mi long y pongo mi stop loss aquí abajo. Déjenme, se los literalmente pongo acá enfrente para que todos lo puedan ver. ¿Cómo lo dibujaríamos acá? Sería este es un long short. Lo abres, digamos que viene el precio y cae a esta zona de los 8.50. ¿Dónde pones tú? Espérame, ¿este es un short o un long? ¿Por qué estoy abriendo un short? Espérame, soy un estúpido. Es un long lo que quiero abrir. Oh, wow, qué estúpido eres, Alejandro. Así es, gracias, Alejandro. Vale, cae el precio por acá, justamente en esta zona de los 8.54, 8.64, depende qué tanto margen te quieras dar por acá de error, pero digamos que el precio justamente cae acá. Lo que vamos a hacer es poner nuestro stop loss un poco más abajo de la línea esta. Ahora, déjenme rápidamente corrijo esto. Pueden ver, la línea está en 8.06, mi stop loss está, literalmente lo voy a poner en 8. No tengo por qué aguantar tanto esto. Una vez que rompa esa línea y quedó, así que en 8 lo pongo. ¿Y dónde está mi take profit? Puedes llevarte uno tranquilito por acá, por esta zona, o puedes intentar buscar la gloria y decir que hasta acá, pero también puedes usar esta parte del canal, ¿no? Porque digamos que el precio cae, sube hasta por acá. Puedes hacer todo esto acá, pero esa es la idea de poder hacer un long e invalidarlo rápidamente con esta simple línea de acá, con este bajo. Tiene más cara alcista que bajista, aunque estemos por debajo de todos estos promedios. El hecho de que ha estado formando piso nos recuerda muchísimo a lo que estamos viendo con el precio de Rivian, aunque todavía no hay validación de estos movimientos en ninguna situación. Aunque volatilidad está encontrando un punto bajo, que es normalmente los puntos bajos que encuentra efectivamente, y acá normalmente rebota. Si volatilidad y el precio empiezan a expander, ya sabemos que eso quiere decir que va a acompañar al precio, y si el precio empieza a expander a la alza y ves que la volatilidad empieza a expander a la alza, moviéndose por encima del promedio, el promedio es el blanco, eso nos quiere decir que va a haber una expansión dura y va a llevar todo el momentum y la volatilidad de su lado, por lo que va a haber una continuación potente. El promedio de las 200 en la semanal, vale la pena decirlo, está en los 14.23, y probablemente vayamos a retestearlo. Obviamente va a bajar mientras el precio continúe abajo y más cierres tengamos por acá, pero debería estar empezando a pintar bien la cosa. Déjeme rápido, nada más veo algo en la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas tienes un poco de volatilidad expandiendo junto con el movimiento, una vela verde, interesante. Vamos a ver rápido la mensual. La mensual es la que habíamos visto que estaba completamente roja. No, la volatilidad mensual está cayendo, buscando un piso para rebotar, y en la diaria pueden ver que está literalmente solamente yéndose de lado en lo que el precio se está yendo de lado, lo que nos indica que esto es probablemente un movimiento correctivo, tío. Tenemos que aguantar los 9.45, es donde está el promedio de las 9 aquí. El día de hoy estamos a punto de perderlo, pero estamos peleándonos con él. Si nos aguanta acá, tenemos este cierre y empezamos a ver cierres por encima del 9.57, estos promedios van a bajar y vas a poder empezar a atacar la zona de arriba. Tienes tu invalidación, tienes dónde está la entrada, tienes dónde está la salida y tienes lo que estamos viendo. ¿Qué más quieres de Enovix, damas y caballeros? Vale, ahí está Enovix. Ahora nos vamos a militar, a cosas importantes, cosas de guerra. Nos vamos a Boing.
Boing.
Boing. BA, right?
Yes, sir. They make some very nice weapons, some beautiful weapons, the most beautiful weapons you've ever seen.
We create the best weapons in the history of humanity. They're the best weapons. We like to kill everybody with them.
Nobody's killed as many brown people as us.
Nobody can survive. We love killing all the Hamas people with them and probably other people around the world. We enjoy their murders with our weapons. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna start on.
Ready, sir. I'm still alive.
Did I share my screen? Okay, making sure I did. Okay, so we're gonna start with the quarterly. We're currently tapping the 100 EMA, which we've hit several times now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is gonna be the 6th time that we're tapping the 100 EMA. Right now, our momentum is pointed down. It's in the bearish control zone, while volatility is pointed up. So that gives me a bias that this time around, the 100 EMA is not going to hold a support, and we're probably going to come down a little bit lower, sweep this low here, and come down towards this 88.3 at $104.70. I would watch for the reaction here. If we don't get a strong enough bounce, like a bounce to close us back over this wick, I would say that this area is just going to be a short-term bounce area, like a dead cat bounce, and we're going to end up dropping lower and sweep this low and come down towards this 200 SMA at around $72.15. But I would only say this is going to happen if we don't hold this area. If this area does hold and we close above this wick, then this would just be a swing failure pattern, and then we would have statistical probabilities of coming back to retest this area up here in the mid 200s. So it all depends on whether we hold this wick or not on this next move to the downside. Quarterly currently,
so that's at 144. That's what we want to hold.
Yeah, you want to close above this wick low of 113.02.
Got it. Okay, sorry, I didn't see that.
The monthly currently has closed below the 200 SMA. We've back tested it and we've rejected it, and we back tested again in this area and rejected it, which also lines up with the bottom 38 too. We have our momentum at the moment currently pointed upwards while volatility is pointed down. So that would give us a statistical probability of coming up to test this median, which is currently at $179.59. But we have to close over this 38.2 before that can happen. Right now, the 38.2 is at 157.54. Unless we close above the 38.2, what's more likely is that we're going to consolidate in this area and the median is going to move down. Then we'll tap it somewhere around here, and then we can continue to move to the downside. The only way to tap the median while price action moves up is if we close over this area, 157.54. Two-week is currently testing the top bottom 38.2% also, and the 5 EMA, and it's rejecting it. Momentum is on the 2-week as well as pointing towards the upside, and volatility is down. So that gives us probabilities of the median right here, which is 172. But just like the monthly, we have to close over the 38.2, and that one is at $159.45. Weekly right now is bouncing at the bottom 38.2 on this candle. This one is currently losing it. It's at 149.87. Momentum is starting to flip back down on the weekly, and volatility is pointed up. So as long if we have that set up and we lose the bottom 38.2, we're likely going to come back down. We're going to come down towards this. What does this like to go to? 88.3. One of the 88.3 is somewhere around $130. The jewel is starting to curve over as well. So if it switches on this next weekly open to that white, that's going to be basically the confirmation that we're going to stay within the bearish control of the jewel. 5 days giving upwards momentum with downwards volatility. But we've basically, I don't know if you can count this as a front run of the median, because we've basically almost hit it. We went to 152.80 and the median is 154. But and we're starting to give a little bit of a shooting star candle. We have 2 days and 3 hours to go, in all fairness. But if we close like this, we're probably coming down towards this 78.6, which is currently 133. 2 hours breaking into the bearish control zone while volatility is breaking up on momentum and volatility. If we lose this 78.6, we're at 147.32. We're very likely going to break this low here and come down towards this 95% right now, which is about 137. Daily momentum is flipping up, volatility is down. That gives us a setup of the median. We've already hit the median. It's at 149.68 and we're about to lose it. So if we get a close like this, probably going to come back down and sweep these lows right here and come towards this 78.6, which is about 141. Let's switch to the momentum chart. We're getting some expansion to the upside on Bitcoin.
Right now?
Oh, yeah. The 2 weeks real close to firing off. It's at 13.4%.
Somebody call Hamas, somebody call Qatar and tell them that they're not fucking taking those Hamas people in because they're rich. They're rich. They don't need to go to Qatar anymore.
That's fucking hilarious. All right, so the monthly momentum is going to be pointed to the upside, and it's going to break out of the bearish critical zone as long as we're. Oh, actually, never mind. My bad. Monthly momentum is going to flip to the downside, and volatility is what do you call it?
Expanding to the upside.
Expanding. Yeah, I just brain farted for a second there.
It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. I get it.
Volatility is expanding to the upside from like 35%, and we're going to turn down as long as we're closing below $168. So a fresh downside, maintaining the critical zone, that should easily take us down towards that 130 target we had. Okay, and then the 2 week volatility is expanding from just below 15%, and it's currently at 48%, and we're going to turn down as long as we're below $150.13. Weekly volatility expanded from 0%, and now it's went all the way up towards 55%. Now it's contracting again, and momentum is going to be up as long as we're above 147.83. So now that you see volatility is contracting with momentum flipping up, that's telling you that whatever move you get is going to be a corrective move to the upside. Same thing on the 5-day. Momentum is up while volatility is going down. 2 days a little bit different. 2 days kind of telling us that the local top could be in because volatility is now expanding and momentum is down as long as we're above 151. Daily giving us the same idea that the local top could be in on this little bit of a dead cat bounce because volatility is currently decreasing while momentum is down below 151. And same thing on the 4 hour as well. So the very high time frames are extremely bearish. The medium-term time frames are giving me an idea of a local bottom for local top for that. What am I trying to say? The medium time frames are telling me that we could bounce. And the very low time frames are saying that bounce is probably done because our momentum is pointed down on all of our extremely low time frames, and it's looking like the higher time frames are going to take over, and we're going to continue lower from here.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, and I'm going to share my screen with you real quick just so you see it. This is the daily, which it's a fucking mess altogether. But you had this rejection right here at the 157, was it? No, basically at 152 of the 21, and you're coming off being rejected by the 55. So it kind of looks like you came up here, and this is exactly what you were reading into. And now it's heading down lower. And we already had this low, and we wicked even lower here to the 144 area. And if we go back and just look at this chart, just a ginormous, 1 second. This is what it's been doing ever since. There's an official breakdown with a retest.
Yep, and it's rejecting it.
So it's retesting, it's rejected, and now it's expanding towards the downside. So next area would be the 132s, just looking at this without anything else. which kind of coincides with what you were saying.
Mm-hmm. And what's your bottom meme line at?
$90.99.
And the other one?
This one is at 120.59.
It's very close to that 130 target that I had.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think if you just do this kind of like this. Like this. Let me get rid of the yellow line. No, that's not going to be the yellow line. Of course, there it is. So if you get this and you probably get that, well, I think you already did that. Now you're heading to this area, right? That's most likely what we're going to see. And is that going to be a higher low than this one? That's what the mystery will be, because that's at 113 right here.
I personally don't. This is just a guess. Like I don't have any data to back it up. I don't think it's going to hold.
I don't think so either, and specifically considering that war was really good for Lockheed Martin, for Raytheon, for all of those guys, and for Boeing, it's been terrible. Even though I know they make planes and whatnot, if they're already in the shithole, and Trump is going to kill at least one war, because we need the Israel one. They tell us what to do, we'll do it gladly, but at least we'll get rid of the Ukraine one. And that means that these guys are going to lose a few contracts. And Zelensky's going to be sad. And a lot of people are going to be sad. But I think Boeing's going to go down.
Yeah, sucks for Zelensky and his the cokehead of Kiev.
I hope he finds a good dealer. A new one, more ready, that gives him like the stuff that he really needs.
He's not going to be able to afford that Peruvian powder anymore. He's going to have to find another source.
That Peruvian Bam Bam.
The Peruvian sugar, no sugar.
Exactly. All righty. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Boeing. Podemos ver de qué es la estructura que estamos analizando en este momento. Es justamente esto, donde hemos tenido al precio rangueando desde marzo del 2020 hasta hoy en este canal. Lo ha roto una vez a la alza. Hizo este mínimo, la gente se animó porque hizo este mínimo más alto, pero acá fue a hacer un alto más bajo. Y eso empieza a preocupar a todo el mundo. No nada más empieza a preocupar a todo el mundo, estamos viendo la tabla mensual, pero pueden ver claramente cómo literalmente perdió, intentó regresar, perdió, intentó regresar y ahí va para abajo una vez más. Esto probablemente nos vaya a llevar a esta zona de precio. Todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad nos dicen que esto es probablemente lo que tenemos más probabilidades de ver con la tabla de Boeing. Nos vamos a poner rápidamente nuestros promedios para que tengan una idea de lo arriba que está todo. En temporalidad semanal, que es la mejor de todas en mi opinión para ver esto, estaba diciendo Farhan que él estaba viendo cómo, en realidad es en la diaria. El problema en la diaria es el desmadre que es. ¡Wow! Ok. El problema de la diaria que estamos viendo acá es, estamos viendo que iba a haber, o que en la tabla dice que va a haber un repunte. Ese repunte ya se dio a los 163. De ahí íbamos a intentar romper una vez más. Aquí se dio otra vez. Y el último movimiento que podemos leer, volatilidad y momentum, que es este, estás viendo cómo la volatilidad está cayendo, el momentum también. Digo, la volatilidad está cayendo. Y acá lo que estás viendo es un rechazo del 21. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado abajo, lo que sigue va a ser llevarte el 151. Si pierdes el 151.20 el día de hoy, que es justamente lo que estamos haciendo, porque estamos en el 148.71, muy probablemente vas a buscar nuevo downside. Ahora, ojo, aquí hay una línea en la arena bastante sencilla de ver, y es esto, acá, donde puedes ver que esto pasa literalmente por esto, se apoya acá, se apoya acá, se apoya acá. Llegas a perder los 147.79, tu siguiente objetivo o lo siguiente que vas a probablemente perder es esto. Y una vez que pierdas esto, te vas a ir a buscar las líneas memes que tenemos aquí abajo en los 120 o más abajo en los 99, para que vean cómo exactamente pegan. Y también hay una en medio acá en los 112 que personalmente diría que no soy fan, pero acabo de ver que ahora también acá y acá hay confluencia con esta línea, por lo que los 114 está completamente en juego también. ¿Qué es lo que buscas si eres alcista en Boeing? ¿Quieres definitivamente volver a retomar esto? El canal que va para arriba, y eso también coincide con tu promedio de las 55 en la diaria que está en 157. Lo primero, poder cerrar arriba de 151, no lo vas a hacer y todo esto va a continuar bajando, tal vez con la consolidación que estás viendo lo logre, pero por ahora estamos buscando y viendo si va a haber continuación a este movimiento a la baja, que creemos que sí, y qué tanto se va a dar. Así que Boeing no pinta bien de ningún escenario. Así que ojo, ojo, ojo. Y ahora, si Boeing llega a romper esto a la baja, acá hay un escenario para un potente short. El potente short lo haces acá en el retesteo de los 147.84. Pero no hay una zona clara para tu salida. Tu zona clara de salida sería tu promedio de las 9 y el 21, viendo dónde está, pero todavía estás muy lejos de esta operación, así que ni te metas en pendejadas, no escuches al idiota del tío Salo, que no sabe lo que está diciendo, lleva 4 horas y media hablando con las luces prendidas enfrente de sus ojos y necesita un descanso. Pero bueno, Alex, we're ready for yours. Last but not least, is that it? Or no, we had 2 more. PAS and CTRM, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so we can finish the chat.
No,
right.
perfect. Yeah, no, absolutely. So PAS, it rejected resistance. This is a pretty strong one at $24.46. You're going to want to just be mindful of that. Any rallies up to there has, just solidly been resistance. Lining up with that monthly 50% around $23.62. A pullback was expected, but I do think the pullback actually is going to be kind of not as deep as it definitely could be. I don't think we're going to break down, is what I should say. We have the monthly median grinding up, matching with this cluster of moving averages. You see the monthly is actually close to silver crossing to the upside, which would be interesting to see because, moving forward, just like if we view kind of price action from 2021 all the way up until now, we see the monthly 9 has just been steadily holding price down, and price has also just been steadily below the median. So it's nice to see that, even we're now above the monthly EMA 9, but also, we're above the EMA 100, the SMA 200, and above the median on the monthly. That's why I think it's more constituted to be more on long watch as like an opportunity. I don't think we're going to go and test $17.60 simply because of just where the cluster is. I'm getting a lot of confluence around, that $19.50. Maybe all the way to like $18.80. If we start viewing the weekly, we see, that weekly EMA 100 has been a nice bounce zone for PAS. I'm liking how it's, coming in right around that $19 zone, but, also that 50%. Something to note here is you would technically first want this SMA 200 on the weekly to hold. And so we are getting a bounce. It's weak, but we are getting somewhat of a bounce from here. And if we're uber bullish, you would expect this to hold. If we lose this, it's definitely a sign to be cautious. And then that gives me an easy move to that EMA 100, which lines up right around that 50%. So if you're bullish first, so this is kind of the spot, $21. You'd want that SMA 200 to keep holding. You'd be looking at this as just a back test. You'd want bulls to kind of consolidate right onto it, not losing it, maybe even wicking to that weekly EMA 34, but never closing below it for a chance back up to $24. So I will mention that. And it kind of lines in with, the week 2 week also catching support right around that 2 week EMA 9. And we also have that 2 week silver cross. So you would expect this spot to at least catch some support. It doesn't, and we end up going lower. Again, the 2 week also ties into what I'm saying, which is that 2 week SMA 200 with that 21 is right around the same spot, right around $20, a psychological number. So we keep seeing that $19.50 to $20 come up quite a lot on multiple time frames, telling me that, pullbacks here are viewed as an opportunity considering the support that PAS has. And you would also expect with the silver cross, where if the 9 doesn't hold, you would bid the 21. It'd be slightly weaker, but you would still, that would be the second spot to bid it. And it's nice that it comes in right around that SMA 200. And so what else are we going to do? The 2-day. Yeah, so the 2-day is at an interesting point. We throw the 55 off. You see here, the 2-day is at the 95%. So, you know, we would expect some kind of bounce at this point. If I throw the HBDR off, you know, bulls are they're going to want to get some kind of bounce here and grind out, you know, just another higher low. You know, we see this chart steadily just been forming an uptrend, and it's kind of at a resistance point. But when I see that with volatility, you know, it's still at the highs, and it still can keep going higher. We see that with, you know, its last extreme read here. It can definitely hit extremes. Ideally, bulls then can just reclaim this $24.46, just consolidate above, resetting volatility. You know, but we're at a very important spot. If you're bullish, you want to see that weekly hold that SMA 200, and if you are bearish, you want to see this daily start losing this EMA 100. That'll probably then start feeling, you know, the lower target bids that I talked about right around $19.50 to right around maybe $18.80, coming in right around that. What was it, that monthly level? So that's kind of all I see with this. It's looking good. Definitely a pullback's going to happen. It has major support right around $18.80 to, you know, $19.50. You definitely don't want to be too bullish on this if we end up, you know, losing that weekly EMA 100. If we start losing that, which again, we'll first have to lose the spot we're at now, which is the SMA 200. But if we start losing that weekly EMA 100, then it runs the risk of us testing this $17.69. And at that point, you know, we could just break the structure we've been trying to form, which is, you know, in my opinion, forming an uptrend with just consistent higher lows and now a higher high. You would expect some kind of higher low to be grinded out here, literally at this spot. We just wouldn't want it to start falling, breaking this low, leading to this low getting taken, leading to a bigger breakdown. So that's kind of all I see with this chart. It's looking bullish. You just want to bounce right at this zone that it's at. You know, the quarterly is still also giving me confidence that even if this quarterly turns red, it wouldn't be a good sign. You definitely wouldn't want that wick high rejection to close with a strong wick body down below, you know, closing red. Even if it came down, which has a month and 21 days, even if it came down, trap shorts, this turned into like a massive shooting star, tapped the quarterly 9, and then got a bounce, maybe close like this is a, you know, or even doji a little higher, still would be okay. It's good that it's still holding above the 9. So that is kind of the idea. If I were really to just give my honest opinion on this chart, I would honestly be watching for something like this. You know, probably max chop front runs the weekly EMA 100. We'll slightly lose this or even lose it on a closing basis. We come down here, and then the question will be if we quickly reclaim that SMA 200. There could be the long trigger once we reclaim it, very much like once we reclaimed it here. And then you just simply target that $24. We're coming back up to this point, though, after testing it and holding that EMA 100. You have to start looking at volatility to maybe coming more down and then going up, leading to an actual breakout. A breakout will be confirmed when you break that high. That's kind of like my honest opinion, what I would see with this. But I do think a pullback is going to happen. And I do think with just all the support we see right around here, with the quarterly even matching support, even the daily here, giving us kind of a bias with that SMA 200, you know, that's kind of what I would be watching for engaging. So that's all I see with PAS Silver Corp. I know oil metals were kind of going down today. They were a little red. So it makes sense that this is having some pullback. If it's associated with silver, I have no idea what it does. Maybe it's a miner.
Yeah, it's a silver company. Whatever it is, it probably is a miner. Non-energy minerals, precious metals. Yep, seems like a silver company.
Okay.
Motherfuckers. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Y vamos a ver, Paz, que es una empresa minera, probablemente de plata, pero es una empresa mínimo de plata, eso sí lo sabemos. Ahora, ¿Qué es lo que notamos? Estamos en una tabla mensual rápidamente. En febrero del 2008 fue que hicimos un tope, luego en enero del 2011, que por cierto, esta fue el inicio, para mucha gente que no sepa por qué bajó tanto la plata, este fue el inicio de QE, pero del siguiente nivel de QE que empezaron a elaborar. Entonces, cuando haces QE, que es quantitative easing, y empiezas a literalmente comprar acciones, todo, ¿cuál es el punto de tener algo que sube marginalmente comparado con algo que sube explosivamente? Esto y el oro también en este entonces se dieron este tirón después de intentar ir a buscar estos nuevos máximos y cayeron fortísimo. Por eso, porque veíamos cómo se iba a devaluar absolutamente, cómo iba a subir todo lo que era riesgo y no iba a haber necesidad por protección. La protección volvió a entrar una vez más o menos por esta zona, que es el 2020 y 2021. Solamente quería que ustedes supieran eso, un poco de macro, ¿no? Arreglados un poco de macro. Discúlpenme, también me estoy volviendo loco. Ok. Entonces, desde entonces, ¿qué es lo que hemos visto en esta tabla mensual? Déjenme rápidamente pongo algo. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios, lo que nos hace pensar que eso es bastante bueno y aparte alcista, sobre todo cuando estás encima del 9. El 9 está por encima del 21, se acaban de dar la vuelta a todos. El 200 cayó abajo del 100 y ahora el 21 va a venir acá, lo que nos indicaría fuerza en la mensual. Se ve bastante bien, no pinta nada mal. En la semanal estamos empezando a ver caídas en temporalidades más cortas, donde estamos empezando a perder cosas importantes como el promedio de las 9, déjenme ver dónde está el 5, el promedio de las 5, dónde está el 34, todavía está aquí abajo. Ok, y estamos rebotando en el promedio de las 200 en este momento. Vamos rápido a la diaria. En la diaria es un poco de la misma historia, pero al revés. Y estamos viendo ya el 9 por abajo del 21 y estamos siendo rechazados por el promedio de las 100. Ok. Entendiendo y poniendo todo eso junto en diferentes temporalidades, entendemos temporalidad alta, todavía se ve bien la cosa, temporalidad corta, que es la que nos cuenta qué es lo que va a pasar a más tiempo cercano, que puede ser corrección o puede ser una simple nueva dirección para el mercado. Lo que estamos viendo es una corrección bastante importante, ¿ok? Entonces, en la diaria, además de ver esa conexión bastante importante, podemos ver que la volatilidad en lo que el precio está cayendo está empezando a expandir, lo que nos dice que probablemente tal vez venga lo bueno y algo que no le vaya a gustar a mucha gente. Atención acá, ¿qué estamos viendo? Hemos visto que desde que Paz llegó en febrero del 2024, los $12, ha hecho un super bull run hasta los 25 y ahora está corrigiendo en los 21.40. Lo que nosotros pensamos es, porque como has estado viendo, está haciendo altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. De eso se trata este juego. Bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Definitivamente, la zona que no quieres perder son los 20.78. Pierdes los 20.78, vas a ir a retestear el S&P 200. El problema de eso, uno, va a subir. Eso es bueno. Entonces, probablemente lo encuentres en esta zona por acá en los 20 planos. Eso nos daría a los alcistas un poco más de, no de razón, pero de hacernos creer que vamos a continuar, y a los bajistas no, pero pierdes el promedio de las 200, que en este momento está en los 19.29. Y muy probablemente vas a barrer este piso, el de los 18.64. Y vas a aguantar esto o vas a romper esto. Y si llegas a ver que esta estructura se destruye, muy probablemente lo que vas a ver es esto empezar a corregir agresivamente a la baja. Por ahora todavía no tenemos esa señal, ni tampoco tenemos ese bias. Lo que pensamos es que sí va a aguantar acá, por ahí de los 20.53, que también coincide con este bajo, y es probablemente donde el promedio de las 200 vaya a estar. Yo creo que perder este nivel sería lo más importante. Si eres bajista, quieres perder el 20.51 y ver hasta dónde te lleva eso, pero si eres alcista, quieres aguantar y quieres retomar el promedio de la 100. Retomando el promedio de la 100, que está en 21.49, obviamente se va a seguir moviendo y empezando a consolidar por acá se vería bien, lo que te diría que va a haber un impulso más para empezar a buscar esta zona una vez más y dar continuación a esto. Pero estás en un punto crítico donde tienes que ver qué es lo que va a pasar ahora. Y si vas a poder aguantar esta zona, poder aguantar la zona de los 20.53 y ver a dónde te lleva este promedio de las 200 en los próximos días, eso sería para nosotros la cosa más importante, que también coincide con no perder el promedio de las 200 en la semana, que está en los 21. Y ya perdiéndolo, empezarías a ver el del 55 empezar a subir y a ver si eso lo va a aguantar, pero empieza a comprometer la estructura alcista mucho más. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto, cabrón, esto es paz para todos ustedes. Bueno, tal vez no es paz, pero me entienden lo que les estoy enseñando. Y para todos ustedes que no creen en líneas memes, simplemente acá, chéquenlo. Igual y bien y se recarga por acá, no pierde nada poniéndolo. A ver qué tal nos va. Alrighty, which one's the last one?
CTRM.
CTRM. I can't believe we didn't do Ethereum today.
I guess nobody wants to see that piece of dog shit. Vitalik sits in that hotel chair.
He does. Every single day of his life. Everybody knows that.
Jeez, Bitcoin just hit $87,000.
Holy shit. Solami's 220 and this chart looks quite on a downtrend.
I closed my long at 87.5. I mean, not 87.5, at 86.5. Let's see. On the monthly, we are about to approach the 61.8%. We are below basically all of our major moving averages. The momentum is pointed up though, and volatility is pointed up, which tells us that we're probably going to bounce somewhere around the 61.8 and then try for this 21 EMA, or at the very least try for this 9 EMA again. At that point, like, because the monthly volatility is in the same direction as the momentum, I would say the 9 is probably going to break. We're probably going to go towards this 21. That would still be a lower high in a series of lower highs. The 21 has been resistance ever since like we've had the 21 EMA. So it makes a lot of sense for us to go back and retest it again. But there's not that much data on this. The 2-week is currently pointed down, and it's about to break towards the bearish control zone, and volatility is starting to pick back up. And we're rejecting our 5 EMA after closing below the median. So that gives us probability with how low volatility is at of continuing downwards and going towards the 61.8, which is at $2.64. Weekly is currently about to approach the median, which is at $3.71, and momentum is basically at the reset zone. It's at 4.79%, and volatility is resetting as well. It's at also 4.79%. So if we lose this median right now, we're currently above it by 7 cents. Volatility is momentum is going to break to the downside, and volatility is going to break up, and that's going to give us that same probability of hitting that 61.8% on the 2-week, which was at $2.64. And on the what do you call it? The weekly, that would coincide with the 61.8, which is at $2.81, probably slightly lower to that 260 area. Anytime today.
Just give it 7 years.
A million little caretakers in the background doing calculations for the HPDF. Or a bunch of Asians. Can I say that?
If they're doing the calculus, the calculating, then yes.
It reminds me of that scene from The Big Short where he's like, look, that's my quant. Your quant. My quantitative. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at his face. Look at his eyes. On the 5-day, we're approaching the median after putting in this doji, which is basically a failure. If we go below 378, we're already at 378. It's going to increase the probabilities of us going down towards this bottom 38.2%. That's currently at 2.99%. And since volatility is at such extreme lows, we probably don't hold there. It probably goes down towards this 61.8, which, what do you know, 267. The two-day currently is closed below the median. We retested it and rejected it, and momentum is turning back down, and volatility is flipped back up. Volatility is at 27%, so that could very easily give us a move down towards this 88.3. And as of right now, 88.3 is at $2.94. Daily is pressing right up against the median after reclaiming it. It's at 378. We're at 378. momentum is at reset zone, volatility is fully reset. So if we lose this median at 378, momentum is going to break down, volatility is going to flip up. And we're very likely coming down towards somewhere around this 95% area, which is right now at 279. And the reason I'm going so low is because volatility is literally at 0%.
So it's a Hamas setup, an inverse Hamas setup.
An explosive move to the downside, a nuke, if you will.
This is the Hiroshima setup.
The Nagasaki setup. The 4-hour has lost the median. We retested it and we rejected it, flipping down on momentum, volatility at very low levels. So I could see us coming down towards somewhere around low to mid $3, get a little bit of a bounce there, then the higher time frames will take over, and this is probably going below $3. Check the momentum chart. Monthly is freshly going to turn to the downside, and it's going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone if we close below $4.21, which it looks like we will, and we're going to start expanding from extreme or very low levels on volatility at 20%. So we can see a very sizable dump from there based off 20% volatility, easily below $3. 2-week currently is at very low levels on volatility. We're at 11%, and we're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $4.75. Weekly, volatility is expanding from multiple periods. I can't do the math right now because they're very small, so I can't count them. But let's just say there's a lot of them, a lot of 0%.
Valid.
We're in the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be down on momentum as long as we're below $3.91. And we have a fresh silver cross to the downside right here on the weekly. 5-day as well has a fresh silver cross to the downside. Also, multiple periods of 0% volatility.
And we're going to be further.
Yep. And we're going to be down as long as we're below $3.97. 2-day fresh silver cross to the downside. Multiple periods of 0% volatility. And we're going to re-enter the critical zone as long as we're below 385. Daily expanding from hella fucking 0% volatility days, and we're currently resetting a little bit. We're at 11%. We're back below 15%, and momentum is currently up as long as we're below 377. So that tells you that whatever moves to the upside we get is corrective because volatility is going down. On the 4-hour, we're expanding from 0% volatility. We're at 12.7%, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.88. So the very, very high time frames are bearish. The medium time frames are giving an idea of a bounce, and the very low time frames are saying that bounce is probably over because volatility is now expanding, while momentum is still to the downside. And I'm thinking this is going to go below $3 relatively soon.
Oh, yeah. It has all of the looks that it's going to go actually to zero, but we'll see what happens. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about, say, show, etc., before you guys go and let you be?
Yeah, good stream.
Great stream, boys. Thank you so much for everything. I'll be talking to you in a second, and I'll deal with everyone's problems in a second too, because I have other ones too on this side. All righty, my boys. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Ok, listo. Estamos viendo CTRM, Castor Marítimo, básicamente. Es un marine shipping. Ok, es transportación. Interesante. Ok, interesante. Voy a ponerlo rápido en la mensual para que vean esto, porque esta empresa literalmente viene de una caída absolutamente ridícula. El precio sigue aquí arriba. Llegó a tocar los 749 y está en $3.78. No sé cómo, pero ahí lo tienen. Solamente quería enseñarles eso. Y yo creo que para enseñarte esto, solamente tenemos que ir una temporalidad. Puedes ver esto en la mensual. Y en la mensual puedes ver cómo la volatilidad literalmente está simplemente yéndose de lado, en lo que todo se va de lado. ¿Qué es lo que has notado? Tuviste este mínimo, este alto, un alto más bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo, y ahora estás en medio de esto todo más bajo, lo que te da una probabilidad mucho más grande de continuación hacia la baja. Estás también abajo del promedio del 9, abajo del 21, hiciste un SFP, un breakout falso acá y vas para abajo ahora. Y lo que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades, pero la semanal es la que mejor lo ilustra, es esto. ¿Qué les he dicho 1000 veces? Cuando se juntan todos los promedios y empiezan a caer y luego tienes un cruce plateado a la baja bastante viejo en la semanal, estás no pudiendo formar nuevos altos, aunque acá de cierta forma lograste esto y este alto, y aquí es donde la gente se está preguntando qué está pasando. La realidad es que esto no va a aguantar. Estamos viendo que hay periodos de no volatilidad enormes y ahora la volatilidad está empezando a expandir en la semanal. Esto es el setup de Hamas, pero al revés, es el setup de Hiroshima o Nagasaki, que es hacia la baja. Quiero ver rápido las 2 semanas. Ok, no. Entonces, a temporalidad más corta es cuando nos está enseñando estos periodos de cero volatilidad, donde empiezas a ver que se va a dar el movimiento fuerte y lo empiezas a ver en la diaria, donde se está expandiendo por fin la volatilidad, llegó a tocar el 17% y va a continuar en lo que el precio está cayendo. ¿Qué te quiere decir eso? Que muy probablemente vas a continuar a ver esto caer. Siguientes objetivos son tus mínimos que habías tenido por acá, pero nosotros creemos que sin problema alguno vas a perder los $3 y vas a empezar a ver los $2 creando. No es un nuevo max, no es un nuevo mínimo, pero definitivamente vas a visitar estos mínimos de por acá en los 2.90. Muy castigado, muy castigado. Lo que nos enseña en temporalidad alta, mensual, etcétera, es bajista. En temporalidades intermedias, semanal, etcétera, es un poco correctivo, lo que puede ser que este golpe al 21 haya sido lo que estábamos leyendo. Y en la diaria estás viendo cómo definitivamente ya está expandiendo la corrección y ahora solamente falta la volatilidad, voltearse para arriba, empujar con fuerza, y eso nos va a poner literalmente a todos, nos va a empujar a todos para abajo. Así que 4 horas y 45 minutos. Vale, tíos, tengo 1.000.000 de cosas que hacer, pero muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí conmigo. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y nos vemos el próximo casino el miércoles. Espero verlos en un rato para un Nadie Me Preguntó. Pórtense bien.